This is a WYMT severe weather alert.
Good afternoon, friends. Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith here with you in the Sky Alert Weather Center with some breaking severe weather information. A tornado warning has been issued for Estill and Powell counties until 12:30. Let's go right to pinpoint Doppler radar. Take a closer look at this thunderstorm, which has prompted that tornado warning. And there is a very strong thunderstorm just to the south of Winchester, working its way along the Mountain Parkway, heading towards Stanton. This thunderstorm producing a reported funnel cloud, according to Kentucky State Police. They have passed on a report to the National Weather Service of a possible funnel cloud near Winchester, working its way off to the south and the east. That is why the Weather Service has went ahead and issued this tornado warning. This thunderstorm capable of not only producing a tornado, but also producing some very large hail. In fact, quarter-size hail, wind upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. In fact, even larger than quarter-size hail, almost golf ball size hail possible within this storm. Let's take a look at some of the towns that are in the path of this potential tornado. Once again, do not have a confirmed funnel cloud on the ground, a tornado on the ground, but we do have reports of a funnel cloud in the vicinity of Winchester heading down the Mountain Parkway towards Stanton and towards Irvine. So in Powell and Estill counties, let's take a look at some of the towns in the line of this storm system. Creasy and Iron Mound around 12:15. That'll eventually work its way down towards Kimbrell and Sprout Springs by 12:20. Hardwick and Cottage Furnace by 12:25. And Fitchburg and Pitts around 12:30. Once again, this thunderstorm moving off to the south and the east at around 45 miles per hour. We'll put our own storm track on it, show you some of the other locations in the path of this thunderstorm as it works into Powell and Estill counties. Now, once again, folks, Powell County right on the edge of our coverage area here in WYMT, but we don't want you folks up around Stanton to feel left out. We're definitely keeping an eye on the severe weather today as it moves across the area. We're going to take this storm as we go throughout the oh, excuse me, let me clear that out. Had a little bit of an error there. We're going to track this storm as it moves off to the south and the east at 45 miles per hour over the next 45 minutes. Here's some of the towns it will eventually impact. Ingle at 12:20, Waco at 12:21, Sam at 12:27, and Combs at 12:27 as well. So this thunderstorm working its way off to the south and the east. Now it looks like the rotation on this storm not as impressive as it was earlier, but still seeing a little bit of a couplet within the storm just south of Winchester. Matt, if you can hear me in the back, I want you to switch over to the backup weather computer, our other source, and we're going to take a closer look at this storm system. It is down near Clay City, just to the west. I'm going to circle the area of rotation that we're watching. It's not a very impressive area of rotation, but it is something we are watching nonetheless. It is this area right in there that we are seeing the potential of a possible tornado. We are seeing some rotation there. That is near Highway 89. I'll bring up some of the other roadways in the vicinity of that. Nolan Creek is Lower Licking Road, White Creek Road, Bufflehead Circle or Circuit, Highway 89. So if you're in the vicinity of any of those roads I've just mentioned, just to the west of Clay City, now is the time to seek shelter. We're going to go back over to regular pinpoint Doppler radar as we continue to take a look at this thunderstorm. And once again, this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a spotted funnel cloud by the Kentucky State Police sent in to our friends at the National Weather Service in Jackson. Now, this warning goes until 12:30. So what you need to do, if you're in Stanton, Irvine, and pretty much anywhere between the Mountain Parkway and there along Highway 1571 in Estill County, you need to seek shelter immediately. You need to go to the lowest level of your home. You need to head down to the basement if you have one. If not, the ground floor will work. You need to go to the center of the home. Put as much space between you and the outside world as possible. Matt, we've got those tornado tips up on the other computer if you want to punch those up for us. We've got, remember, center of the home, under the lowest level. Get inside the bathtub if you got a bathroom with no exterior walls, or get inside a closet under some steady furniture or a mattress. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find sturdier shelter. Once again, tornado warning for Estill and Powell counties. That is going to go until 12:30. Let's go back to pinpoint Doppler radar. This thunderstorm, it's not the most impressive looking, but it definitely has some weak rotation in it. Definitely showing a bit of hail in the northern part of this storm. So even if you don't see a tornado, the city of Stanton, you're in the path of the hail core on this storm. So that is going to have the potential to drop some maybe quarter-size hail, maybe golf ball size hail. So even though this thunderstorm doesn't look overly impressive right now on radar, it's still something you want to take seriously. And we will continue to monitor this storm as it continues to work its way off to the east and southeast at 45 miles per hour. Once again, this tornado warning goes until 12:30 for Powell and Estill County. So we got another 9 minutes left on this tornado warning. Also, very intense lightning in this storm system. We are seeing just prolific lightning from this storm. This same storm has produced golf ball size hail between Frankfort and Lexington. So this storm has a history of being on the strong side. And with that report of a possible funnel cloud, it is something to take serious as it works its way down off to the south and the west. Meteorologist Brandon Orr joining me here in the Sky Alert Weather Center. And we are seeing just a very potent storm, Brandon, potentially the first of many today.
That's right. We've gotten a little bit of sunshine, especially down towards the Cumberland River Valley, but this is really the only severe thunderstorm that we have in eastern Kentucky right now. It's just now starting to push into Lee and Estill counties over the Warned area. The National Weather Service was looking at this. This was actually 2 thunderstorms that actually merged together, and they saw that, and that can actually provide a little bit more spin to this thunderstorm. So they saw that, and they saw that this would take on some rotation and put that warning out well in advance for Lee and Estill counties. And again, that continues right now as this rotation is still visible on radar. It's also producing some heavy rain. There's some flood advisories, I should say, out ahead of this thunderstorm as well, producing rainfall in excess of 1 inch in some locations.
Yeah, definitely seeing that. Some very heavy rain. Also, just a lot of lightning with this storm, folks. So if you are right now in Powell County, also into Estill County and Lee County, now is the time to seek shelter. Let this storm pass on by. Right now, the worst of it looks like it's going to be heading down towards Stanton, Clay City, Irvine. I'd keep an eye on things with the potential of that rotation. However, it is not looking as strong as it did earlier. And eventually, this will work its way down the Mountain Parkway. The heaviest part of that storm will likely go between Campton and Beattyville. So down there into Lee County and Wolfe County, even though you're not under a warning just yet, that is something to keep a very close eye on. And folks, no watches out yet, but it would not surprise me if soon we don't have some kind of a watch issued here for eastern Kentucky, as the potential for severe weather on the high side today. Now, once again, it's not a guarantee, and this rain and cloud cover we've seen for most of the morning is going to hamper the overall potential of this severe weather, but that doesn't mean we still can't get 1 or 2 of these storms to definitely be on the strong to severe side, Brandon.
That's exactly right. I'm going to take the radar and I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit as the storm, again, that tornado warning for Lee and Estill counties continues as the storm is just now crossing in to those counties. But if we zoom out a little bit further, you can see that's the only severe thunderstorm that we have going on anywhere in Kentucky. It's that cluster of thunderstorms there pushing into Lee and Estill counties. But there's still the potential for more thunderstorms to develop later on this afternoon, especially in the Cumberland River Valley near I-75, producing some damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, as well as some large hail associated with some of these thunderstorms. And again, that's that flash flood watch out for portions of West Virginia, and over towards Lawrence County, Kentucky as well.
That's right, Brandon. We're facing multiple threats today, my friends. The threat right now, the tornado threat, this once again for Powell County and Estill County, that goes until 12:30, but also the potential of heavy rain could lead to flooding. Flood advisory for Estill, Lee, Powell, and Wolfe counties until 4 o'clock. No flash flood watches in Kentucky yet, except for Lawrence County, but our West Virginia counties and 2 of our Virginia counties, Buchanan and Dickinson, already under that flash flood watch. Brandon, that storm definitely not looking quite as impressive on pinpoint Doppler as it was earlier. As you said, when those 2 storms came together, they pulsed up a bit, but as sometimes can happen with these thunderstorms, they definitely have a bit of a life cycle, and after they blow up a bit, they can weaken out.
That's exactly right. We don't have our temperatures up really high right now. They're still into the low to mid 70s, so we don't have all that fuel for these thunderstorms to really get going today. But as you can see, it doesn't really take much for these thunderstorms to start producing a little bit of rotation and some hail.
Right, and even though we don't have that instability here, the overall dynamics in the atmosphere today are very high for the potential of at least some severe weather. It's just without that heating, you don't get the potential for the really high-end severe weather. So you've got what we will see today, probably a few strong thunderstorms, maybe a tornado or 2, but without that heating, we won't see as widespread of an outbreak, and it looks like we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued.
That's right, and this one expires at around 1:15 p.m. for Wolfe County, including Beattyville, the northern section of Boonville over towards Lee County, Estill County, as this storm continues to push on to the south and east. And that tornado warning continues for Lee and Estill County as well. Right. And this is actually where we're looking at some of the rotation, is at the bottom part of this thunderstorm, just to the northwest of Irvine. It's actually going to push into Irvine over the next about 20 minutes or so.
And one thing with this new severe thunderstorm warning there, Brandon, the Weather Service is going with some of that new wording there with the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. So they're not going to continue the tornado warning past 12:30, it looks like. However, they are going with that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. So that means you could get a quick spin-up tornado potentially instead of that long-lived, long-track tornado. So that's something we'll definitely keep an eye on. They're also saying 70-mile-per-hour winds possible for this new severe thunderstorm warning for Estill, Lee, Owsley, Powell, and Wolfe counties until 1:15. So one thing I want to do is continue to put that storm track up there. Brandon, what are some of the towns in the path of this storm?
Right now it's over Alger, but it's moving towards Shade at around 12:34, Mount Olive at 12:41, and it will continue to push down towards Beattyville, just to the north of Boonville, and eventually, over the next hour and a half, it will push down towards Jackson and into Breathitt County. So if you're in that area too, and now we just have a new severe thunderstorm warning just pop up, you're seeing it as we do here. This one goes for Menifee, Powell, Wolfe counties. That's until 1:15 p.m. And that's for the northern half of this storm. Wasn't covered in that warning that Shane was just mentioning a minute ago. So they have this entire thunderstorm complex warned as it continues to push southeast into eastern Kentucky.
And this is it's a large storm complex, Brandon. This storm looks like it's about 20 miles wide. Weather Service for that part of the storm, the one in Menifee, Powell, and Wolfe counties, saying potential for 1.5 inches. That's golf ball size hail. And this storm does have a history of producing that size hail back up towards Lexington and back up towards Frankfort. Saw some reports earlier on social media of some very large hail near Taylorsville earlier in the day. So definitely this storm has meant business before, and it continues to mean business.
That's right, and I'm going to take the radar and zoom in a little bit on Lee and Estill counties at this storm, and you can actually see a little bit of a hook in the thunderstorm. That's where we're seeing the rotation is right here where that hook is. There's a little bit of inflow into the thunderstorm there, and there's a little bit of rotation that the storm actually took on when 2 thunderstorms actually merged together. So that's what this tornado warning is for, the Irvine area. So if you're in Irvine, Lee, Estill counties, it's best just to get an interior room or closet. If you have a basement, even better, until the storm passes away from windows. But even outside of that rotation, Shane, there's still wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour in some locations.
That's right, Brandon. And this thunderstorm taking a very impressive look on our 3D pinpoint Doppler radar. Let's switch sources and take a look at that. And you can see the core of that storm right now over Irvine. Notice all the red on that thunderstorm. That is a very, very vertically developed, very tall thunderstorm. Taller thunderstorms are stronger thunderstorms. You need those tall updrafts to help produce the hail that we're seeing with that golf ball size hail. And that is right on top of the city of Irvine. So if you're in Irvine right now, all the way up to Stanton, you need to be seeking shelter. Get to the lowest level of your home. Get away from windows. Preferably get in a basement if you have one. If you don't, an interior closet or bathroom with no windows will work, and you just need to ride out this storm. Now, the tornado warning is getting ready to expire, but once again, the Weather Service has changed this into a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Estill, Lee, Owsley, Powell, and Wolfe counties. And Brandon, tell us a little bit about that new enhanced wording the Weather Service has been using with this storm.
That's right. What they're doing here is, as this tornado warning expires coming up in about 30 seconds or so, they're actually letting it expire and keeping a severe thunderstorm warning out on it. There's a little bit of rotation in the thunderstorm, but it's not enough to actually produce a tornado warning. So there's a little bit of rotation. It's good just to keep an eye on this thunderstorm and take shelter in an interior room or closet, as the storm is still producing some wind gusts to 70 miles per hour.
And let's switch back over to Pinpoint Doppler. Thank you very much there. You will see, once again, we have that tornado warning is getting ready to expire, but we do have two new severe thunderstorm warnings that are replacing it. One for Lee County, also Estill County, Owsley County, Powell County, and Wolfe County. That's going to go till 1:15. That's for the southern end of the storm where the wind is the strongest, and the part of the storm with the possible rotation and the potential of producing a tornado. Now, the northern part of this storm, up into Menifee County, northern Powell County, I'd say from the Mountain Parkway north, follow the Mountain Parkway down into Wolfe County and towards Campton. This part of the severe thunderstorm is more concerned with hail, golf ball size hail, possible with this thunderstorm as it continues to work its way off to the east and southeast at around 45 miles per hour.
That's right. And if we can switch over to the other weather computer again. I have it zoomed out a little bit so you can actually see where the thunderstorms are across much of the bluegrass. This one lone thunderstorm, that's the one we're talking about with the severe thunderstorm warnings out now that the tornado warning has now been allowed to expire for portions of Lee and Estill counties, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. There it is right there. That's going to continue to push on off towards the south and east, but otherwise that's the only severe thunderstorm that we have in our area right now. But that doesn't mean you should let your guard down, Shane. There's still a lot of heating going on in the southern part of our area, and we have still yet to see more thunderstorms that are set to develop here in the next few hours, especially in the Cumberland River Valley.
Yeah, especially down towards London, Corbin, Somerset, Williamsburg, Whitley City, Monticello. You folks down there have not seen the main event yet. And even for us here into the southern end of the Kentucky River Valley, Hazard, up to Jackson, over towards Pikeville and the Big Sandy Valley, don't let your guard down. Even though we've seen the rain in the clouds, we can still see these thunderstorms are still producing some large hail, potential for damaging winds. So our main concern right now down in the Cumberland Valley, but we're not letting our guard down in the Kentucky River and Big Sandy River valleys. What we're going to do right now, since the tornado warnings expired, we're going to cut out, go back to regularly scheduled programming. We will break in as necessary. Keep checking in on the WYMT Facebook page and WYMT on Twitter, and we'll bring you updates as they become available.
This is a WYMT Severe Weather Alert.
Good afternoon again, friends. Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith here with another breaking weather alert here on WYMT. A new tornado warning has been issued. This one does include portions of Estill and Lee counties. This is going to go until 1:15. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this storm right now. This is a Doppler indicated tornado. The radar is picking up some very intense rotation near the city of Irvine right now. If you live near Irvine, you need to get to the lowest level of your home, get to your tornado safety place. preferably a basement if you have one. But this thunderstorm is right now between Irvine and Irvine, excuse me, and that is going to push down to the south and the east. This is the area of the storm right through here that we are concerned with. It is where you notice the radar is hooking back in on itself. That is a classic radar signature of rotation in a thunderstorm. Not as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago when they issued this warning, but it is enough that we are concerned. And this is the same storm that sparked off a tornado warning just a few minutes ago. This is the same storm that produced some very large hail up into central Kentucky. So right now, southeastern Estill County, northwestern Lee County, you are the two areas under the gun. If you're in the city of Beattyville, I'd be seeking shelter immediately. Lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. You don't want any windows in the room you're in. A closet or a bathroom is preferable. You also want to get under some sturdy furniture, hide in the bathtub, cover yourself in a mattress. You want to protect your head. That is what most tornado-related fatalities are from. It's from flying debris hitting you in the head. So you want to protect your head, get low, get under something sturdy. Not a confirmed tornado, but a Doppler-indicated tornado showing some very intense rotation just a few minutes ago near Irvine as it is traveling off to the south and east at around 45 miles per hour. Meteorologist Brandon Orr is joining us right now. Brandon, what's the latest?
Well, this thunderstorm, we've been watching it. We've been on air not too long ago, and it keeps pulsing up and then dying off a little bit in terms of rotation, but it's still producing some very strong wind gusts and also that little bit of rotation that could produce a tornado. But as Shane mentioned, we do not have any reports of tornadoes out of this. We're just seeing some strong rotation on radar that could lead to a tornado at any time. So if you're anywhere near Irvine, down near River Drive, Main Street, this storm is actually paralleling the Kentucky River. So it's going to do so out towards Beattyville as well within the next hour or so, and also into Breathitt County within an hour and a half to 2 hours.
All right, and one thing we're going to do is go over and take a look at our other radar source. We're going to look at the rotation on this Doppler radar, and in the control room, if you can go ahead and punch me up on the wall in front of this, you will see that we are seeing this rotation over near Irvine, and it is where these greens and reds are coming together. Brandon, if you can highlight that for me, you can see the green wind heading towards or away from the radar, the red wind heading towards the radar. So that is where we are getting this area of rotation, and it is continuing to work its way off to the east. Let's zoom in a little closer, take a look at some of the towns and the roadways in the path of this rotation, where if there is a tornado, this is where it would be. This storm continues to work off to the south and east at 45 miles per hour, just to the southeast of Renova, Millers Creek, West Baker Lane, Stone Fox Lane, Highway 52, Price, Texola, West Barker Lane. That's the main road through there apparently, and this is where the circulation is, and it is working its way off to the south and the east. Eventually it will head its way down towards Beattyville, and we will see this thunderstorm continue to head off to the south and the east. Not as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago, but like we said earlier, this storm is what we call cycling. It'll intensify a little bit, then it will weaken, and that happens with these summertime thunderstorms. Let's go back to regular pinpoint Doppler radar, and we will take a look at this area. It is once again just to the north and west of Beattyville. If you are in Lee County, especially the northwestern portion of Lee County, I want you to go ahead and get into your tornado safety spots. Once again, tornado warning means it is time to take action. That means a tornado or a funnel cloud has been spotted or is indicated on radar. In this case, it's a radar indicated storm. But this was the storm that produced funnel clouds near Winchester that our friends at the Kentucky State Police saw. Once again, here's what you need to do. Take shelter in the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as much space between you and the outside world as possible. Get under sturdy furniture like a workbench, a work table, or in a bathtub and cover yourself with a mattress. And if you're in a mobile home, you need to seek some more sturdy shelter. Now we're going out to the big picture right now, and what I want to show you is that it's just this one storm that's severe. The rest of the storms on the board are not severe except for this one just to the north of Lexington. we're not seeing the sunshine that we thought we would this morning. We thought we'd see that first round of rain, then a break, and then in the second round. Well, we didn't get the break. So that's why instead of a widespread severe weather outbreak, we're just dealing with this one thunderstorm that's very intense and could be producing a tornado, Brandon Orr.
That's exactly right. It's moving to the south and east at around 45 miles an hour. So I want to give you another look at some of the places that will be impacted by this thunderstorm as it continues to push to the southeast. That includes Beattyville. As Shane mentioned, if you're anywhere in or around Beattyville, you're going to be impacted by this thunderstorm as it pushes to the south and east. Now, its rotation dropped off a little bit, but that does not mean it's not producing a funnel cloud or still has rotation. It's pulsing up and down. So if you're anywhere around Beattyville, you want to get in shelter near Jackson. This storm is headed to your area in about an hour or so in the rest of the southern half of Breathitt County.
That's right, and if this storm does hold its course, it'll likely pass between Jackson and Hazard here within the next hour or so. So southern Breathitt County, northern Perry County, you folks need to be keeping a close eye on this thunderstorm. Folks in Campton, know you're watching up in Wolfe County. Looks like the worst of this storm is going to go south of you. If you're in the southern end of Wolfe County, definitely keep tuned, keep an eye on the storm. Northern portion of Wolfe County, yeah, you've got a strong thunderstorm going on, but it's not looking quite as intense. Our main concern right now is for the city of Beattyville as this tornado-warned thunderstorm continues to work its way off to the south and the east. The rotation not looking as tight as it was earlier on Doppler radar, but still, we've got this little notch here in the radar reflectivity that at least indicates there's some type of rotation going on. It's not very intense rotation, but folks, right now it looks like we're not going to be talking about the long-tracked, long-lived tornadoes like we saw back on March 2nd of 2012. It looks like today's tornadoes, if we do see any, will be short-lived tornadoes, quick spin-ups like we like to call them. And those don't stay on the ground very long. They down for a couple minutes, in some cases not even a mile. They'll do their damage and then rise back up, and then that same thunderstorm could produce another one later on down the line. So while the ingredients are here for severe weather, it's not looking like a widespread severe weather outbreak, but where it does hit, it could get pretty bad at times, and we are seeing a very intense thunderstorm moving into the northern end of Lee County, moving out of Estill County, and once again, that area of rotation there, Brandon, is really getting my attention.
That's right, and we actually have a report of a funnel cloud coming in less than 15 minutes ago by the emergency manager out in Estill County, and that is near the Fox area. So it's not producing a tornado, at least right now, but there are some funnel clouds that are going in and out, so it could produce a tornado at any time. That's why that tornado warning is still in effect.
Once again, and that tornado warning going to continue for about another 23 minutes or so, going up till right around 1:15. For folks into Estill County, give this about another 5 to 10 minutes. And we'll go ahead and give you the all clear. So wait about 5 or 10 minutes in Estill County, and then you can come out of your tornado safe place. For my friends still in the Lee County, especially the western end of Lee County, you still need to be in your tornado shelters. This thunderstorm, like Brandon said, we're seeing funnel clouds with it. Haven't seen a tornado on the ground yet, at least not one confirmed. But with these kind of setups, you can get just a quick spin up to drop down, do a little damage, and then jump back up into the atmosphere. So if you live in the southern end, especially of Lee County, from Beattyville to the south, and even just north of Beattyville, I'd be taking shelter, as you're likely going to see some very heavy rain, some intense lightning, and some large hail out of this thunderstorm. This thunderstorm has a history of producing golf ball size hail back up into central Kentucky, Brandon.
That's right. We'll put another storm track on it so you can see actually where it's headed. This is actually where the rotation is located. It's just to the northwest of Beattyville, and it's moving to the southeast at around 45 miles an hour. So some of the areas that are going to be impacted is Wynot and Yellow Rock at around 12:55, Mount Olive, Maloney around 1 o'clock, St. Helens, Airedale about 1:05, and Monica and Canyon Falls around 1:10. Again, this is headed into the southern portions of Breathitt County, and also Lee and Estill counties getting impacted by some large hail. Some half-dollar size hail is actually some of the wording in the severe thunderstorm warning.
Wow, that's not something you see too often. And once again, for you folks in Breathitt County, you're not under the warning yet, but why we keep mentioning it is it's heading your direction. Give it about another 30, 45 minutes, and this is going to be on the western doorstep of Breathitt County, one of our larger counties in the coverage area, at least geographically. Our main concern right now, southern Lee County, specifically the city of Beattyville. Brandon, I want you to zoom this radar in, and let's also bring back up the velocity and zoom it in and take a close look at what's heading into downtown Beattyville, because this thunderstorm, it's not as impressive as it was, but it's definitely showing a bit of rotation. If we can go ahead and switch sources on the weather computer, there you will see this is where we're worried about, right off to the west of Beattyville. Brandon, if you want to highlight that, it's that area right there where the greens and reds are coming together. This is looking at wind on Doppler radar. The green going towards the radar, the red going away from the radar, and where those two come together, that is a sign of rotation, Brandon.
That's exactly right. So this will be over Beattyville within the next 5 minutes or so. So if you're in and around Beattyville, you want to take shelter, again, in an interior room or closet away from windows. A basement is even better, as this storm is not only producing periodic funnel clouds, but it's also producing some very strong wind gusts to around 70 miles per hour. But in addition to some of these thunderstorms, if we switch over to our other computer, we're going to zoom out a little bit, and you can see that's really the only severe thunderstorm that we have in our area right now. So if you're not in and around this thunderstorm, you're just seeing some light rainfall, you can expect more in the way of some thunderstorms later on this afternoon. So we're not all out of the clear just yet, but this is a tornado-warned thunderstorm. It's the only one that we have in our area right now.
And one thing I want to mention, folks, too, is if you have any damage reports or any reports from this storm, once it's safe to do so, let the storm pass, and then once it's safe to do so, send those to us. Send them to us at WYMT on Twitter. Post them on the WYMT Facebook page. You can hit up mine, Brandon Orr's, or Brandon Robinson's Facebook or Twitter pages. Let us know what the weather's doing in your neck of the woods. If we can, Brandon, I want to zoom the radar back out. Even though this is the only warning we have right now, and the folks in Beattyville need to still be in their shelters, I want to take a quick look at what's developing back off to the west. We're starting to see some thunderstorms develop back towards the Cumberland Valley and back into south central Kentucky. This is something we're going to have to keep our eye on, because this area down around Somerset, London, to Williamsburg, over to Monticello, they've seen sunshine in the last few hours, and that will fuel more intense thunderstorms as they head our way. In fact, temperatures right now upper 80s down into some of the Cumberland Valley regions. So that is a sure sign that there is a lot of heat and humidity to work with. And Brandon, it looks like we have a new tornado watch.
Yes, we just had that. You just saw it popping up. So you're seeing the information come into the Weather Center just as we are. There is a new tornado watch that just gone out for our entire viewing area in Kentucky and also Virginia and Tennessee. And we're getting some more information on that right now. In fact, we're trying to pop it up. That expires at around 8 p.m. And that, again, that goes for all of our Kentucky counties and also down along the Virginia border and down to the Tennessee border as well.
All right, so let's go ahead and switch radar sources while Brandon cleans up the radar and gets that to where we can show it again. I want to focus on this area of rotation near Beattyville. It is just to the west of Beattyville. It is moving to the southeast at around 45 miles per hour. And for you folks in Beattyville, you need to be seeking shelter now, as this thunderstorm that potentially could be producing a tornado is bearing down on you right now. So if you live in the southern end of Lee County, go ahead and seek shelter. Lower Buffalo, Beattyville, over to Talaga, and even over into the western end of Breathitt County, I would be ready to take your shelter at a moment's notice. This thunderstorm holding together. Just got a report of out of Barberville, not too much yet, just some rain and some lightning. Thanks for that report there on Twitter. Once again, just keep a very close eye on this storm in southern Lee County. Seek shelter, lowest level of your home, inside an interior room or closet. This thunderstorm means business. It is definitely producing a lot of lightning now on top of downtown Beattyville. And Brandon, it looks like it may be trying to pulse up again with this latest radar scan.
That's right. That's what it's been doing for the past couple hours now. At one moment, it will produce a funnel cloud, and then the next moment, it's not producing anything, just has a little bit of rotation with it. So that's why it's so important to still be in your safe spot if you're in Beattyville. And as this approaches southern Breathitt County and also northern Owsley County over the next couple of hours or so. We still have a little bit to go on this tornado warning.
Let's switch radar sources again, get something folks are more used to seeing. This is the part of the storm we were talking about just to the south of Beattyville. Notice how we have this area on the thunderstorm where the reds and the yellows are coming down and hooking back. And then there's an area of clearing. That is what we call a hook echo. Now, this isn't a textbook hook echo, but it is enough of one to make us a little concerned about the possibility of rotation. That is an indicator the storm is rotating, maybe trying to produce a tornado. We have not seen any confirmed reports of a tornado yet into Estill County or Lee County, but we have seen a couple of reports of funnel clouds, and this thunderstorm is continuing to work its way off to the south and the east at around 45 miles per hour. Now, my friends up in Estill County, I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear, even though the tornado warning still continues for the next little bit, about another 15 minutes or so. You folks in Estill County are now clear of this thunderstorm. Right now, my main concern is Lee County and also western end of Breathitt County. It looks like we just had some kind of flash flood or flood advisory come out there, but just be on the lookout. This thunderstorm will be breathing down your neck here in the next little bit. So that is a flood advisory, small stream and urban flood advisory till 5 o'clock for Breathitt County, Brandon.
That's right. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer so we can see exactly where this rotation is in parts of Beattyville. And if we zoom in a little bit closer, you can see right around Main Street near Route 11. That's near Broadway, Grand Avenue. This is basically paralleling the Kentucky River as it dives on off to the south and east over towards South Fork Road, Route 11, Route 52 there, the Blaines Branch Road. And this continues to push off to the south and east. So other areas that are impacted by this thunderstorm over the next hour or so, Talega, Cope Branch, Turkey, as this goes into southern Breathitt County near Watts, Sebastian's Branch, and also Wolf Cole. That's where that flood advisory is already put in effect until 5 o'clock later on this afternoon, because this storm is also producing some rainfall amounts in excess of 1 inch.
Yeah, so this multiple threats we're dealing with today, my friends. We've got not only the tornado threat, the severe weather threat with the damaging wind and large hail, we also have the flood threat from the heavy rain. So it's a multifaceted threat we're dealing with today. It's part of the reason we declared the severe weather alert day. It's not just one kind of severe weather, it's several kinds. You can see this thunderstorm as it has evolved over the last hour or so, really starting to take a better shape over the last 15 minutes as it is approaching. And right now, it looks like the rotation right on top of downtown Beattyville. Once again, I cannot stress enough, if you're in southern Lee County, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Lowest level of your home, away from windows, get to the center of your house, a bathroom or a closet or a basement, your best bets. And if you're in a mobile home, especially down southeastern end of Lee County, western Breathitt County, you need to find a sturdier shelter to get to in case this thunderstorm does actually produce a tornado.
That's right. Right now, as Shane mentioned, it's over downtown Beattyville. So if you're in Beattyville to the north of Boonville in northern Owsley County or southern Breathitt County, around into the south of Jackson, that's where we're seeing this thunderstorm pass. You want to be in your safe place as soon as right now as the storm continues to pass over Beattyville. So what is your safe place, whether it's indoors, inside, away from windows, in the lowest floor of your home, and put as much space between you and the walls outside, maybe a bathroom that's away from windows in the interior portion of your home, as well as a basement. That's even better if you're in cars, if you have a shelter nearby. That would be the best place to do so. So if you have someone around Beattyville and you know someone that lives there, you want to give them a phone call and tell them that the storm is on the way. It's still producing some rotation. It's not too strong right now, but this storm has a history of producing some intermittent funnel clouds over the past hour or two.
That's right, Brandon. And right now I'm just kind of scouring through some of our social media sources to see if we've got any reports out of Lee County. I'm not seeing any just yet, but folks, like I said, I want you to wait until the storm has passed to send us those. You need to take shelter first, be safe, and then deal with the aftermath. Brandon, if we can, let's just pop up a pinpoint Doppler back up, and I'll walk out here, and we'll just kind of take a look at this and just kind of reset the board, if you will. New tornado watch out for the entire region now. Brandon, what time does that go to again?
I believe that goes to around 8 o'clock this evening.
8 o'clock this evening on that tornado watch. So the entire area under the gun until 8 o'clock tonight for the potential of tornadoes. Right now, only 2 storms on the board, either severe or tornado warned. This one that's right now working through southern Lee County, also one to the north of Lexington. That's not in our backyard yet. We won't worry about it till it gets here. But you can see very intense thunderstorm right on top of Beattyville. This storm has a history of producing golf ball size hail back up into central Kentucky near the town of Taylorsville. And this storm continues to work off to the south and the east for the next 45 miles per hour. The warning lasts for about an additional 10 minutes or so. So for you folks in southern Lee County, you need to continue to remain in your tornado shelters. For folks in western Breathitt County, no warning just yet. Same story, northern Owsley County. Don't let your guard down. Let's not wait until a warning gets issued. If you're in those towns, go ahead and seek shelter. This is a pretty potent thunderstorm as we look at Doppler radar. And that hook echo has me worried. If we can zoom in just a little bit tighter on that, Brandon. That is not a good looking radar signature from what I'm seeing. Notice how we've got this little appendage coming off the thunderstorm. That is usually not a good sign. Talk to us a little bit more about that and some of the areas where that rotation could be going on.
That's right. As we mentioned, right now it's over downtown Beattyville. We're putting some roads on there for you. Crow Lane, Talladega, I should say, over the next about 5 minutes or so down towards Lone. And this will just now cross over into portions of southern Breathitt County within the next 15 minutes. So we don't have any word on if they're going to expand this warning to the south and east just yet. It expires in about 10 minutes from now. But there's still some light rotation every once in a while out of the storm system. So that's why we're still keeping an eye on it, and we're still on air to let you know where the storm is headed over the next hour or so.
That's right, Brandon. The storm not looking quite as impressive, but like we've mentioned a couple of times now, this storm is pulsing, it's cycling. It'll get really intense for a few minutes, it'll die down for a little bit, and this happens with summer thunderstorms and springtime thunderstorms a lot, and this trend looks like it will continue as this thunderstorm continues to push off to the south and the east. Now, the interesting thing to watch is what's going to happen with this thunderstorm as it moves into an area that's had a lot of rain-cooled air from this morning. We've seen cloud cover most of the morning in Hazard and in southern Breathitt County. We've seen a lot of rain this morning, so this is not exactly an ideal environment for a tornado-based thunderstorm. But as we're seeing, even though we don't have that heating like we'd normally see with this kind of severe weather setup, this storm is still capable of producing some rotation. Still a tornado warning going all the way up until 1:15. And $half size hail mentioned in this warning, and we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Brandon, tell us a little bit about this. It looks like it's going into northern Perry County, portions of Breathitt County, over into portions of Knott and Floyd County as well. Also Lee and Owsley County. Tell us a little bit more about this storm, Brandon.
That's right. They just expanded this severe thunderstorm warning. It's for the same storm, but as it's moving to the south and east, they're putting warnings out ahead of it as this thunderstorm is not weakening too much over the past hour or so. It could contain some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as quarter-size hail as it dives on to the south and east at around 50 miles per hour or so. So we could see a little bit of hail out of this. It's right now, it's pretty close to Airedale near St. Helens, Primrose and Fillmore around 1 o'clock. Prince and Bethany around 1:05. So that's about right now is where we're headed. And then there's about 10 more minutes left on that tornado warning. But it does not look like they're going to continue the tornado warning right now. Instead, they're putting that severe thunderstorm warning out for some locations like Breathitt, Knott, Lee, McGoffin, Owsley, and northern Perry County to the north of Hazard. And that goes till around 1:45.
And Brandon, I know you're communicating with our friends over at the Weather Service. Are they using that enhanced wording with tornado possible on this new severe thunderstorm warning?
We just got the warning in now, and yes, they do have a tornado possible because there's still a little bit of weak rotation included with this thunderstorm.
And folks, that's what we were talking about just a little while ago. This storm is cycling. Right now it's in the weaker phase. It's weakening a bit, but that doesn't mean you need to let your guard down. I want you folks in southern Breathitt County, northern Perry County, north of Hazard, definitely east of Buckhorn. So right there along 15, I'd say from about the Dollar General store down by Sykes up to the north. Definitely be on the lookout over there towards the east, towards Knott County. Hindman, definitely. I'd say once you get to Hindman West, that area, definitely be on the lookout. Western Floyd County. We are going to continue to see this thunderstorm push off to the south and the east at 45 miles per hour. And even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, I want you to treat it like a tornado warning because this storm does have that history of rotation and that potential of dropping a quick spin-up tornado. We've seen multiple funnel clouds reported with this storm, seen reports of golf ball size hail with it when it was back up in central Kentucky. Brandon, if you can, let's put a storm track on this storm. Take it through the next hour. It's going to the southeast at 45 miles per hour. And let's see some of the towns in the path of this thunderstorm.
All right, we're going to take this storm track and it's going to go through right through central and southern Breathitt County with this storm producing some hail to around quarter size and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's moving to the southeast. It's sped up just a hair to around 50 miles per hour. And Shane, you have some of those counties there. LaRose at around 110, War Creek at 112, also over towards Cope Branch, 119 over towards Canoe. This will impact Jackson in Breathitt County and points to the south through southern Breathitt County. And then farther to the north, on northern Perry County, that will be over the next hour or so. So that's where it's headed over the next several hours.
That's right, Brandon. And folks in Hazard, don't need you to take your shelter just yet. Now, if you live in the northern part of Perry County, I'd go ahead and take that shelter. Notice, Hazard not in that polygon. That polygon is the area where we're expecting the worst part of the storm. So even though Perry County under this new severe thunderstorm warning, you'll see that doesn't include Buckhorn, doesn't include Vico. You folks should be in the clear. It looks like it's going to go through the southwestern portion of Breathitt County, north of Buckhorn Lake, then go on into northern Perry County, and then work its way through northern Knott County. Hindman, you are definitely in the path of this storm. Looks like it's about an hour out right now. So you folks into northern Perry County, southern Breathitt County, and eastern Knott County, and even back over towards Floyd County, need to be looking out. Also southern Magoffin County. Keep an eye on this thunderstorm. What we're going to do, we've still got a few more minutes on this tornado warning. We're going to stick with it until it expires. Then once it expires, and as long as we have a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll cut in intermittently with updates. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. But if you're right now in the southeastern end of Lee County and the western end of Breathitt County, I need you to go ahead and seek shelter. For you folks in Beattyville, it looks like the worst has passed. We would love some reports from Beattyville. Hit us up on WYMT's Facebook page, WYMT on Twitter, and we've got, Brandon, what is 1 minute left on this?
No, we got one report in from, let's see, out of Estill County. A tree was reported from the emergency manager across the road at the junction of Little Harwicks Creek Road and also Furnace Junction. That's 213, Route 213 in northeastern Estill County. So we're getting sporadic reports of some trees down and some power outages associated with this thunderstorm, as it has wind gusts around 70 miles per hour in some locations.
And you know what? If that's the worst we have to deal with today, my friends, wouldn't that be nice? But we're not done with the thunderstorm action just yet. There are more thunderstorms developing off to the north and the west, so don't let your guard down just yet. We've got one severe thunderstorm right now that's still tornado warned. Until it exits Lee County, then they're going with a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. So even though this is a severe thunderstorm warning, I want you to treat it like a tornado warning. Go ahead and seek shelter. Western end of Breathitt County, northern end of Perry County, western end of Knott County, southern tip of Magoffin County, also included over that way. So you folks in Salyersville are in the clear, but if you live in the southern tip of the county, especially over towards Route 30, just be on the lookout. That thunderstorm has a history of producing golf ball size hail, wind damage. We just talked about those trees that it knocked down over into Estill County. It has the history of reporting funnel clouds. We saw one near Beattyville, also one back up towards Winchester earlier in the afternoon. And this thunderstorm warning, once again, for Breathitt, Knott, Lee, Magoffin, Owsley, and Perry counties until 1:45. But once again, Perry County, northern end of the county. Western end of Knott County. It's not every part of the county. It's just the ones in this yellow box. So just pay close attention to where those polygons are. If you're in that area, then you need to take shelter. Brandon, tell me a little bit about the latest on this storm.
Yeah, it continues to dive to the south and east at around 50 miles per hour. We got 3 minutes left on this tornado warning, just producing a little bit of rotation every once in a while, and that not going to be extended past 1:15. We have that severe thunderstorm warning that's taking care of that in place for portions of Jackson, and Shane was just mentioning some of those counties a little bit ago. But I want to focus a little bit to the south because we're getting some questions on Facebook. What about my area? You know, I'm out in the Cumberland River Valley near I-75. You're dry, at least for right now, but more storms are developing out to the west. You can see them here on Pinpoint Doppler just to the east of Bowling Green. Those will be pushing into our area over the next several hours. So this is really the only thunderstorm that we have that's producing severe weather in our area, but that could change by the time we get a couple hours from now this afternoon.
And we have that tornado watch all the way up until 8 o'clock tonight. So folks, don't let your guard down just yet. Just because you haven't seen anything yet doesn't mean this is over. Folks in the Cumberland Valley, we haven't even started this mess yet. Folks in the Big Sandy, right now, we keep this rain around, keep those clouds around, you're looking okay. Our main concern at the moment, though, in the Kentucky River Valley, as this thunderstorm that was tornado warned, getting ready to expire here in about 2 minutes, is moving its way into Breathitt County, Jackson, places to the south and the west. You need to be seeking shelter, get to the lowest level of your home. Still a lot of lightning in this thunderstorm. It may not have the impressive wind structure that it did just a little while ago, but this thunderstorm producing plenty of heavy rain. Also have that flood advisory for Breathitt County till 5 o'clock this evening. So multifaceted problems today, folks. We've got thunderstorm issues with the wind, the hail. We've got the tornado issue, and then we've got the flooding issue. So this is a long duration event. Keep it here with WYMT. Keep checking back with us throughout the day. If you have to step away from the TV, take us to go. WYMT radar app will let you know when your area, where exactly you're standing, is placed under a warning. It's a great feature of our app, available on the iTunes Store and Google Play Store. So for Android and iOS devices, if you don't have it, I highly recommend getting it. Also, be sure to check us out on social media. WYMT on Facebook, WYMT on Twitter. All three of our weather team has Facebook and Twitter pages. Just search us on those sites and you'll find us, and we'll be happy to answer your questions and tell you about what's going on. But for right now, the most intense portion of this storm, just off to the west of Jackson. Brandon, I want you to zoom in right through here, just west of Jackson, where that brighter red and a little bit of pink is starting to show up. That is where we are seeing the most intense portion of this thunderstorm. Still got a little bit of a notch in the moving across the Lee-Breathitt County line, but it's a little bit jagged. It's not as impressive as it was earlier, and we'll see what happens with this new scan. And just as I say that, it starts to tighten up a little bit. It starts to intensify. These storms are cycling, and that means they weaken and then they intensify, and we may be getting ready to head back into an intensification stage. That tornado warning just expired, but I want to mention some of the towns and roads that need to seek shelter. Brandon, go ahead and mention some of those for our friends at home.
Yes, right now it's mainly moving around downtown Jackson into the south of Jackson. So that includes portions of Route 30 over towards Markham Fork Road, Cope Branch. In fact, there's a little bit of hail. You see some of this purple that Shane was talking about right over Cope Branch. That's where we're seeing some a little bit of a hail core. There's some hail up to the size of quarters out of some of this as it continues to push off to the south and east near Turkey, Talbot, Watts, Lost Creek, through the southern portion of Breathitt County, and then eventually over the next hour or so through northern Perry County and into Knott County.
All right, folks, so here's what's going on. Now that tornado warning is issued and we're just down to this severe thunderstorm warning, what we're going to do is we're going to step away from programming. This thunderstorm warning expires at 1:45. We will cut in as needed, probably 1 or 2 times, as long as this thing doesn't go tornado warned again. But just keep checking back with us here on WYMT and on social media, and we'll keep you ahead of the storms for the rest of the day. Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith here with you once again as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Wanted to tell you about this one going into portions of Laurel County, Jackson County, Clay County, and Rockcastle County until 2:15 p.m. This is a new thunderstorm that is developed and is working its way down to the south and the east. This thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, according to our friends at the National Weather Service. And this is moving to the east at around 50 miles per hour. So it looks like the worst of it's going to pass north of London, but Mount Vernon taking it on the chin right now. That's eventually going to work its way on over towards McKee and Anvil, and then maybe down towards Manchester here in about the next 45 minutes or so. Once again, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this thunderstorm for northern Laurel County, northwestern Clay County, pretty much all of Jackson and Rockcastle counties. Don't want to forget about this thunderstorm with the tornado warning or tornado possible wording for portions of Breathitt County, Perry County, Knott, Lee, Owsley, and Magoffin County. That goes until 1:45, so about another 12 minutes left on this thunderstorm warning. Once again, this one over towards Breathitt and Perry counties was the one earlier that had the tornado warning. It is not as intense as it was earlier, but still showing us some signs of some strong wind gusts, potentially some large hail. So 2 thunderstorm warnings on the board right now. Both of these thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds. Definitely want to be staying in an interior room if you're under one of these warnings currently. For friends down towards Corbin, London, you're going to be seeing the worst of this storm off to your north. I don't think it'll go through you directly, but for friends over towards Manchester, I'd be on the lookout. That thunderstorm likely going to be cutting it close to you here in the next 45 minutes or so. Mount Vernon, McKee, right now seeing the worst of that storm. Let's zoom in, take a closer look at this, put some roads on here, show you where this storm is heading. Notice this purple on the Doppler radar just to the north of Mount Vernon on I-75. That is an indicator right there of some potentially large hail. Some of the roads near this, Mula Church Road, Two Cake Road, Holiday Road, that is just some of the areas that are being impacted by this severe thunderstorm as it continues to work its way off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. So folks down in northern Laurel County, northwestern Clay County, southern Jackson County, and back into Rockcastle County, go ahead and seek shelter. Also, I wanted to bring you up to speed real quick on this storm in southern Breathitt County. Not as impressive as it was earlier on radar, but still looking like we're seeing some strong wind on the southern edge of this storm as it is moving closer to Hindman. That'll be in your backyard here in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hazard. Looks like the worst of it's going north of us and going to pass us off to the north and to the east. And southern end of Magoffin County, looks like y'all are going to miss it. So that's some good news right now. Our attention on this storm focused on the Perry-Breathitt County border and over into Knott County, and that'll eventually work its way into southern Floyd County. So we're going to continue to monitor these thunderstorms, keep checking back in on social media, and we'll bring you updates on air as necessary. But until then, we're going to send you back to your regularly scheduled program. Good afternoon again, friends. Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith alongside Brandon Orr and Brandon Robinson in the Sky Alert Weather Center. We are tracking a new tornado warning which has been issued for portions of Laurel County over into Jackson County and Clay County. This warning going to go until 2:30. Doppler radar indicating the potential of a little bit of rotation. It's not looking great right now, my friends. However, the hail potential in the storm also on the high side. So you folks in the northern end of Laurel County, I'd say from about East Bernstead off to the north over into northeastern Clay County, northeast of Manchester, right there between Manchester and Anvil. You need to be seeking shelter as we speak. Go down to the lowest level of your home, into a interior bathroom or a closet. This thunderstorm definitely on the strong side, and you can see the strongest portion of that storm just off to the north of west of Manchester, right near Welchburg, often Royfeder, Vine, Burning Springs, all in the path of the storm as it is working its way off to the south and to the east at about 50 miles per hour. We are going to put a track on this storm, seeing the National Weather Service saying radar indicated tornado and the potential of golf ball size hail. This storm will be near Daffa and Shepherdstown around 2:10, Burning Springs and High Knob around 2:15, Treadway and Laurel Creek around 2:20, and near Tanksley and Spurlock around 2:25, and Inline and Peabody around 2:30. Once again, right now, let's go ahead and send it over to Brandon Orr.
Yes, that's not the only severe thunderstorm that we have going on. That is the tornado warned one. There is actually another severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up with 60-mile-per-hour winds as some hail larger than quarter size. That goes from Magoffin, Menifee, Morgan, and Wolfe counties until 2:30. That's this storm just up here near West Liberty. This one is pushing to the south and east. Right now it's near Frenchburg. pushing into southern Morgan County, around into the south of West Liberty. That will eventually impact areas near Salyers over the next hour or two. And like we mentioned, the more severe thunderstorm is actually the one that's moving into northern Clay County right now. Shane, just to the north of Manchester, that tornado warning continues.
That's right, and we're going to keep with the coverage here for the next little bit until at least the tornado warning goes away. But definitely two areas of interest right now. This thunderstorm is really just developed within the last hour or so. It started off back to the northwest, just to the southwest of Richmond near Danville, and has just continued to develop. Not seeing any confirmed reports of hail out of this storm just yet, but some of the radar signatures with the hail cores in this storm have been pretty impressive. And for the Weather Service to mention golf ball size hail in their wording for this warning, that's not something that happens very often. And it sounds like we may be getting either some rain or some hail here at the studio. Let's go to punch up the sky cam in the back if you can. We've got the WYMT studio cam pulled up, and we are seeing quite a nasty picture on it right now. Even though we don't have a warning, I just want to take a quick look at this for our friends in Hazard. You can see, yeah, that's some heavy rain moving in. Don't see, maybe a little bit of small hail with that. But yeah, definitely a very, very strong thunderstorm moving into Perry County, although no warnings with that right now, although I am seeing some pretty strong wind gusts on Doppler radar. Let's go back to Pinpoint, and we'll take a look at this storm as it is working right on top of Hazard right now. And my friends, I don't like the look of this radar signature, and just hearing that rain come out of nowhere like that, that's a pretty potent signature. So we'll keep an eye on that one. No warnings on that just yet, although it's coming down good here at the studio. Back over to this storm over into southern, well, there's that warning, just as I mentioned that. Brandon, what time is that going to go to? I see that's portions of Perry County. That's going to go till 3 o'clock at the top of the hour. That's Perry County. Is it just Perry County?
That is not Letcher and Perry County. That goes around 3 o'clock. That's the same storm we were just looking at over downtown Hazard on our weather camera.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much on that, Brandon Norr. Let's zoom back out, take a look at all three warnings. Folks, we told you today may get a little bit busy. Well, it is certainly living up to expectations. We're going to zoom Pinpoint Doppler back out to the big view, take a look at all three warnings we have going on right now. The most important one, the tornado warning, working from Jackson County down into portions of Clay County. Northeastern Laurel County, while you're included in this, it looks like the worst of it's going to miss Laurel County. So you folks in Laurel County, northeast of East Burnstead, go ahead and get in your storm shelters. But everyone else in Laurel County, if you're in London, down to Lilly, Sublimity, even back over towards Swiss Colony and over towards 192, heading over towards Stab and Somerset, don't worry about this storm. This one's going to pass you by. This is mainly the northeastern portion of Laurel County, northwestern Clay County, southeastern Jackson County, and we are seeing quite the radar signature with the hail on this, even though we have that tornado warning. So once again, go to the lowest level of your home, basement or closet, interior room, get away from windows, cover your head, get under a sturdy piece of furniture or under a mattress. That is one warning. Next up, we've got the warning off to the north. This includes portions of Magoffin County, Wolfe County, over into Morgan County. That's going to expire in 20 minutes. That is at 2:30. National Weather Service Doppler radar showing some pretty strong hail and some wind in this thunderstorm as it is moving off to the east. They are calling for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So the hail, really the big threat with these thunderstorms today, folks. We've got an unseasonably cool air mass moving into southern and eastern Kentucky. The potential for record lows later this week, and it's that cold air which is causing these thunderstorms to really bubble up and to get that hail. Folks in Manchester, make sure you are in your shelters. This thunderstorm with the tornado warning is heading your way, and it looks like the worst of that storm. If there's any rotation, it looks like it's going to be there between Anvil and Manchester, maybe just to the northeast of Anvil. Brandon, let's take a track on this storm. Tell folks where it's heading.
Well, it's headed to the south and east, and we put a storm track on it at around 50 miles per hour. Right now, it's going to be near High Knob at about 5 minutes. Grace Bernice and also Amy at around 222, 223 later on this afternoon.
All right, and Brandon Robinson working the social media desk for us. Brandon, what do you got?
Also, don't forget, with this heavy rain, you're going to lead to some localized flash flooding. We have flood advisories out for the areas out to the west, Clay, Jackson, Laurel, Owsley, Rockcastle until 6. We've got flood advisories out for Breathitt, Morgan, Magoffin, and Wolfe County until 6. We're getting this heavy rain very, very quickly, so remember, watch out for that as well, especially some of those low-lying areas or areas that are already saturated. Remember, turn around, don't drown.
Always a great point there, Brandon. Remember, flash flooding is Kentucky's deadliest weather feature. Although, once again, we do have this tornado warning. That's going to continue until 2:30, so about another 18 minutes on that. Down into Clay County. That is the main area I'm focused. Clay County right on the Jackson County line. City of Anvil, this is where the thunderstorm is the strongest right now, pushing its way down to the south and the east, about 50 miles per hour. Continuing to look at it on Doppler radar. Not the most impressive looking thunderstorm I've ever seen with the wind structure, but the hail is impressive on this thunderstorm. And also, to the east of Hazard, we have this new severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, that goes to the top of the hour. That's for 3 o'clock. That includes Perry County, Letcher County, and portions of Knott County. And then back off to the north and the east, we are seeing that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Magoffin County, Morgan County, and Wolfe County. About another 15 minutes or so on that till 2:30. Brandon Orr, what are your thoughts right now with these 3 warnings?
Well, we talked about some of the wind that's occurring with these thunderstorms, and of course that tornado warning that's in effect for parts of the area, especially that storm that's pushing into northern Clay County around the northern portion of Clay County. But in addition to that, there's also some large hail. Now, Pinpoint Doppler can do something interesting. It can try and estimate the size of the hail. And this storm is one of the strongest ones in terms of hail that's pushing through portions of eastern Hazard and central Perry County. And we can actually estimate the size of the hail there. Hen egg size hail, ping pong ball.
That's ping pong ball size hail. That's about 2 inches in diameter.
That's right. And you can actually see on our weather camera, looking outside of our studios over downtown Hazard, through the eastern end of Perry County.
Yeah, it's this storm right here. It's right on top of us. We're looking off our doorstep. This is the one that is definitely causing the problems in Perry County. Very large hail possible with this storm. Egg-size hail and ping pong ball-size hail. That is not something you see very often on Pinpoint Doppler. I want to switch back over to the Doppler just for a second as we continue to take a look at that storm. And Brandon, leave it on the wide view and also pull up our downtown Hazard cam, see if we see anything on it. But we'll leave Pinpoint Doppler up on air at least for the next little bit while Brandon sets the Skycam over downtown Hazard. But here's what we're looking at right now, folks. 3 warnings, 3 different problems. First and most important, tornado warning until 2:30 for Clay County. If you're in Clay County, need you to get to the lowest level of your home, seek shelter from this storm. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find sturdier shelter. Once again, this is also including the southeastern portion of Jackson County. McKee, you're in the clear, but if you live near Anvil and places to the south and the east, you're not clear of this storm just yet. It's this one right in here where we are seeing that intense action. Also, a brand new warning. This one just coming into us within the last few minutes. Brandon, tell us about it.
Yeah, this one goes from McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne County to around 3 o'clock. We have some wind gusts there to around 60 miles per hour and also some quarter-size hail possible as this storm is right around Jamestown. So it's pushing into northern Wayne County and into McCreary County, Whitley City. If you're in Whitley City, you can expect this storm to come through with possible quarter-size hail over the next hour or so, also impacting portions of Monticello. But this is one of about 4 severe thunderstorms that we have moving through eastern Kentucky.
Real busy real quick here, folks. And once again, Brandon Robinson, what do you have?
Your question, and Shane, this is very important, and we hear this a lot, and I think we've got some graphics, maybe we can show it later, the difference between a watch and a warning. One person was asking us about that.
That's a great thing to talk about. We're under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. What a watch means is that conditions are favorable for tornadic thunderstorms to develop. That's when you need to start paying attention to the weather. Start checking back with us frequently. When you get the warning like we have right now in Clay County and southeastern Jackson County, that's when you need to seek shelter and take action. Warning, take action. Watch, stay aware. Now, when you have that warning issued, here's what you do. You go to the lowest level of your home. Basement is perfect. A closet or a bathroom without windows will get the job done. Put as much room between you and the outside world as possible. Get in something sturdy, bathtub, under a desk, under a good solid table. Cover your head is the biggest thing. And then if you're in a mobile home, be sure to seek sturdier shelter. All right, looks like we got a whole slew of flood advisories too, so multiple problems occurring all at once, guys. When it rains, it pours. Tell me about what we got going on, Brandon Robinson.
All right, at this point, let's recap the advisories, the flood advisories. We've got the ones up to the north. We've got Breathitt County, McGoffin County, Morgan County, and Wolfe County until 6 o'clock. Remember, these are laying down heavy rain very quickly, so keep that in mind, especially in your low-lying areas, the areas that are usually flood-prone. You come down to the south along I-75. You've got Clay, Jackson, Laurel, Owsley, and Rockcastle counties until 6 o'clock. They're all under that flood advisory, and I wouldn't be surprised to see one issued here for the Kentucky River Valley very shortly, because this rain is literally pounding down here in the Hazard Studios.
Let's go ahead and take the downtown Hazard sky cam. You can hear how heavy that rain's coming down, and I'm just guessing there's a little bit of hail mixed in with that. Brandon, do we have a new warning that just came down?
Advisory for Letcher County, which is all part of this system until 5 o'clock.
I'm telling you, folks, the warnings and advisories are coming down fast and furious, and you can see the rain is coming down fast and furious in downtown Hazard, courtesy of that sky cam. Let's go back to pinpoint Doppler radar and take a closer look at what's going on with it, and you will see those showers and thunderstorms continue to hammer the region. They have really blown up within the last little bit. We've got 4 active warnings right now. We're going to go to them one at a time. First off, the most important one, tornado warning for about another 12 minutes for Clay County. The worst of this storm is now exiting Jackson County. So you folks in Jackson County, and even though it says Laurel County, worst of this storm's going to miss Laurel County. It's for the folks in Clay County. You need to be taking shelter just like we were talking about. Next warning, this goes until 3 o'clock for portions of Perry, Knott, and Letcher County. Very heavy rain, the potential of some hail. Same story up the road as we head back up towards Morgan County, Wolfe County, Bath County, McGoffin County. That's going to go until 2:30. And this brand new warning is just coming up down near Monticello, back over towards Wayne County, Whitley County, and McCreary County. This thunderstorm pulsing up. Now, Pulaski County, southern end of the county, included in that warning, but we are not seeing that extend up to Somerset. So if you're in Somerset, you're in the clear. If you're down by Burnside, down by the lake, that's the area that's going to be impacted by this severe thunderstorm. I want to switch our radar sources real quick and get a look at the 3D view of some of these thunderstorms. Brandon Orr, I want you to take us on a quick tour through some of these storms.
That's a really neat thing with pinpoint Doppler, is that we can also tilt the radar down and look at the radar in 3D mode, and we can actually see how tall these thunderstorms are. The taller these thunderstorms are, the stronger it is. And you can see the one that really sticks out is this one over near Jamestown, moving into northern Wayne and McCreary County. Some of these are upwards of around 60,000 feet tall, so that's why it's producing quite a bit of hail as we're getting that rain freezing up there at some of the low freezing levels.
And Brandon, speaking of hail, just got a report. Brandon Robinson, tell us about that hail report.
We were talking about the severe the tornado warning actually coming through out of Jackson County. Well, behind that, reports now coming in from emergency management of nickel-sized hail. So we know that cell that's got the tornado warning on is putting some pretty good hail down, at least as it moves through those areas.
And that's the cell you see in the center of your screen right now on 3D pinpoint Doppler radar. Just to the, if you're looking at the screen, it's just to the right of London, just east and north of London, up into Jackson County, moving into northern Clay County. That thunderstorm there is the one that just produced nickel-sized hail. Let's go back over to regular pinpoint Doppler radar. We got hail vision on. Brandon Orr, show us some of the hail sizes in these thunderstorms.
Yes, pinpoint Doppler can actually estimate the hail size that's coming down in some of these thunderstorms, and that's the one we are just talking about. Brandon Robinson getting that report in. That storm is now moving into northern Clay County. Nickel-sized hail is estimated out of that one. In southern Knott County, now pushing into Letcher County, estimating also some penny-sized hail. But the one that really sticks out is that one we are just telling you about, pushing through northern Wayne County and into McCreary County near Monticello. Right now it's near Jamestown. We told you it was around 60,000 feet tall, and when it gets that tall, it can really produce some large hail, and pinpoint Doppler is estimating upwards of baseball-sized hail in a few locations, so ping-pong ball-sized hail. So that's one of the main threats that's coming out of some of these storms.
If you live down near Lake Cumberland, we're going to move 3D Doppler back over to that storm and take a look at that. But if you live near Lake Cumberland, down around Monticello, Burnside, all the way down Whitley City, down towards McCreary County. Bring the car in. You got a garage or a storm covering, an awning to put it under, do it. Baseball size hail potential with this thunderstorm. And notice just how tall this thunderstorm near Lake Cumberland is. Approaching 60,000 feet tall, folks. Know when a thunderstorm gets tall, that allows those updrafts to carry that moisture up, and it freezes and turns to ice crystals, and it gets bounced around in the updrafts and then downdrafts, and when it finally gets heavy enough, it comes down. And with these tall thunderstorms, that allows those hail crystals to get really, really big, and ping pong ball size hail being picked up right now by a pinpoint Doppler radar. That is not something, since we've had this HD upgrade, that I've seen on the Doppler radar before. We are seeing some very prolific hail out of these thunderstorms. Want to reset the board and go back to regular view, take a look at what's going on. 4 active warnings as far as severe weather, plus some flood advisories. First off, let's talk about the tornado warning. That's going to continue for about another 8 minutes. Right now, I am mainly concerned in Clay County. For you folks into Jackson County, I'm going to go ahead and clear you from this warning. This is just for Clay County right now. You folks still need to be in your storm shelter. Laurel and Jackson, the worst has passed. That goes for another 8 minutes. The one back up to the north also goes for the next 8 minutes. This is back up into portions of Magoffin County, Morgan County, and Wolfe County. This thunderstorm capable of also producing some large hail, maybe not as large as what's down near Monticello, but that's going to work its way off to the south and the east. That warning expires at 2:30 as well. The warning down in Perry County, also into Knott and Letcher County, goes until the top of the hour. So we've got about 37 minutes or so left on that. And the warning time on that thunderstorm with the just potentially very large hail for Wayne County and McCreary County and southern Pulaski County, pretty much the Lake Cumberland, greater Lake Cumberland area, goes until 3 o'clock as well. Not a good day to be out on the lake, Brandon Robinson.
No, absolutely not. And again, we're getting these reports coming in very fast and furious, and it may take us a few minutes because, of course, everybody's hunkered down and they're not getting out until these storms kind of get past. So we're getting these details a little bit, I don't want to say behind, but it's taking a few minutes to compile the reports. But at this point, look, we want to specify there is no tornado on the ground that we know of. This is just radar indicated. And again, we know from this same system that's moving through Clay County now, it has put down nickel-sized hail in the past as it moved through Jackson County. So, like Shane said, very much these storms are becoming major hail makers and heavy rain makers. And so far, let me preface it by saying that we have not seen anything else besides that damage-wise.
Yeah, the damage reports so far have been pretty scarce. I'm hoping we keep it that way as we are continuing to see just some very intense thunderstorms across the area. Brandon, you have something to add?
Flash flood warning just came in for Jackson, Laurel, and Rockcastle counties until 6:30.
And yeah, let's look at pinpoint Doppler right now. You can see heavy rain moving into those counties, into Laurel County, Jackson, Rockcastle County. Said 6 o'clock, Brandon?
6:30.
6:30. So about a little over 3 hours left, or 4 hours, excuse me, left on that warning. Flash flood warning now for Laurel County into portions of Jackson County as well. Folks, this is a prolific rainmaker. There is a lot of moisture in the atmosphere right now. Dew points today into the mid to upper 60s. That's a lot of moisture for these storms to tap into and wring out. And thank goodness we didn't get the heating of the day. I mean, it's bad enough as it is right now. Had we got some sunshine between those thunderstorms, we could have had some major problems on our hand, Brandon Orr.
That's right, and you were mentioning some of the heavy rain for northeastern Laurel County, Rockcastle County, and southern Jackson County. About 1 to 2 inches of rainfall has already fallen in parts of the area, and we could expect upwards of an inch or more of rain as these thunderstorms continue to push off to the south and east. So that's one of the many big impacts that these storms are having.
And that's something we talked about on Mountain News this morning, folks. We had the severe weather threat graphic, showed a moderate risk of flooding, a moderate risk of tornadoes, a high risk of wind and hail. And that's exactly how it's playing out. Now, it hasn't played out exactly how we thought it would. We didn't get that break in the action, but we're still seeing the severe weather. And this is going to continue for the next several hours. We've got that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Folks down in Clay County still need you to stay in those tornado shelters for about another 5 minutes. Have we heard anything from the Weather Service about what's going to happen with that warning just yet?
Nothing yet, but there is another warning. It's outside of our area. Brandon Orr, you see it over there toward Columbia. should be coming out that right there just west of Somerset. They've issued a new tornado warning for Russell County. It's out of our area, but it's coming right there to that Lake Cumberland corridor.
And folks, we're getting into a little bit of Weather Service semantics here. The cutoff between the National Weather Service office in Louisville's coverage area and the National Weather Service office in Jackson's coverage area is right here between Pulaski and Russell counties. So what's happening is the Weather Service in Louisville, I'm guessing that they issued the tornado warning, and we're seeing the Weather Service in Jackson going with a severe thunderstorm warning. But the bottom line with this storm system, it's looking very impressive on radar with the potential of some very large hail. In fact, earlier Pinpoint Doppler estimating golf ball size hail out of that storm.
That's right, and I did want to mention that the National Weather Service in Jackson just canceled the tornado warning that was out for Clay County. They're looking at the storm. It's weakened its rotation quite a bit, so now they have allowed that tornado warning to expire. But we are waiting any moment for a possible tornado warning to come out for Monticello and northern Wayne County. Nothing out right now, but there is a thunderstorm with some rotation near Jamestown, also producing some large hail to around quarter size, possibly ping pong ball size hail, and some of the strongest thunderstorms. That's pushing into Monticello right now. So if you're in Monticello, northern Wayne County, Shane, that's where you want to take shelter.
And Brandon, I want you to zoom this radar in on this storm because I'm looking at the velocity data behind the scenes. We don't have to go to that on the air, but this is showing some very impressive winds in this storm, close to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So even if there isn't a tornado in this, folks, this storm packing the wind and the hail. So if you're in Monticello, if you're near Lake Cumberland, you need to be seeking shelter now. Even though we don't have the tornado warning in our coverage area, let's go ahead and treat this storm with the respect it deserves, producing those kind of winds and that kind of hail, at least according to Doppler radar.
That's right. And if we want to go over to our camera really quick, we can see outside of downtown Hazard yet another storm, because there's multiple severe thunderstorms out. This one is just outside of our studios looking over downtown Hazard. You can see some of the low clouds that are starting to push through the area. But Brandon Robinson, have we had any reports coming in lately? You're over there watching social media. Are people sending in any reports out of these storms?
The good thing, I guess at least at this point, so far so good. But again, we've got the flooding threat, we've got the hail threat. I'd say a lot of folks are still hunkered down, as they should be. Again, as we always say, don't go out to try to find out what's happened until it's safe to do so. All right, here we go. Tornado warning just issued for Wayne County until 3 o'clock. We were expecting that.
And let's go back over to Pinpoint Doppler, and you can see that was just what we were talking about a second ago, folks. Rotation with this storm, 70-mile-per-hour winds indicated by Doppler radar. This thing means business for the town of Monticello. If you are down in Monticello, Whitley City, anywhere in this box, you need to go ahead and seek shelter as this thunderstorm is bearing down on portions of Wayne and McCreary counties. What time does this warning expire, Brandon Robinson?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, so till the top of the hour. So once again, for you folks down into McCreary County, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Let's go ahead and bring back up those precautions and take a look at those. Once again, folks, if you're in near Monticello over into portions of McCreary and Wayne counties, here's what you need to do. You need to go ahead and seek shelter in the lowest level of your home. Basement, away from windows, a closet or a bathroom. Put as much room as you can between you and the outside world. If you have a bathtub, get in it, cover it with a mattress, you're good to go. Got a closet that's got like a workbench or a sturdy bench in it, just sit under that. Table works, just something good and sturdy. You want to cover your head. Then you need to make sure you're indoors and in a sturdy shelter. Mobile homes just cannot hold up to a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is enough to cause some serious issues, and we will continue to monitor this storm. We're going to continue to stay with this long-form coverage since we do have a new tornado warning. It is on the fringe of our viewing area, but we definitely don't want our folks over near Lake Cumberland to feel neglected, because we care about you, we care about everybody in our coverage area, and it is definitely a busy severe weather alert day here at WYMT. We're tracking right now 2 warnings severe-wise plus a flash flood warning. So let's break that down with Brandon Robinson. Let's go ahead and just kind of recap where we're at.
Absolutely, and we also have a new flood advisory just coming out for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley, so the same area where this kind of, at least in the same general area this tornado warning is at. That, again, the tornado warning is for Wayne County only, goes until 3 o'clock. The flood advisory just came out for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley, goes until 6:30. We also have the flash flood warning for Jackson, Laurel, and Rock Castle until 6:30. We have the flood advisory for Letcher County until 5. We also have the flood advisory for Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and Owsley, and Rock Castle counties until 6. And the severe thunderstorm warning, there's another one. Let me check that out. I think maybe that one expired already, 2:30.
Yes, that one just expired. Actually, had a couple of our warnings just expired. The only active severe weather warnings, as far as either severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, we got the severe thunderstorm warning for Perry, Knott, and Letcher County until 3 o'clock. Also for Southern Pulaski, Wayne, and McCreary counties until 3 o'clock, and the tornado warning, and that is just for McCreary County until 3 o'clock as well.
But I did want to mention we are looking at two very strong thunderstorms. One of them is, as Shane mentioned, right around Lake Cumberland. That's moving into northern Wayne County and eventually into central McCreary County. But there's another one. There's no warning with it right now, but north of London, north of Laurel County into Jackson County, there's a little bit of rotation that I'm noting on radar. Now, there's no tornado warning issued north of Jackson. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's a very, very strong thunderstorm to the north of London with a little bit of rotation. And Shane, you could actually see
right in here where I see this notch right now just starting to show up just to the north of Livingston. That is going to be right there close to the line there on Rock Castle in Jackson County. This is actually just now starting to cross into Jackson County. That really just caught my eye on radar, where this signature is just rotating in on itself east of Mount Vernon. You folks, I know we've already called it once for Anvil. You folks in southern Jackson County, go ahead and seek shelter. Even though we don't have a warning on this storm just yet, this could produce something in a hurry if it continues to intensify. Brandon, what I want to do is pull the velocity radar up and get it centered on those two storms where we've got the potential rotation, and one where we've got the tornado warning down into McCreary County. So what we're going to do is, first off, where are we heading first, Brandon Orr?
We'll start with the one, there's no tornado warning for it. This is moving into southern Jackson County right now to the south of McKee. There's a little bit of rotation, and if we switch over to our other weather computer, we can actually look at a product that we call, it's called velocity. It has a fancy name for it, but we can actually see what direction the winds are moving in it. And Shane, you can actually explain some of the rotation that's going on just to the west of Dango, and that's moving into southern Jackson County just to the south of McKee. Again, no tornado warning for that, but it's a very strong thunderstorm.
I'm seeing a very strong signature on the radar. Wind gust going out of that storm close to 80 miles per hour. I'm expecting a warning on that anytime, folks, right there near Dango, right there on the Rock Castle Jackson line. Also, the rotation not quite as strong as it was earlier, but still seeing some very strong wind just to the northwest of Monticello. You see where the radar is kind of graying out, and you got that gray next to that green? That's where we're seeing the rotation. The wind heading towards the radar, not too strong there, but heading away from the radar. Some estimates upwards of 80 miles per hour. So guys, these storms are packing some serious wind. Tornado warning or not, you folks on the Jackson Rock Castle line, northern Laurel County, and back over towards McCreary County, go ahead and seek shelter, because this is some pretty potent storm action going on.
And we want to switch back over to the other weather computer. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning out. This one just came in just about 2 seconds ago, goes out for McCreary, Pulaski, and far southern Pulaski, I should say, in Wayne County, and that expires at around 3 o'clock. So for the next 30 minutes, that storm could be producing some strong wind gusts.
Yeah, and folks, the bottom line is this. It's all a matter of semantics now. Between a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, whether it's rotating or straight line, will do the same amount of damage. So you need to respect these storms, take them seriously. I know sometimes we have a habit to kind of ignore severe thunderstorm warnings, but these thunderstorms today mean business. And not only do they mean business in the wind and the hail department, also the heavy rain department, just seeing inundation of rain coming down through portions of Jackson County right now. Some very, very heavy rain showing up on pinpoint Doppler radar. Several flood advisories and flood warnings out there. Brandon Robinson, tell me a little bit about those.
Well, I've been kind of keeping an eye on social media. I'll run down those for you here in just a second. I want to check something real quick just to make sure that some of our viewers have not sent in anything. I got a report from hail over into the Knott County area. Let's see what we have here for anything else going on here. I don't see any reports of damage, so that's good, and no reports of any major flooding. So let's go back and recap the advisories that we have in the flash flood warning. We'll start with the flash flood warning. That's for Jackson, Laurel, and Rockcastle counties until 6:30 tonight. We also have flood advisories, the newest one coming in for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley, and we know for a fact that this is laying down heavy rain along with the hail possibility and the strong winds. That also goes until 6:30. Let's see what else we have here coming in. We also have the flood advisory for Letcher County until 5, and we have the flood advisory up north for Breathitt, Magoffin, Morgan, and Wolfe counties until 6.
And Brandon Orr, what I want you to do right now is take the radar over to just east of Vicco, down into Letcher County. We're starting to see a little bit of a signature there. Concerns me just a little bit. And folks, we've been talking about this all day. These little notches in the radar reflectivity. That's a sign that we can get a quick spin up tornado. So we don't have a tornado warning right now on this storm as it's moving into Letcher County. But you folks in Letcher County, just to the northwest of Whitesburg, between Blackie and Whitesburg, right there along 15, be on the lookout. This storm's likely producing some very gusty winds right now, some heavy rain, some small hail, and not to mention a ton of lightning. Seeing a very prolific light show Mother Nature's putting on right now.
Okay, Shane, I'm going to interrupt you real quick because we have a new tornado warning that came out. We were talking about that rotation that we were seeing on radar, that they didn't issue a tornado warning just yet, but now they have just issued a tornado warning. This one goes out for Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and Rockcastle until about 3:15. Radar is indicating some very strong rotation and a possible tornado or funnel cloud in those areas.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon. You know, folks, we were just talking about it. There was no warning on this storm right here into Jackson County, but we noticed the signature, and now we have the warning. So just one way the Sky Alert weather team's keeping you ahead of the storm, getting you a little notice before the warnings come out. This storm continuing to dip down to the south and the east right now. How fast is that going, Brandon Orr?
It should be moving to the south and east at around 45 miles per hour.
South and east around 45 miles per hour. Most of these storms today have been tracking between 45 and 55 miles per hour. Folks in Jackson County, Clay County, Northern Laurel County, go ahead and get in your severe weather shelters. It's this area right in here where we are seeing the potential of some rotation. That is between Livingston and McKee. This radar signature looking very strong. Do we have the velocity data pulled up on that, Brandon Orr?
I'm pulling it up right now, and we can actually switch over to the other weather computer, and we can see a little bit of the rotation on pinpoint Doppler.
All right, go ahead and circle that, and we'll tell the folks at home about that. You can see there between Mount Vernon and McKee, this is where we are seeing the rotation on this thunderstorm. The red going away from the radar, the green going towards the radar, and right in here, you've got this rotation. It is between McKee and Livingston, and quite the impressive radar signature on this. I'm looking at some of the data here on my iPad. Wind speed Doppler estimated on this storm close to 85 miles per hour. That is a very impressive storm. Anvil, seek shelter immediately. If you have any of these roads that we've got pulled up, Brandon, tell us some of the towns and the roads on the path of this storm.
Right now, this rotation is over Dalton, Cork, Tussey Hill Road. This is all in southern Jackson County, by the way, just to the south of downtown McKee, towards State Highway 2003, Route 30 there, Muncie Fork Road. And this will continue to push to the south and east as we go throughout the next zone.
Right along 30, heading down towards Manchester.
Exactly, right along 30. Yes.
I was just in that area the other day down in McKee, and a lot of homes kind of spread out along that area as you're heading down toward Anvil, McKee. So if you're in those areas, especially if you're traveling back toward 80 and south, like you're going back in toward McKee and Anvil, this is the time to be in your safe spot right now. And again, like we just said, this storm is going to move toward Clay County. So that's giving you the warning time now that you need to get into your safe spot.
That's exactly right. If you are right now in northern Clay County, southern Jackson County, that is my main area of concern. For folks in Laurel County, even though you are included in this warning, the worst of it looks like it's going to miss you. So Laurel County, unless you are right near the Clay County or Jackson County lines, you can set this one out. But if you live right there along the Jackson-Clay County lines or in northern Clay County or southeastern Jackson County, pretty much south of McKee, you need to be seeking shelter right now. If you live along 421 or along 30, go ahead and seek shelter immediately. This is a very strong signature we're seeing here on pinpoint Doppler radar. Some very tight rotation. We don't have a confirmation that a tornado is on the ground. However, this is the kind of storm that can produce a tornado very quickly. Let's tell you about how to stay safe during a thunderstorm. We'll switch over to the other computer.
Yes,
for your tornado safety tips. Take shelter in the lowest level of your home. Basement is preferable, but if you don't have a basement, the ground floor will work. Right there into a closet or a bathroom. The big thing, center of the house, away from windows. Put as much room as you can between you and the outside world. Get under something sturdy, mattress, in a bathtub, under a table or a desk, something really built solid. And if you're caught out in this storm outside, get into sturdy shelter or in a mobile home, same story. And worst comes to worst, if you're caught outside, just get low near a ditch and just hope and pray for the best. We also don't want to forget that tornado warning down to the southwest, back into portions of Wayne County. Goodness gracious, that is showing some rotation on pinpoint Doppler radar. We are seeing wind gusts with that storm also getting close to 80 miles per hour Doppler estimated wind. Folks, these storms mean business today. And this storm is working its way through Wayne County. It'll eventually work into western McCreary County. If you're near the Lake Cumberland area right now, you need to be seeking shelter as this thunderstorm is working its way off to the south and the east. That's got another 17 minutes on that warning. That goes until the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. Our warning for the tornado warning back into portions of Laurel County, Clay County, and Jackson County, that goes until 3:15. So we got about 30 minutes left on that. And also, I don't want to forget the severe thunderstorm warning over into Letcher County. We're also seeing a little bit of a hook trying to form on it, and some decent rotation showing up on the velocity data behind the scenes. So even though this thunderstorm in Letcher County doesn't have a tornado warning, treat it like it does. We're seeing some very strong wind signatures heading into Whitesburg right now, Brandon Robinson.
Just got a picture on the WYMT Facebook. I'm checking it out. It's out of the Burning Springs area, so that's right there on the Jackson-Clay County line. And it's basically, I'm trying to get I would say at least golf ball-sized hail. She's holding in the palm of her hand, and it's a pretty good indicator there that they're getting some major hail out of this tornado-warned storm down toward Jackson County, right there on the Clay County lines. If you're west of Manchester, that's where you need to be getting into your safe spot right now, because that's where kind of that direction that those cells are heading.
And just making sure you said that was on the YMT Facebook page.
That
we'll
is
try
on
to
the
pull
WYMT
that up
Facebook.
here in a second.
That's right.
We are seeing just a very busy day right now, folks. We have got 3 active warnings, 2 of them tornado warnings. There's that picture of that hail, and you can see, yeah, that is pretty close to golf ball size hail, maybe even a little bit bigger than that, Brandon Orr.
Yeah, this is the photo that we were talking about sent into WYMTs.com's Facebook page, and you can actually see that's some pretty large hail. That looks about golf ball size as it pushes on through. And that's one of the main threats with these storm systems, but we're still seeing strong rotation. That's the main thing. And we'll head back over to those tornado warnings and show you where they're headed, because there's still some strong rotation. No tornadoes reported out of any of that, but yet they could produce one at any time. So we'll go over those warnings now.
All right, well, we'll first start with the warning back up into portions of Clay County. Just got a report from our good friend Timothy Hudson. This one coming into us on my Twitter page. This was trees down on Highway 7 near Isom, Kentucky. So
Over the Jeremiah area.
And over in the Jeremiah area, right on Highway 7. That's down in Letcher County. That's what that storm we were just talking about a second ago. First off, though, let's get back to this storm into portions of Laurel County. This is definitely showing some strong rotation as it moves through northeastern Laurel County, portions of Jackson County and Clay County. Right now, if you're in southeastern Jackson County near Anvil, you need to be in a shelter. If you're in northwestern Clay County, up there along 421 between Manchester and the Jackson County line, you need to be in shelter. This storm is working down to the southeast. I'm seeing Doppler estimated wind speed in this thunderstorm 80 miles per hour. This storm does not mean business, and you can see that the pronounced hook echo, or just a little inflow notch right there on this storm, and that is a definite indicator that there is some serious rotation going on in this thunderstorm. This thunderstorm means business. This was one of the areas that saw a little bit of a break in the rain. It wasn't much, but just enough to re-energize the atmosphere. And guys, we were worried about something like this maybe happening. Oh wow, look at that hail signature down near Monticello with that thunderstorm. Brandon, can we pull up the hail vision on that and see what that's showing?
Yeah, this is the one Shane's talking about is actually in northern Wayne County. And we can actually see it just to the north of Monticello, and pinpoint Doppler is estimating some hail size there up to around egg size hail, ping pong ball size hail that's falling in some locations. And we've been getting a lot of photos in onto our Facebook page as well. Remember to add your location when you post some of those to our Facebook page, and you can actually see some of those that we're pulling up right now. We showed you this one out of Burning Springs of some looks like about golf ball size hail. We've been getting some others, and you can see this one larger than quarter size.
Yeah, that's almost $half size hail. Make sure to add your location and the time it happened, folks, and we'll pass this along to our friends at the Weather Service.
Yeah, these don't have any locations on them, but I'm assuming they're likely out of somewhere in the Cumberland River Valley, out of a couple of those storms that we were just seeing on pinpoint Doppler.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go back to pinpoint Doppler radar. And once again, the storm down into Wayne County, heading into McCreary County. Very large hail signature with that. Not only that, we've also got strong rotation, gusty winds. Doppler estimated wind gust right now close to 70 to 80 miles per hour. This is a potent thunderstorm just to the south of Lake Cumberland. This is also a potent thunderstorm over into Jackson County, moving into Clay County, following right along 421. If that holds its course, that would eventually take it all the way through Clay County and down towards Harlan here within the next hour and a half. And also, don't want to forget our friends over into Letcher County, where we just got that wind damage report over near Jeremiah. And Brandon, what else you got for us?
You're talking about that over toward Letcher County. The folks over at the National Weather Service in Morristown have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Wise County over into Virginia until 3:30.
So we're crossing the state line with that thunderstorm now. This is pushing through Letcher County on over. That's over towards Pound, Virginia. That thunderstorm will continue to work its way off to the south and the east. Gusty winds, 60, maybe even close to 70 miles per hour possible with this thunderstorm as it works its way into Virginia. And how long is that going for again, Brandon Robinson?
Until 3:30. And I have some news. A viewer had just sent me a message. Apparently into parts of Laurel County, the sun is actually trying to pop out. So that's never a good sign.
That's not good news, folks.
No.
Sunshine fuels these thunderstorms. We've got all the ingredients together today for a major severe weather outbreak. The only thing that was holding us back was the lack of sunshine. And you can see it hasn't held us back much. If we get any sunshine, that is a bad thing. That will destabilize the atmosphere, and that will give these thunderstorms more fuel to feed off of as things continue to develop. We've seen very strong winds coming out of Jeremiah. I just saw a picture of some low clouds sent into my Twitter page. These thunderstorms are very, very strong, folks. We've got 2 tornado warnings right now. Let's recap those for you. The one that's about to expire, or at least the closest to expiring, is the one down in Wayne County. That expires in 10 minutes. Once again, National Weather Service Doppler radar continues to indicate a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado south of Jamestown. It was 5 miles south of Jamestown, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. Weather Service saying tornado and golf ball size hail possible with this thunderstorm. It'll be near Oil Valley and Barrier around 2:55, Burfield and Rocky Branch around 3 o'clock. And if you're in the path of this storm, seek shelter now. Next up, the tornado warning back over towards Jackson County and northern Clay County. We got about 25 minutes left on this thunderstorm. It's going to go until 3:15. Doppler radar indicating a tornado possible near Dango, moving east at 45. Quarter-size hail possible with this thunderstorm, and some of the locations in its path going to be Settle Store and Welchburg around 250, Egypt and Shepherdtown around 255, Chestnutsburg and Sexton around 3 o'clock, Felty and Thomas around 3:05, and Anme and Oneida around 3:10. High Knob, Alger, and Earleen also in the path of this storm.
Used to be a thunderstorm warning just coming out from our friends over at the National Weather Service in Charleston for Dickinson County, Virginia. So right there, kind of on the same line, but a little bit broken up for those storms spilling over. All right, new report just coming in, and Shane, you'll have this on your Twitter too. Bright sunshine here in Paintsville. So that's not a good, that's not a good sign.
You don't want to see that, folks. Let's zoom the radar out, just kind of reset the board, and just get a grip on what's going on. We just saw a report of sunshine north of Paintsville. That is off to the north right through here. That's not good. That'll destabilize the atmosphere. Saw a report of sunshine in Laurel County, even though in the northern part of the county we've got a tornado warning. That's not good. We do not want sunshine, folks. We want these storms to just go ahead, move on through here with as little ruckus as possible, but they are definitely causing some problems today. Brandon Orr, tell us a little bit about what's going on right now.
Yeah, I'll recap the top two thunderstorms that we have in terms of strength. They both have tornado warnings with them. This one is over toward just to the north of London. It's actually moving just to the south of McKee in southern Jackson County is where we're seeing that rotation push on through. It's mainly rural out there. There's not a lot out there, but so there could be some funnel clouds out there and just have not been reported. So you want to go into a safe place if you're in southern Jackson County. This is moving into northern Clay County as well, to the north of Manchester. So if you're in northern Clay County, go ahead and get in your safe spot now. While you still have some time, you have about 15-20 minutes by the time it moves into northern Clay County. The other one is moving into Monticello right now. It has some decent size hail with it, up to ping pong ball size hail in northern Wayne County. This is moving into Whitley City. So if you're in McCreary County, central McCreary County near Whitley City, you want to be in a safe place. There's still some rotation with that storm as well.
Yeah, and folks, we're going to continue to stay with these storms as needed. We are coming up on about 8 minutes till 3 o'clock. You're watching WYMT TV out of Hazard, Kentucky. I'm Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith, joined by Brandon Robinson and Brandon Orr. We are in the middle of long-form severe weather coverage as we've got a little bit of a severe weather outbreak today. Right now, the good news, we haven't seen too many damage reports. The reports have been pretty minor from what we've seen so far. But that doesn't mean we need to let our guard down. This is definitely something we need to give the respect it deserves. These thunderstorms have some punch, some large hail, gusty winds. We saw several pictures just a few minutes ago off the WYMT Facebook page. Quarter-size hail or larger, that can damage rooftops, that can damage vinyl siding, that can damage cars. Trust me, I've had a vehicle destroyed by quarter-size hail before. That's not fun. That did some damage to my truck a couple years ago back in West Virginia. The bottom line is this: these storms mean business. Also, some heavy rain with these thunderstorms. Got a flash flood warning ongoing for portions of Rockcastle County and Jackson County, and also portions of northeastern Laurel County till 6:30. So a lot going on with these storms today. We're facing four threats, basically. We're facing a heavy rain threat that gives us the flooding. We're facing the tornado threat. That is its own beast and can cause its own set of problems. And then we're also facing the severe thunderstorm threat with strong winds and large hail. Brandon Robinson.
Okay, some updates on the tornado warning out near I-75. Laurel and Rockcastle County in the clear. They're canceled from the tornado warning, but the tornado warning for Clay has been, let me make sure I say this right, continues until 3:15.
Continues until 3:15, so about 20 minutes left. That's the storm we have zoomed in right now on pinpoint Doppler radar, crossing the line from Jackson County on into Clay County. And this, folks, it's still showing some decent rotation just off to the north of Manchester, right there along 421. If you live between Manchester and Buckhorn right now, I'd be seeking shelter. And folks in Hazard probably want to keep a close eye on this. This may be cutting it a little close to us here in about an hour and a half or so, Brandon Orr.
That's right. This is pushing on off towards the east. So if you're in northern Clay County, you want to be in a safe spot. This is only one of the two tornado warnings that continues. As Brandon Robinson just mentioned, they actually continued those tornado warnings as they're still showing some rotation on pinpoint Doppler. But if we zoom out, we can see there's three areas of thunderstorms that we're actually watching right now. There's the one that's pushing over towards Wise, Virginia, near Big Stone Gap. Pound Gap through Wise County, especially the northern half of Wise County. The other one is pushing through southern Jackson County and will be moving into northern Clay County very shortly. And then the third one is currently in northern Wayne County, and that's pushing into central McCreary County over the next hour or so.
And with all three of these storms, if we just call that your county or part of a county, the part of the county you live in that's in one of these boxes, you need to go seek shelter, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. The bottom line with these storms today, they've got the potential to produce the hail, they've got the potential to produce the wind, they've got the potential to produce the tornado. So take shelter, lowest level of your home. Basement is preferable if you have it, but if not, the ground floor will work in a bathroom or closet with no windows in the center of the home. Put as much room between you and the outside world as possible. Get under something sturdy, and above all else, folks, if you live in a mobile home, you need to be in somewhere a bit sturdier to ride out these storms. Not only do we have the wind and the hail, but the heavy rain just pouring down. Several flood advisories, flood warnings, and it sounds like we got another one, Brandon Robinson.
Yep, Brandon Orr, I think you can get us set up for this one. New tornado warning down out for McCreary and Wayne until 3:45.
And that thunderstorm is the one we've been tracking for about the better part of a half hour now, just near the Lake Cumberland region. Seeing huge hail on Doppler estimates. Egg-size hail, folks. That's over 2 inches in diameter. About the only size hail you get bigger than that is getting up towards baseball size hail. So this is some very large hail, and not to mention the tornado threat now moving into McCreary County. Whitley City, pretty much the entire county of McCreary County needs to seek shelter right now. This thunderstorm means business. It is showing winds on the Doppler radar estimated close to 70 to 80 miles per hour. This is a thunderstorm you need to take seriously. Go down to that lowest level of your home. Be into a safe room, no windows, a closet or a bathroom is usually your best bet. And this thunderstorm is going to move on to the south and the east, continuing at about 45 miles per hour. That thunderstorm going to continue to impact McCreary County for about the next 45 minutes or so. So a tornado warning for McCreary and Wayne counties until 3:45. Wayne County, I'd say you've got about another 15-20 minutes of dealing with this thing. McCreary County, you're just now starting to deal with it. You got about 45 minutes. And we've got 3D Doppler radar, 3D pinpoint Doppler radar pulled up. And this is just, it's a very impressive thunderstorm, my friends. It's the tallest one on the board right now. Brandon, is this still topping out around 60,000?
It is, and when it gets that high, it can produce some very large hail. In fact, we just got a report in of some golf ball size hail 5 miles to the northwest of Monticello. That's in Wayne County in the community of Eadsville. So there's still some golf ball size hail coming out of this storm, along with some of the rotation. There's still a tornado warning, that new one that Brandon Robinson was mentioning for McCreary and Wayne counties up until around 3:45.
And as for this cell right here, this tall thunderstorm you see moving from Wayne County into McCreary County, we've been watching this storm for the better part of a half hour now, and it is continuing to work its way off to the east. Tall thunderstorms are powerful thunderstorms. When you get a thunderstorm up around 60,000 feet tall like this thunderstorm is, it has the potential to cause some damage. Brandon Robinson, what do you got for us?
Support just coming in from the 911 center in Monticello. A golf ball sized hail just outside of Monticello, about 5 miles northwest in the community of Eadsville.
Yeah, so once again, folks, golf ball size hail coming out of this tornado warned thunderstorm. Real quick, I don't want to forget our friends up into Jackson County. This thunderstorm moving out of Jackson County into northern Clay County. It's not as tall, but I'm still seeing some signs of rotation on it, and that is also a sign that you've got a strong thunderstorm. So we've got two major areas of concern right now. Clay County, you need to be in your tornado safety precaution places. Same story, Wayne, McCreary County, and for our friends just across the border on into Virginia, over down towards the northern portion of Wise County, back over into Dickinson County. You can see this thunderstorm near Pound, Virginia, really producing some gusty winds and some heavy rain. We got a picture pulled up.
Yeah,
Brandon, tell us about that.
Speaking of that thunderstorm, we got a photo in. This one from Jonathan Bryant on our WYMT's Facebook page of some hail there in Letcher County. That looks about a little bigger than actually golf ball size.
That's getting close to about egg size hail right there. That's not quite there. I'd say that's maybe just eyeballing it, about 1 3/4 inch, 1.5 inches. But that's definitely a pretty large hailstone. And it's one of the many facets of these thunderstorms we're dealing with. We've got the heavy rain, the hail, the wind, and the possible tornadoes. And once again, folks, 3 areas of concern right now. We've got that new tornado warning now for portions of Wayne and McCreary County. That's going to go for the next 45 minutes. It's the top of the hour. It's 3 o'clock. You're watching WYMT TV out of Hazard, Kentucky. This is a long-form severe weather coverage as we are seeing 2 tornado warned thunderstorms. No reports of tornadoes on the ground just yet, but folks, I want you to seek shelter anyway. These are showing strong signs on Doppler radar, and we're seeing the pictures of the hail. So, and usually, as you know, around here, if we're getting hail-making thunderstorms, there's a good chance there's some rotation and at least the potential of a tornado or 2 with them. So once again, you need to take your tornado safety precautions into portions of McCreary and Wayne County. This storm will be near Coopersville and Barrier around 3:05. Kids Crossing and Rocky Branch around 3:10. Slavins and Rittner around 3:15, Cooperative around 3:25, Blue Heron 3:30, and around Stearns and Whitley City, that's going to be right around 3:35. And you can see this thunderstorm really picking up a little bit of speed as it moves on through. Also want to bring up the tornado warning that's got another 15 minutes on it back into northern Clay County. Here is the towns in the path of this storm. Chestnutsburg and Sexton around 3 o'clock, so that's right now. You folks need to be in your shelter. Felty and Thomas, you got about 5 minutes or less. That's Oneida and Amy around 3:10, that's 10 minutes from now. And Brutus and Spurlock at 3:15. So guys, just a very, very busy afternoon here in the Sky Alert Weather Center.
We've talked about the hail, we've talked about the strong winds, we've talked about the potential tornadic threat, although, again, we've had these tornado warnings and we've not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground. Let's hope it stays that way. But we also have the concern for flooding, and more specifically flash flooding. A new flash flood warning just came out for Wayne County down in southern Kentucky, and that goes until 7 o'clock tonight. We also have multiple flood advisories out as well.
That thunderstorm's just being a booger, boys. I mean, it is just causing problems.
Yeah, radar is estimating about 2 to 3 inches of rain has fallen over northern Wayne County. That's pushing into McCreary County. That's why they issued that flash flood warning.
All right, so folks, once again, Wayne County, you are under the gun right now. If it isn't one thing, it's the other. We got the tornado warning till 3:45. That also carries into McCreary County. Take your tornado safety precautions. But once that's over with, you've got the flash flood warning until 7 o'clock. So you get low during the tornado, then you get high during the flash flood warning. Go up to the high spot nearby, get above those flood waters. Remember, folks, turn around, don't drown. The flash flooding is Kentucky's deadliest weather feature. Flash flooding kills more people in Kentucky than any other form of weather, but it's also one of the most avoidable. So turn around, don't drown. And we also have that tornado warning for Clay County, about another 10-12 minutes on it, with a severe thunderstorm warning over near Pond, Virginia, working its way through the Virginia Panhandle. This one includes portions of Dickinson County and portions of Buchanan County, or excuse me, that's not Buchanan County, that's Wise County. Sorry about that, folks. But you can see that thunderstorm continues. That is going to push to the south and the east, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Locations including that: Wise, Coburn, Pound, St. Paul, Dungannon, Party, and Castlewood. You folks need to seek shelter. And also, one thing, guys, we haven't mentioned a lot of, but it's also a serious problem: the lightning with these thunderstorms. These are prolific lightning makers, Brandon Robinson.
Absolutely. And again, when you get into these situations, you should be indoors anyway, because of the simple fact that we're going to be seeing, this bring a lot of problems for winds. But looking at some of the data coming in, these storms, these cells down toward Anvil, over back toward the north of Manchester, lots and lots of lightning reports just to the north of East Bernstadt, back over toward London, lots of lightning showing up there as well. You also go back off toward the south, down toward Monticello on that warning there, just to the east of Monticello, lots and lots of lightning reports coming in out of that one too. So if you're in the Whitley City and Stearns area, you're going to be dealing not only with this tornado warning cell, but you're also going to have the hail possibilities. You're also going to have the lightnings. But again, you don't want to be near water. You don't want to be near metal. You want to be inside your house, and you want to stay away from those windows, because again, I've seen, even personally, I've seen lightning strike really close, and you'll know that because there's a lot of electricity in these cells. So you'll definitely want to, nothing else, even though it's not the biggest thing we've been talking about, you want to stay away from that possibility as well.
That's right. And Brandon Orr, we've got our plates full right now. Just tell us a little bit about what all is going on. We've got a lot we're dealing with.
That's right. Let's recap some of the warnings that are going on. We have 2 tornado warnings right now. You can actually see those counties at the bottom of your screen, but we'll pull them up here on Pinpoint Doppler as well. This one goes, let's see, this is going into northern Clay County. That's where the rotation is actually moving into, just to the north of Manchester. So if you are in northern Clay County, you want to be in your storm shelter. There's a little bit of good news, though. We're seeing a little bit less in terms of rotation out of this thunderstorm, but that still does not mean the threat is over. There's still a tornado warning in effect for northern Clay County. This will push into portions of Leslie County over the next hour or two, so we'll be watching this storm evolve. So if you're in northern Clay County, Leslie County, you want to be in your safe place, whether that's an interior room or closet away from windows, a bathroom, or even in a basement. If you have that, that's even better. If we head on over down towards, this actually affected portions of Lake Cumberland, which is now in the clear, but it's moving out of northern Wayne County and moving into central McCreary County near Whitley City. There's still some rotation with this. This tornado warning still goes into effect until about 3:45, so we have about 40 minutes left on this one, moving through McCreary and Wayne County. This one will push through towards Jellicoe and far southern Whitley County over the next hour or two, and then that will cross into portions of Tennessee. So those are the 2 warnings that we have going on right now. Those are the 2 areas of rotation that we're watching, and those are the counties where it's headed to. But as Shane was mentioning a little bit earlier, we still have this other one out towards Pound, Big Stone Gap, Norton, Virginia, just across the border into Wise County as well, Shane.
Yeah, that's right, Brandon. And like I said, folks, we got a lot going on. This severe thunderstorm, though, definitely causing its share of issues over into Wise County and over into Buchanan County. We are seeing the wind gusts getting reported upwards of 65 miles per hour with this thunderstorm. The tornado warning, that one is really starting to intensify. That warning right now is set to expire in Clay County in about 7 minutes, 3:15. Got a feeling this is going to be expanded because look at this signature starting to show up on radar. Brandon, I really want you to zoom in and let's take a look at that notch. I'm seeing some pretty decent shear starting to show up on the velocity data too. So if you want to get that ready to go to in just a second. But this right here north of Manchester, right along 421, is where the potential of a tornado is. We don't have a confirmation. We haven't even seen any reports of funnel clouds yet, but this is showing a very strong radar signature of rotation north of Manchester. If you are north of Manchester and north of the Hal Rogers Parkway in the eastern portion of Clay County, I'd say east of 421, you need to be in your safe zone right now. That is an area where we are seeing a lot of lightning, the rotation, the strong wind, the potential of the hail on the north side of this storm. You can see that's Highway 11 running through the northeastern portion of Clay County. If you were anywhere off Highway 11, go ahead and seek shelter. You can see there's a lot of roads through the hollers up there in northeastern Clay County. That is the area that can definitely get inundated with a lot of rain quickly. They have the problems with flooding there, and we definitely have the problems with the wind with this rotation as it works its way through. So you folks need to seek shelter in northern Clay County right now.
And if we switch over to the other weather computer, Pinpoint Doppler can actually see the direction of the wind inside some of these thunderstorms. This is the same one Shane was talking about over northern Clay County. As you can see, there's Manchester. This is just immediately to the north of Manchester, right along 421, crossing through the intersection of 421 and 11. You can see a little bit of the rotation here just to the north of Manchester. Now, it's a little bit broad compared to what we've seen over the past couple of hours with this storm system, but it still has the potential to produce a funnel cloud or two, or even a tornado. We haven't had any reports of one yet, but that possibility is still there. You can see that rotation in northern Clay County. This will push into Leslie County over the next hour or so, Shane.
That's right, Brandon. And folks, if you're in northern Clay County and you're looking at this storm, you're probably seeing quite the show right now. With this broad rotation, I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of clouds just twirling in the sky. It's probably a really scary looking sky. Now, first of all, if you're looking at that, get inside and get into shelter. Second of all, let this storm pass on by because it is definitely a problem maker with these kind of winds. Seeing wind gusts possible in this storm, 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. For the areas that need to be concerned, Manchester to the north and the eastern part of Clay County, east of 421, north of the Hal Rogers. So if you live pretty much north of Redbird, north and east of Manchester, you need to go ahead and seek shelter as this thunderstorm is going to continue to push its way off to the east. It'll pass through northern Leslie County here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, as this thunderstorm warning is set to expire in 5 minutes, but or tornado warning, excuse me. But there's a chance, and I'd say a pretty good chance, it will be extended. Brandon Robinson, what are you working on?
Well, I'm just going through and trying to answer a lot of messages right now on our social media pages. So if you have questions for us, be patient. I'm trying to get to those as quickly as can. But a lot of reports coming in now, and let me kind of set the record straight on this for a little bit because we've been talking about this. Just because the sun is shining in your area right now does not mean you're going to get a storm right away. A lot of folks kind of asking me, is it going to happen soon because the sun is shining? When we talk about the sun shining being a bad thing, that just means that there's a possibility we could get the atmosphere a little bit more unstable and fire some of these storms later. That doesn't mean you're getting a storm in your area right away. But again, that's something we're not looking forward to seeing because the sunshine will help destabilize the atmosphere and could help fire that thunderstorm development. So again, we're keeping updated as fast as we can. Nothing really new on the severe thunder or the flash flooding front, besides the one we got for Wayne County a little earlier, about 12 minutes ago. But again, these cells are dumping heavy amounts of rain. Brandon Orr was talking about up to 2-inch estimates, 3-inch estimates in some areas. And again, the thing I'm getting more concerned with, gentlemen, and you're seeing this yourself, these storms are starting to spread a little bit. We're getting into the heat of the day. So even if you did get
Brandon
some rain,
Robinson, I'm actually going to interrupt you real quick because we have a new tornado warning that has been issued, and it's coming up right here on Pinpoint Doppler near Clay, Jackson, Leslie, and Perry counties until 3:45. There's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located near High Knob and is moving east at around 50 miles per hour.
All right, let's go ahead and go back to Pinpoint Doppler radar, and we will look at this thunderstorm. It's the same one we've been talking about for it seems like about an hour now as it's worked its way into the coverage area. This is heading down towards Hyden. So the Weather Service, we're coming up on the end of that warning for Clay County. They've decided to extend it. It's now going from northern Clay County on into Leslie County and Perry County. We are included in this. So here in the hazard, go ahead and seek shelter. It's still about 30 minutes, 40 minutes out of town, but you folks need to go ahead and take that time to prepare for it. You've got time right now if you're in Hyden and in Hazard to get ready for this storm, but it is working its way off to the east, and it is continuing to go at about 45 miles per hour. Just had a friend ask me right now, back into Laurel County, are they expecting anything in southwestern Laurel County? Not right now, but we may see some problems there later. More thunderstorms are developing off to the north and pushing down southeast, guys. We're not done with this just yet, but our main area of concern right now is this area into eastern Clay County, Leslie County, and Perry County. And guys, I just got the alert here on the WYMT radar app on my iPad that we're under that tornado warning. Great tool to have. It's available on iOS devices and Android devices. I posted a link to that earlier on the WYMT Facebook page.
And we're also going to put a storm track on this storm so we can actually see where it's going, because we talked about how it's just north of Manchester in northern Clay County, but it's also pushing off to the east pretty quickly at around 45, 50 miles per hour or so. So it's going to take some time to get to some locations, but Wildcat and Bar Creek around 320, Spurlock around 325, Jacks Creek and Size Rock, that's around 330, Hyden and Dry Hill around 340, and Wooten around 345. By the time it gets to Perry County, it's going to be at pretty close to the top of the hour. I think around 3:50 to 4 o'clock, it will start pushing into portions of central Perry County.
So folks in Leslie County, Perry County, eastern Clay County, you are our main focus right now. Go ahead and take care, take shelter. Let's talk about where you need to go during this tornado warning. Lowest level of the home, inside a basement or interior closet. If you don't have a basement, closet, bathroom with no windows will work. Put as much space as you can between you and the outside world. Get under something sturdy or get in a bathtub and cover yourself with a mattress. Worst comes to worst, abandon cars and mobile homes and seek that sturdier shelter. And guys, let's pull Pinpoint Doppler back up. We've got several warnings to talk about. We've got the tornado warning for Clay County, Leslie County, Perry County. That's going to go until the top of the hour, until 3:45. We've got the tornado warning down into Monticello. That's down into McCreary County. That goes for another 30 minutes. So that's 3:45 as well. And also the severe thunderstorm warning over for Wise County and back over towards Pound, Virginia. That goes for about another 15 minutes, so till 3:30. So 3 thunderstorms, 2 producing tornado warnings. No reports of tornadoes on the ground just yet, but seeing reports of very strong winds on Doppler radar, very large hail pictures being sent to us on the WYMT Facebook page. Folks, stay safe. Let these storms pass on by, and then once they've passed, send us those pictures, pics at WYMT.com, or post them on the WYMT Facebook or Twitter pages, or tag up myself, Brandon Robinson, or Brandon Orr, and we'll share those as soon as they come in. Brandon Robinson, what do you have, sir?
The ironic thing, before Brandon Orr had to interrupt me with a new tornado warning, is I was getting ready to say, we're not done yet by a long shot. We're getting into the heat of the day. Some of these folks are starting to clear out a little bit. You're getting a little sunshine. It's getting a little warmer. And I'm getting reports of muggy conditions, which means the dew points are going up. So keep that in mind as well. So we're not nearly done with this system just yet. So keep that in mind. Checking the WYMT Facebook page right now to see if we have any new reports coming in. Lots of reports and pictures of sunshine in different counties, Paintsville, Salyersville, some of those coming in. A lot of folks asking questions, and I will answer those, I promise, here very shortly. Also, we got a report earlier, about 8 minutes ago, of some minor flooding over near Isom from our friend Timothy Hudson. It says it's near the IGA over there in Isom, just the ditch flooding out a little bit. So it didn't sound like a major concern, but these cells have laid down so much rain in a short amount of time. So keep that in mind over the next few hours, to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm looking at right now on my radar over here on my iPad. We've seen just some really heavy rainfall totals out of these thunderstorms. Back over towards Laurel County, up into portions of Rockcastle, Jackson County, right through here where you're seeing the oranges and the reds. Doppler estimates of 2.5 inches of rain since these thunderstorms have started. It's the same story back down towards Monticello, where that tornado-warned thunderstorm worked through Wayne County, through Jamestown, working its way towards Stearns and Whitley City right now. This really starting to see a little bit of another hook again, and that's never a good sign, guys. Potential rotation with this storm, definitely showing signs that it may not be done producing whatever kind of either strong wind or possibly funnel clouds or even a tornado as it works into Whitley City and Stearns and Pine Knot. You folks in those towns need to go ahead and seek shelter. The good news with this storm, not producing as much lightning as it was, so that's a sign that it's weakening, but it may just be in one of those cases where it's cycling like we've seen with so many of the thunderstorms today, Brandon Orr.
That's right. And we've been getting some questions in on our Facebook page. We're monitoring social media. People are interacting with us on there. A lot of people wondering, what about Letcher County and Whitesburg? We had that thunderstorm there earlier. That has moved on off into Wise, Virginia, and is just about out of our viewing area. So right now in Letcher County, you're looking okay, but there's still more thunderstorms out to the west that will push in and about a couple hours from now. So you'll have to just stay tuned to WYMT, and we'll get you more information if you're out there in Letcher County. But the 2 biggest thunderstorms we have is the one down in McCreary County near Stearns, and that's pushing off to the south and east, pretty close to Jellicoe, I think, just to the southwest of Jellicoe over the next hour or so. And then that other one that's in northern Clay County right now, still some rotation out of that. And it's important to note we haven't had any reports of tornadoes yet today, which is kind of surprising out of some of these thunderstorms that we see moving on through. We had some reports of some funnel clouds a little bit earlier, but no tornadoes, at least for right now. But there's still the potential that one could develop at any time in northern Clay County, pushing into Leslie County near Hyden over the next hour.
All right, thank you very much for that, Brandon Orr. Once again, our main area of concern right now, eastern Clay County, back into Leslie County, Perry County. You are under the gun. We have this tornado warning with another 25 minutes on it. It goes until 3:45. Manchester, the worst is north of town. Give it a few more minutes and it'll be on clear. But Hyden, it's getting ready to move in. It's on your doorstep. Give it about 15 minutes. It's going to be in your neighborhood causing some problems. Hazard, we're already hearing a few rumbles of thunder. The worst of it's still yet to come. We're going to see this here in about 30, 45 minutes or so. Buckhorn Lake, if you're up at the park, you need to be getting off the lake. If you got friends on the lake, give them a call. Hit them up on the CB if they're on the CB. Text them, let them know. Need to get off the lake. Got a pretty strong thunderstorm that's going to be going right on top of the lake with the potential of rotation and a tornado. And guys, we've said it before, we'll say it again. The mountains may make it a little harder for the tornadoes to form, but that doesn't mean it'll stop them completely.
Exactly, and we also want or at least I want to mention that the fact, and I'm not saying that we've had tornadoes, I'm not going to say we're going to have tornadoes, but the fact that we haven't gotten many damage reports yet is because these storms continue to cycle over the same areas, so nobody's been able to get out to see if there's any trees down, if there's any flooding, because they're all hunkered down in their safe spots, and they should be.
That's right.
We call those pulse-type thunderstorms, where they pulse up every once in a while and then die on off, and then they pulse up again. So the damage is very sporadic is what we're getting in. There are a few trees down that we've been getting. We've been getting a lot of hail reports, though. Right. Some golf ball size hails. A lot of photos getting sent in on our Facebook page.
That's absolutely right, guys. And we're continuing to monitor these thunderstorms as they work on through. Our main concern right now, the tornado warnings. We have two of them. One for Clay County, Leslie County, Perry County. That's going to go until 3:45. You folks, northeastern Clay County, northern Leslie County, north of the Hal Rogers, into Hazard, pretty much north of Vitco, over into Perry County, need to go ahead and be on the lookout. Take your safety precautions. Brandon Robinson, what do you got?
Tornado warning for Wayne County has been canceled down into parts of southern Kentucky, but continues for McCreary County. So the
continues for McCreary County, and you can see it has moved out of Wayne County now. Wayne County, you're in the clear. Come on out of those safe shelters. You've been in there for almost an hour. Folks in Stearns, Whitley City, Pine Knot, hang in there. We got a little bit more to go. The storm's still showing some pretty impressive signatures. Notice the purples showing up on pinpoint Doppler. That's a good indicator. We still got some hail. If you've got a car to Whitley City, I would make sure to have it in the garage or under an awning, because that hail looking pretty impressive. Baseball size hail, $50 size hail, according to pinpoint Doppler radar's hail vision. So guys, this is definitely a storm not to trifle with as it finishes working through McCreary County. Eventually will work its way down towards Jellicoe, Tennessee, maybe even probably passing there towards Jellicoe Mountain as you're starting to head up the mountain towards La Follette. Sorry, I was about to say Lafayette. That's a sin in Tennessee. And then we see that thunderstorm finally working its way on out of our Virginia Panhandle County. So that's some good news. That should be expiring just in the next little bit, Brandon Orr.
That's right. We can actually take a look at our hazard weather camera, because here in Hazard, we are underneath that tornado warning for that storm that's moving through northern Clay County right now. We'll pass through the northern half of Leslie County and then into central and southern Perry County over the next hour or so. Doesn't look too bad out there right now. We just had a rain shower that actually passed on through a little bit ago. But so far, we're looking okay. We've been getting some thunder. We had a couple power flashes a little bit ago. But otherwise, we're not seeing too much damage out of some of these thunderstorms, at least for right now. We may get some reports in. And if you have any reports, you can send them in on social media, WYMT Facebook page, or at WYMT on Twitter, as well as WYMT.com. We have constant updates on our live stream as well.
One of the things, too, about this weather cam, it faces westward, or excuse me, it faces eastward. So we're going to be seeing the storms go over top of us and then come into view. So we're not seeing the worst part of that storm just yet. We are looking from the west to the east from that view. So the thunderstorms are still off to our west. In fact, we got pinpoint Doppler zoomed in on this very potent thunderstorm back to the west of Hazard, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. Newest scan coming in. And guys, may not have the most impressive radar signature right now, at least on the reflectivity. But there's still some heavy rain in here, and I'm still seeing some broad rotation.
Let me interrupt you. You were just talking about La Follette. New tornado warning just issued for Campbell County, Tennessee until 4 o'clock. So just south of Whitley County, that cell right there that's moving, kind of pushing out.
And that does include Jellicoe. And folks, this is another case where we're running into a little bureaucracy issue, because these northern counties in Tennessee are controlled by the National Weather Service office in Morristown. The Weather Service office in Jackson controls Whitley County. Southern Whitley County, if you're southwest of Williamsburg, go ahead and seek shelter. This storm's going to pass by. It's going to be close. Don't risk it. You're down in Jellicoe, down into Campbell County, just go ahead and seek shelter. This thunderstorm packing winds potentially upwards of 70 miles per hour. We have the potential of tornadoes and the potential of baseball-sized hail. Pinpoint Doppler is picking up on that. Here's some of the towns it's getting ready to impact. Stearns, 328, Strunk, 332, Holly Hill, 338, Bounty, around 340, Lafayette, you are in La Follette, excuse me, and Jellicoe, you are both in the path of this storm. And this storm is going to continue to work its way off to the south and the east. Starting to notice a little bit of a notch again, trying to form on the southwest corner of this thunderstorm right in here, just to the southwest of Whitley City, west of Stearns and Pine Knot. This is the area where we could see the potential of a tornado. That looks like it will shoot the gap between Jellicoe and down there towards Oneida and Caryville. And that's going to work its way off to the south and to the east over the next hour, hour and a half.
That's right, and this is actually going to cross I-75 between Jellicoe and Elk Valley. So those areas just to the south of the border in our northern Tennessee counties.
That's right. So if you folks know anybody traveling up between Knoxville and I'd say Knoxville and Williamsburg here in the next hour or so, get on the horn with them, let them know, wait about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, let this storm pass on by. That's a pretty potent thunderstorm. It's not the only one we're dealing with. We also have the tornado warned thunderstorm in eastern Clay County moving into Leslie County. Perry County also under this warning. That is going to go for the next 20 minutes, so until about 3:45. Weather Service Doppler radar continues to see a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and quarter-size hail. Some of the towns going to be impacted by this: Wildcat and Bar Creek, Spurlock and Inline, Jacks Creek, Size Rock, Thousand Sticks, Calliope, Hyden and Dry Hill. That'll be around 3:40, and Wooten and Simlax at 3:45.
Tornado warning now, new one for Whitley County. We just talked about the southwestern corner, and McCreary County going until 4:15.
And there we go. Once again, folks, it's this. Sometimes the bureaucracy takes a second to catch up, but what's happening is that thunderstorms transitioning between Weather Service coverage offices. It can be a little bit complicated to deal with, but you folks down in southern Whitley County, southwest of Williamsburg proper, go ahead and take your storm shelters just to be on the safe side, lowest level of the home. Get inside a sturdy shelter, center of the home, bottom floor. If you don't have a basement, that's not a problem. Just keep away from those windows. Bathroom or a closet is your best bet. And same story for my friends over here into eastern Clay County, northern Leslie County, and western Perry County. Now is the time to seek shelter in Leslie and Perry County as this thunderstorm is moving its way onto the east. We are continuing to see broad rotation, a lot of lightning and heavy rain with this thunderstorm as it progresses from Clay County on in to Leslie County. Brandon Orr, what do you got for us?
Well, we still have those two tornado warnings. Well, there's multiple tornado warnings, but two storms, I should say, producing some broad rotation. That one is continuing to move through just to the north of Manchester in northern Clay County. That will push into Leslie County within the next 30 minutes and eventually down towards central and southern Perry County. Then we have that other one that we were just mentioning in southern McCreary County that will pass through and cross over I-75 just to the south of Jellicoe. So those will continue over the next couple of hours, not getting too much in the way of tornado reports, at least for right now. Wayne County 911 reporting some hail reports, but no damage reports received as of yet. So all these thunderstorms continue to push on off to the east-southeast at around 50 miles per hour, not only producing the chance for a funnel cloud or a tornado, but also some very large hail, some very gusty winds in excess of 60 miles per hour.
And Brandon Orr, while I talk about this storm, go ahead and pull up 3D pinpoint Doppler radar. We'll take a look at that in a second. But right now, I want to focus in on the thunderstorm near Manchester. You can see this thunderstorm continuing to produce heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and the potential of a tornado north of Manchester heading over towards Hyden. If you live in northern Leslie County, north of the Hal Rogers Parkway, you need to be seeking shelters. Southern end of the county, down south of Hyden, you're okay for now. Keep an eye on this storm, though. Same story, hazard. Go ahead and seek shelter. This one's going to be cutting it close on us, folks, so we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that. When it comes into our backyard, you can guarantee we're going to keep a close eye on it. And also, this thunderstorm continuing to be very, very impressive down near Monticello, getting ready to pass through the southwestern quarter of Whitley County. Corbin, you're in the clear. I've had some friends ask me what's going to happen with Corbin. Got a few thunderstorms off to your northwest. Those are going to move on through. You can see a new severe thunderstorm warning just coming out for Pulaski County. This may cause some problems, but right now that's not our main area of concern. Our main area of concern is going from Whitley County down into Campbell County, Tennessee, and going from Clay County into Leslie County into Perry County, where we have two separate tornado warnings, two separate thunderstorms, causing problems. Heavy rain. We've seen reports out of both of these storms of hail. Got some pictures from the WYMT Facebook page showing that hail. Brandon Robinson, you got something on that?
Yes, sir. You're just talking about that new flood advisory. Clay Harlan, Leslie Letcher, and Perry until 7:30. Also, the National Weather Service folks up at Jackson they just sent out a message. They checked with Wayne County 911. No damage reports at this point, just hail reports.
Well, that's some wonderful news. And once again, folks, it's a case where prepare for the worst, hope for the best. And right now, it's not been great, but it hasn't been awful. And hopefully we can keep it that way. We got that new severe thunderstorm warning until 4:15 for Pulaski County. This one is going to pass pretty close to Somerset. So you folks in Somerset, keep a close eye on this. I wanted to transition over to our 3D Doppler radar and take a look at it. As you can see, this thunderstorm, as it works its way from McCreary County down into Campbell County, Tennessee, notice how tall it is. This thunderstorm still up around 60,000 feet or so, producing some very heavy rain, producing the potential of hail, and not only that, but also the rotation with the tornado. Also, not as tall, but still a pretty potent storm is the one transitioning from Clay County into Leslie County.
Wayne in McCreary County?
Its way off to the east, and with it we see the potential of some very strong winds. I'm looking at it right now on our velocity data, and some of the wind gusts close to 60 miles per hour. That's a pretty potent thunderstorm. So let's go back to regular 3D or regular pinpoint Doppler radar, get out of 3D mode, switch over to our other computer. And
Shane, just while we're waiting on that, also one update: the tornado warning for Jackson County, or the big tornado warning that includes Jackson County. Jackson County now canceled out of that as the storm passed through.
All right, so good. Jackson County, you're in the clear. There's another area of rotation there just to the west of Manchester, guys, and I'm starting to see now. That's something we're going to have to keep a close eye on. That area already under a tornado warning, but if you're still in northern Clay County, north of Manchester, may not want to get out of the storm shelter just yet. It's starting to see that storm almost look like it's back building a little bit and re-intensifying on the rear end of that storm, Brandon Orr.
Shane, yes, if you are in Manchester, I would actually go ahead and get in your safe spot, whether it's an interior room or closet or in a basement. There is a little bit of rotation. This is new rotation that's just developing just to the north and west of Manchester, as Shane was explaining, or circling it right here for you. This is moving on the north side of downtown Manchester.
Yeah, so go ahead and seek shelter in Manchester. I was just looking at the velocity data and saw that. Once again, folks, a lot to keep up with today. Thankfully, so far, the damage reports have been pretty minimal. Just some trees down here or there. A few minor reports of flooding. The big thing has been the hail. A couple of reports of golf ball size hail sent in to us at the WYMT Facebook page. But like we've been saying, so many of us have been under warnings for so long, it may not have had time yet to get out, survey the damage, let us know what's going on. Stay in your safe spot, folks. We want to emphasize the whole reason we're doing this is for your safety. It's not because we like to hear ourselves talk, as some people may think. We are here to serve you, to keep you safe during these thunderstorms, and they are going to continue to work their way off to the east for the next several hours, and that tornado watch goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So guys, about 4.5 hours left on that. We are not done with this by a long shot, Brandon Robinson.
That's right. Don't forget the one for Lawrence County and Wayne County, West Virginia goes till 9 o'clock. So the threat's still on the table. And remember, this is the same time that you pegged this morning, Shane, on what to expect between basically 1 and 9 o'clock tonight. And we're pretty much in that time frame. And again, we are not done, like we said, because here's the bad thing about these storms. We're seeing more storms redeveloping back out toward past Somerset. We're going to see more storms try to develop in certain other areas. Now, I know the Big Sandy, a lot of folks are asking me, what about Johnson County? What about Magoffin County? What about some other counties? Well, just because you've not seen storms yet doesn't mean you're going to not see storms, and you've got sunshine in those areas, so that's helping to fuel the atmosphere, help to fuel the instability, so that could lead to some problems later. But again, no warnings in the Big Sandy right now, so you folks are kind of watching and waiting, but this is the watch phase, very crucial for now, because it could fire up quickly as we head into the afternoon hours, later afternoon hours.
And one of the things that we're really going to keep an eye on, especially up into the Big Sandy, right now we have not seen much action up there. However, we've seen a lot of action off to the southwest of there, and sometimes cool air can go out from those thunderstorms and go into warm, moist air and fire up new thunderstorms. It's what we call outflow boundaries. Now, we do not see any of those right now, but if any of those develop, it could trigger off a whole new line of storms over into the Big Sandy. So we're just going to wait and see about that. And also, we've got the thunderstorms generally as they're working from northwest to southeast with more of an easterly push than a southerly push. And that thunderstorm down to the southwest of Williamsburg that has the tornado warning continuing to look very, very intense on Doppler radar. Once again, we have a tornado warning for the next 40 minutes for Whitley County. 40 minutes from now, that would put that right around 4:15. And also down into Campbell County, Tennessee, a tornado warning. That's going to go until 4 o'clock. That does include Jellicoe and La Follette. And you can see some very, very bright colors showing up on pinpoint Doppler radar. Notice all the purples showing up. That is an indicator that we've got the potential for some hail, Brandon Robinson.
Absolutely, and we've been getting a lot of reports of hail from several different counties. We also just got a report out, actually 2 new reports coming in on this one. We talked about this earlier, and it looks like it came true. About 3 miles south of Whitley City in McCreary County, around the community of Revelo, they had quarter-sized hail, but bigger than that. In Whitley City, they had egg-sized hail coming in. Reports of that here in the last few minutes.
And that's one of the things pinpoint Doppler showed. Now, Brandon Orr has something pulled up for us right now. Looks like we got some more hail pictures coming in.
Yeah, this one is sent in, let's see if we can get the name here, Pine Knot, with some high winds they were reporting. This is from Craig Wilson of some quarter-size hail out there. And this is what we've been seeing. These are the most reports that we've been getting in during the day today, is some of the quarter-size and even some golf ball-size hail sent in with some of these thunderstorms. But if we can, let's switch on over to our other weather computer and go and take a look at pinpoint Doppler. We can do so in about 3D. And you can see some of the thunderstorms here pushing on off towards the east. But here's pinpoint Doppler in 3D, and you can actually see how tall these thunderstorms are. You see the deep reds that are building pretty tall? That's some of the hail cores, as we call them. As the rain is falling, the storm actually sucks up air, and it's pushing that rain up into the clouds where it's below freezing and freezing into some hail, as these cloud tops are around 55,000 to 60,000 feet tall. So that's why we're getting a lot of that hail pushing on through. If we go back to regular pinpoint Doppler, you can see a couple tornado warnings that we still have in effect. One is pushing into just to the north of Manchester in northern Clay County, and that will push into Leslie County near Hyden over the next 30 minutes, and then eventually into southern Perry County. The other one that we have is still near Whitley City. This is just to the south and east of Whitley City in southern McCreary County. This is pushing towards Jellicoe and will cross over Jellicoe and on I-75 between Jellicoe and Terry Creek.
That's right, and Brandon Orr, we've got a lot of warnings ongoing, and again, not just the wind threat, the tornadic threat, we've got the hail threat still going on. We're getting pictures that we've shown all afternoon long of some of these, and these storms kind of starting to get their act together again, it looks like, my friend. We're going to continue to be tracking these throughout the afternoon hours, but we've had a lot of activity already. But the good news, as we've been talking about all day, so far no reports of any major damage.
That's right. And I'm going to go back up to the Big Sandy real quick, because we've been getting some folks in up there. We haven't heard anything about our county up towards Floyd County, Martin, Johnson, Pikeville. That's a good thing. We haven't been talking about you because there's not much going on up there. Just seeing a few showers of rumble to a thunder with some of those. Nothing strong out of those thunderstorms. The main 2 that we are watching is in northern Clay County through Leslie near Hyden, and also that other one that's just now crossing the Tennessee border just to the west of Jellicoe, near the Tennessee border in the Cumberland River Valley. So those are the 2 big storms that are actually producing some severe weather, Brandon.
That's right. New report literally just coming in from McCreary County near the community of Marsh's Siding. Ping pong ball sized hail causing damage to cars. So that's the first report we've gotten of any damage from hail. We know there's been a lot of hail floating around for the last several hours, and some areas kind of getting hit repeatedly, especially down in the Cumberland Valley. But you're seeing right there, we've got the areas highlighted where the tornado warnings are. The one for parts of the Kentucky River Valley expires here in just a few minutes at 3:45. That's for Clay, Leslie, and Perry counties. But you go back off that one right there, just to the east and south of Stearns. That's the one that's now causing some hail damage. And egg, ping pong, quarter, we've got all different reports out of McCreary County in the last few minutes.
That's right. These storms continue to push off to the east-southeast at around 45, 50 miles per hour. And again, we have 2 tornado warnings. That's why we're on air right now. We're going to stay on air until these severe thunderstorms continue to pass, at least the tornado warnings. We have one out now for northern Clay County. This is just around Manchester and just to the east. That's where the rotation is. This is moving in to central Leslie County over the next couple of hours or so. So if you're in Leslie County or southern Perry County, that tornado warning continues. And Brandon Robinson, if you can actually talk to us about that, because I think I just saw a new tornado warning pop up through portions of Clay County and Leslie. Brandon will get a check on that. But that other one is pushing down towards southeastern McCreary County, down towards southern Whitley County as well, crossing the Tennessee border just to the west of Jellicoe. That's producing also some very large hail in some instances, around ping pong ball size or more, as all these storms continue to push off to the east.
You're exactly right, Brandon. Our new tornado warning just issued for Clay and Leslie counties until 4:30. So right there, that same area that this has been kind of cycling through for the last little bit, and we're going to continue to watch that be the case. Basically, it says here a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the Sidell area, and I actually just got an alert here on my computer. That's kind of interesting. I've never seen before. Also near the Sidell area and moving east at 40 miles an hour. We've got quarter-sized hail coming in here from other areas as well. We've got, let's see here, new report coming out of the Strunk area of McCreary County, a quarter-sized hail there coming out. No reports of damage, but we're starting to get reports of damage now from the hail, getting reports coming in here. Let's see what I have just handed something here from Shane. Hail in Wayne County, few trees down, and golf ball size hail, which we talked about, bigger hail than that in McCreary County. This coming in from the newsroom, looks like. Nickel-sized hail in Annville and Jackson County area so far. This must be from some of our local dispatchers, and in Clay County, not much going on at this point.
And that's just for right now, but guys, I would not let your guard down in Clay County. This thunderstorm rapidly intensifying, and it is going to continue to work its way off to the east. It is in Manchester, pushing its way off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. That new tornado warning, once again, hazard. We're right on the edge of this. If you are in Clay County, Leslie County, and western Perry County, back up towards Buckhorn, be on the lookout. This thunderstorm means business. Notice all these pinks showing up northeast of Manchester. This thunderstorm is really starting to ramp up, really intensifying. And if you see a hail core like that pop up plus rotation, that can sometimes be a very strong indicator that this storm may be getting ready to produce a tornado. No reports just yet. That's very troubling when you see a thunderstorm spike up like that, Brandon Robinson.
Oh, absolutely. And again, as we've mentioned all afternoon long, these same storms have cycled over the same areas, so the fact that we're not getting any reports does not mean there hasn't been damage, either from a possible, and I say that, let me stress that word again, possible tornado or wind damage or even hail damage. But some of these areas, especially Clay County and McCreary County, Wayne County, they're just now finally starting to maneuver around a little bit because they've been getting through these storms off and on over and over again. Brandon, or you have something?
I just want to mention that we're getting some questions in on Facebook. If we haven't seen any tornadoes, why are there tornado warnings then? Well, there is some rotation on radar, and one could develop at any time through portions of northern Clay County, right around Manchester. In fact, you can see a little hook echo here on the radar right over Manchester. This is exactly where the rotation is located in central Clay County. That's pushing into central Leslie County over the next hour or so. And also some of that pink there that just spiked up. We're getting some indications on pinpoint Doppler that the hail is getting a little bit larger in this storm. It's certainly not weakening. We could see some hail to around ping pong ball size or larger with this storm.
And it's right where I'm covering my hand, just to the northeast of Manchester, almost over towards Redbird, north of Redbird, as you go down the Howell Rogers Parkway. Folks, this storm means business as it continues to work its way off to the east. That's one of the strongest storms we have on the board right now. One of 2 tornado-warned thunderstorms. These thunderstorms are continuing to work their way to the east, southeast at about 45. Don't want to forget our friends down in Whitley County. Worst of this storm is passing through right now. Give it about another 15-20 minutes. It'll be on out of your hand, or out of your hair. Our friends down in Campbell County, Tennessee, still got a bit to go on this. Jellicoe, this storm is heading right towards your doorstep. It's going to be there soon. Large hail possible with this thunderstorm too. Brandon, let's zoom that radar in. And you can see pink showing up on it as well in the core of this thunderstorm just to the west of Jellicoe, between Jellicoe and Winfield, right on the Kentucky-Tennessee state line. This is going to work its way into Campbell County here in the next 5 minutes, this hail core, and it is definitely going to cause some issues. Also, quite a bit of lightning with this thunderstorm. That's a surefire sign that this thing has still got some life in it and is still pretty potent, Brandon Robinson.
Absolutely, and a lot of folks asking again about certain areas. If we are not mentioning your area, that is a good thing at this point. There's a lot of folks in the Big Sandy kind of worrying. There is a chance for storms for everybody for the next several hours. Again, as we've mentioned several times, we are not out of the woods with this system just yet, because here's the thing. You're getting areas where it is clearing, you're getting sun coming out, and it's helping to refuel the atmosphere. So that's why we're seeing more storms trying to develop out to the west and to the north. So again, if you're in those areas that are not under a warning, this is still the watch time. We have that tornado watch that continues until 8 o'clock for the bulk of the area in Kentucky, also into southwest Virginia and East Tennessee. We also have the tornado watch that goes until 9 o'clock for Lawrence County in Kentucky and Wayne County in West Virginia. So if we're mentioning you specifically, those are the areas that have been kind of under the gun and need to continue to stay up to date.
So here's the people that need to be seeking shelter right now. I'm not talking to everybody, just people in these areas. Southwestern Whitley County, southwest of Williamsburg, northern Campbell County, southeastern McCreary County. If you're back in Stearns, Whitley City, worst is done. Go inspect the damage. Let us know what happened. You're clear. Folks in Jellicoe, you need to be seeking shelter. Folks in Williamsburg, you need to be seeking shelter. If you're between those two towns, you need to be seeking shelter. Over into Clay County, this storm continues to grow. We're seeing peaks of sunshine come out. I just had a friend over from the Lilly Volunteer Fire Department mention me over in southern Laurel County on Twitter. Clear skies and sunshine. That may fuel up that thunderstorm that's just west of London as it works down towards Laurel Lake. But my main concern right now is just east of downtown Manchester, north of the Hal Rogers Parkway. That is a very tight area of rotation.
Greg, I'm glad I caught you right there. We just got our first report of baseball-size hail.
Wow.
Coming out of the Burning Springs area in Clay County, which is near the Jackson County line.
That is right there. Yeah, that's up into northern Clay County, if I'm not mistaken.
So back toward 11 and back over toward 421. That's if you were going back toward Annville and back over toward McKee.
Right. That's exactly right, Brandon. And that area right in there, it's where this storm came from. Baseball-size hail. That's what we could see right now. Brandon Orr, can you put on hail vision on this storm? And let's take a look at how big. Wow, I've never seen orange on pinpoint Doppler's hail vision before. How big is this saying it is, Brandon? Teacups.
That's not something you hear too often.
Well, that's not what. Yeah.
Coffee mug, baseball-size hail. Okay,
wow, that's crazy.
That is some very large hail being picked up by pinpoint Doppler radar. And this thunderstorm working its way off to the east, right to the north of the Hal Rogers Parkway. Folks, take this storm seriously, Clay County. This, even if we don't have a tornado, baseball-sized hail will do damage. That's not just siding damage. That's not just damage to your car. That could be damage to your roof. That can go through some old roofs or poorly constructed roofs, or even roofs in manufactured housing. Just be on the lookout. That is a potent thunderstorm there in eastern Clay County. And Brandon Robinson, any new reports coming in from social media yet?
I've been checking. Again, I know a lot of folks have questions, and we're trying to answer those questions as fast as we can. But with these warnings, fast and furious, it's taking us a little time. So please be patient with us. I'm looking here to see. Okay, let me see what this one is coming in here. Let's see here. Click on this. But at this point, some rain over into parts of Clay County, coming in some pictures here. Keep sending those pictures to us, but again, make sure that you do it when it's safe to do so. Don't do it, during the storm. You want to stay inside during the storm. A lightning picture from Clay County coming in.
Actually, we got that pulled up right now. Let's take a look at that.
This is from Will Henson over towards Manchester, getting a picture in to WYMT's Facebook page of some of the lightning moving through there.
We talked about a lot of these storms earlier. We're dropping a lot of lightning, and Shane, I haven't looked here lately. Are they still?
I'm looking at it right now. If we go back to pinpoint Doppler, and this storm in Clay County is a prolific lightning maker. I don't have an exact count right now, but I'm just looking at my iPad, and I'm seeing probably close to 200 some volts
Easy.
down in Clay County and Leslie County alone. That is a very potent thunderstorm, my friends. The rotation, not as tight as it was, but it's still very concerning just to the east of Manchester. My bigger concern, the hail with this thunderstorm. This is just a prolific hail-making storm, baseball-sized hail, already reported in Clay County, and that it was actually looking a little bit weaker when it produced that. It's looking very intense right now.
And Shane, we actually have a picture in of some of that hail. We just got another one sent in, this one by Travis Smith out in Bowling Branch. That's pretty close to Manchester and Clay County. You can see some of the hail there. That's about golf ball size hail, or
Maybe
little bit larger
bigger
than that.
Yeah, and that's some jagged hail, folks. That's not something you want to be hit by outside. Let's go back to pinpoint Doppler. Once again, this tornado warning down into Clay County, portions of Leslie County, goes for another 39 minutes. This is going to expire at 4:30. Here's some of the towns in the path of this storm that has produced golf ball size hail. Hector and Spurlock, you're under the gun right now. Peabody about 352. Creekville about 357, Queendale around 4 o'clock, Thousand Sticks, that's right there on Hal Rogers Parkway. If you want to know what that little fire department is, not familiar with it, that's the fire department there between Hyde and Hazard, and that fire department right in the line of the storms here within about the next 15 minutes or so. And these thunderstorms not only producing a lot of lightning, large hail, also gusty winds, and very heavy rain. We've got a couple of flash flood warnings still. We've got for Rockcastle County, Jackson County, northern Laurel County. That goes for another 2 hours and about 40 minutes. That's going to put that just after 7 o'clock, about 7:30 or so. Pulaski County, severe thunderstorm warning for you. Not a super impressive storm out there in Pulaski County, but definitely enough to cause some problems. Seeing a lot of lightning, some gusty winds with that, it's, especially over in the western end of the county. Flash flood warning down for McCreary County, just to the north of Monticello. But right now, the main concern are 2 tornado warnings. The first one, this one into Clay County and Leslie County, and the strongest part of the storm getting ready to cross the Clay-Leslie line. The other one is back down into one of our Tennessee counties. And Brandon, we're going to move the radar down, take a look at that, and you can see still a very strong thunderstorm just to the west of Jellicoe, pushing its way into northern Campbell County. The rotation, not as good as it was earlier, but still seeing a pretty strong hail signature here. Can we pull up a hail vision on this one and see what it's showing? You can see obviously still the very large baseball-sized hail near Manchester. Not as bad down into portions of Campbell County, right there on the Campbell, Whitley, McCreary County border. And you can see, well, teacup size hail once again, or that's closer to baseball size hail, is a more traditional measurement of that, and ping pong ball size hail. So once again, a pretty potent hail making storm there. And then this one is just a monster getting ready to work from Clay County down into Leslie County. And folks, I don't use that word lightly. That hail, I have never seen that bright red show up on the hail vision product before. That is some very intense hail, baseball size hail, according to the Doppler radar. That takes a very potent thunderstorm, Brandon Robinson, to create that size hail.
Oh, absolutely. And we've not. Here's the thing. With a typical pulse type situation like this, you usually see 1 or 2 cells that do this, and the rest of them, bring you some wind and some good lightning. We're seeing multiple cells bringing us lots and lots of hail, and lots of reports coming in now. It looks like it's clearing some places for social media. I just got a lightning picture on Twitter, very intense over in Letcher County, kind of similar to the one we just saw outside of Manchester a few minutes ago. This coming in literally from the National Weather Service Twitter account over at Jackson. They literally just tweeted this: gigantic hail likely falling between Manchester and Hyden. That's a strong word usage.
I have never heard a Weather Service office use a tweet that says gigantic hail, but that is probably a great descriptor for it. Pinpoint Doppler, folks, normally we see reds or purples, and that's a problem maker. we're seeing full-on pinks here. That is some serious hail. This thunderstorm just oh so potent on 421 next to 66. Peabody, Sugar Creek Road, Markham, Big Creek, Jason, over there into Leslie County, right there along 421 up into northern Leslie County. Just be ready, my friends. That is heading your way, and that is some not nice stuff. Gilbert Creek Road, Sugar Creek Road, Campground, Annette's Fork Road, Little Double Creek Road. Those are all locations right now in the path of this gigantic hail. Not my words, National Weather Service's words, storm producing hail. That's just unreal.
And that's moving into central Leslie County. So if you're in central Leslie County, you want to prepare for that. That will move in within the next about 20 minutes or so. In fact, in about 5-10 minutes, it will already start crossing the border into Leslie County. And eventually that will track into far southern Perry County and northern Harlan County over about 2 hours from now. So they have some time there.
Hayden, if I had a car in Hayden and in western Leslie County,
something now.
I'd be moving that thing into a garage because that storm is not looking good. Unfortunately, guys, if that keeps track holding due east, we may be dealing with a little bit of hail here in Hazard, especially the southern end of town.
Absolutely. So again, not necessarily so much so far we've seen a wind threat, and again, we've not been able to get a lot of damage reports in, probably because, again, like we talked about, continuing to see these same areas get cycled over. But the hail threat is there. We know it's causing damage. We've heard words like baseball size being thrown around, and ping pong, and even gigantic. So again, this is hail can do a lot of damage too. We heard reports early in the day that even windows broken out in Lexington from some of those storms as they came through there. That's been hours ago, but again, that just goes to show you that hail, and again, we haven't talked about the flooding threat much here lately because we haven't had any reports. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible wording until 4:45 for Clay, Jackson, Laurel, and Owsley counties.
Okay, let's, oh yeah, I see the storm they're talking about right now. It is just to the northeast of London, west.
Shane, got to break in again. Possible report of a funnel cloud near Whitley City coming from emergency management.
Near Whitley City, that's
25 minutes ago.
Oh, was that 25? Okay, I'm sorry.
They're just getting the report in now.
Gotcha.
It takes some time to actually get those reports through.
They're having some trouble getting the reports out.
So that's what we talked about.
To the south of the Tennessee border.
That's the Tennessee.
That's the Tennessee storm. Let's actually go ahead and pull that up because that is showing a little bit of a weak hook signature on the radar. And it's right now just to the southwest of Jellicoe. I don't want to neglect our friends down in Campbell County, Tennessee. Whitley County, you're clear, at least for right now. Go ahead and get out of your storm shelters in southern Whitley County. McCreary County, you're clear. Campbell County, Tennessee, this is where the issue is. It's just to the southwest of Jellicoe, pushing its way off to the east. Large hail, some rotation on the radar, possible tornado. This warning has about another 3 or 4 minutes on it, but it may be extended. We'll have to see what our friends at the Weather Service in Morristown does. Now let's head back up to the northeast, take a look at that new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible wording back up into portions of Laurel County, Jackson County. It's this storm right here, just a little bit to the west, Brandon, or if we can just adjust the radar a little bit. And it's this notch on the radar that caught my eye and probably is what caught the Weather Service's eye as this thunderstorm, the rotation, not super strong, but it is there. It is just to the west of Anvil. Anvil, you have just been the unlucky winner today. It seems like these thunderstorms forming along a boundary that must be stalled out between Anvil and Manchester, and looks like it's just railroading, and that's not a good thing, friends. That can lead to some flash flooding. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning for northern Laurel County. This doesn't include London. Corbin, you're clear. You don't have to worry about it. That's Clay County, Jackson County, and Brandon, what do you got for us?
Okay, some new reports just coming in. The tornado warning for McCreary and Whitley counties canceled.
Canceled. Good news there. So,
but the one for Campbell County in East Tennessee extended out to 4:45.
So we got a new 45 minutes on that storm in Campbell County, and that thunderstorm continues to look very impressive just east of Manchester. Folks, don't be on the Hal Rogers right now between Manchester and Hayden. If any of our radio partners are simulcasting this or listening to our coverage, tell folks do not be on the Hal Rogers or 421 between Manchester and Hyden.
Or 11 going either from north from Manchester or south toward Knox County. Also out of Clay County near the Peabody community, train spotter just reporting to the Weather Service some trees down due to high winds. Now our first reports of a few more trees.
And that's on 11 down towards.
I believe. Well, I mean that area. If you're, I was talking about in generalities when you're talking about traveling. Yeah, stay off of 11 too, because that's an area right there, kind of. But Peabody, I'm not exactly sure where Peabody is. I'll have to look that one up. But that's our report of trees down with high wind damage there.
All right, and we are continuing to get multiple pictures in. We are processing those as fast as we can. We are seeing coming up right now at 4 o'clock, you are watching WYMT TV. I am Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith. This is WYMT TV, Channel 57 out of Hazard, Kentucky. We're doing long-form severe weather coverage because of ongoing tornado warnings. And this thunderstorm is definitely got our attention. Just to the west of Hyden, between Hyden and Manchester, 421 and the Hal Rogers Parkway. Don't be on it for the next 20 to 30 minutes between those two towns, folks, as there is a massive hail-producing thunderstorm with a tornado warning. Let's not forget about that, guys. We've still got that tornado warning. So folks in Leslie County and eastern Clay County still need to be in their shelters while we ride this storm on out. Brandon Orr, what do you got for us?
Well, these storms continue to push on off to the east, and we can't forget one severe thunderstorm warning that's out there near Somerset and Pulaski County. Now, this storm, I'm looking at it on pinpoint Doppler. I'm not too impressed with it. It may have some quarter-size hail and some wind gusts up to around 60 miles per hour, but it's certainly not producing the size hail that we're seeing in portions of Clay County, and which is just now pushing into Leslie County. You can actually see that pink there. That's just to the east of Manchester. It's right on the border there between Manchester and Hyden, right along where 421 crosses over from Clay County into Leslie County. That's where we're seeing the chance for baseball-sized hail near Peabody, Spring Creek, and that's pushing pretty close to Hyden. So if you're in downtown Hyden right now, expect some large hail, especially to the south of Hyden, within the next 15 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon Orr. And folks, once again, this is, I know we're focusing in on this storm. We got a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings, but this tornado warning and this hailstorm is what has our attention right now. This is the most powerful storm we have on the board. Although I do want to mention that Campbell County, you do have a new tornado warning down in Tennessee for the next 45 minutes or so. That goes until 4:45. Friends down near Jellicoe, La Follette, go ahead and seek shelter. If you're in Campbell County, Tennessee, you need to be in a shelter. But if you're in eastern Clay County, and especially in Leslie County right now, you need to be in a shelter. This is a very prolific storm just off to your west. A very impressive, a very dangerous storm with the hail. Already seeing reports out of Clay County, golf ball size hail from this storm, and it continues to work its way off to the east. In fact, also baseball size hail. Forgot about that one up when it was back to the northern and western portion of Clay County. So a very, very, very potent storm as it pushes its way into Leslie County. Folks in and around Hyden, seek shelter indoors, lowest level of your house. Get to the basement or get to the ground floor and get in a closet or a bathroom and cover your head, get under a sturdy piece of furniture. Remember all those tornado warning safety tips, because this is a very, very, very potent storm that's working its way on through. One of several storms we are watching. Don't want to forget our friends up in the Jackson County. We have that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible. That's going to go for the next 40 minutes or so. That's going to go until right around 4:45. That is for Jackson County. And back into northern Clay County. Northern Clay County, I know you've been hit hard already. Got a little bit more to deal with. Also, don't want to forget our friends back over in Somerset, Pulaski County. Severe thunderstorm, a lot of lightning to the southwest of Somerset. Back over towards Lake Cumberland. If you are over in that direction, you definitely want to be on the lookout, as we are seeing some very intense lightning. If you know about anybody on the lake, and they've already had one storm over that way, over near Burnside, just let them know to come on in, seek shelter, let these storms pass. But our main concern continues to be this thunderstorm, one right now producing a tornado warning in Kentucky, and that is in Clay County, moving into Leslie County, right there between 421, between Manchester and Hyden. Folks, do not drive on 421 right now. It is not safe to be driving through this kind of storm. It's a bad idea. Just don't do it. Don't even think about it. We continue to monitor social media. Once the storm passes, if you have pictures of that storm, send it to us. WYMT's Facebook page, WYMT on Twitter, or pics at WYMT.com. And we've got quite the hail picture brought up on our computer, Brandon Orr.
Yeah, this one was just sent into WYMT's Facebook page as well. You can see this is pretty close to baseball size hail. This is what we are talking about, some of the reports that the National Weather Service is relying to us. This is between Manchester and Hyden. This was taken in Big Creek. Let's see, Audrey Roberts sent this in from Clay County near Big Creek. So this is just to the east of Manchester. I'll circle it for you. The storm just passed through that area just moments ago. And it's moving just to the south, around Hyden, and just to the south of Hyden over the next 10 minutes.
And we're starting to hear the thunder rumble here in Hazard as the top of this thunderstorm looks like it's getting blown off and carried downwind a little bit, but the core of the storm still off to the west of Hyden. But we're starting to hear thunder here in Hazard. Don't want to forget, this is a tornado-warned thunderstorm. The hail is definitely the most important or most impressive part of the storm, but we're still seeing very broad rotation. And just as I say that, you see that new update come in, a little bit of a notch just to the south of the hail core. That is not a good sign, friends. That's usually a sign that the storm's trying to wind back up. We see that it has weakened a little bit, but it may be going through one of those pulsing cycles where it weakens a bit and then fires back up. That is something that we're going to keep a very close eye on for the next little bit. Brandon Robinson.
New severe thunderstorm warning just issued from McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties until 4:45.
4:45, Whitley, McCreary, and Pulaski, or was it Whitley or Wayne County?
McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties. New report also just coming in from Clay County of hail size, a more golf ball size hail, but the new severe thunderstorm warning for new tornado warning for Clay and Jackson counties until 4:30. Some pretty good hail on this one near the Cornelius area, moving east at 40 miles an hour. New tornado warning for Clay and Jackson counties until 4:30.
And that's the thunderstorm that's back up on, pretty much on top of Anvil right now, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look here at a pinpoint Doppler radar. Yep, right there. Got another hook echo starting to show up a little bit. This is northwest of Manchester. This is pretty much right on top of Anvil right now, south of McKee. You folks need to go ahead and take your shelter in southern Jackson County. I know this is about the third time you've had to do it now, but these thunderstorms just keep hitting the same area over and over and over again. So southeast Jackson County, McKee, you're in the clear. You can relax, don't worry about this one. But if you're in Anvil or to the south and to the east or back into northwestern Clay County, go ahead and seek shelters. This thunderstorm is starting to show some signs of rotation once again as it pushes off to the south and the east. Got two tornado-warned thunderstorms with two storms, the most potent of which is this one right on the moving into western Leslie County. Notice the hook little inflow there to the south of the hail core. Also, same story, but not as impressive. Back into Jackson County. We've still got the severe thunderstorm warning back into Pulaski County that's just been extended down into Wayne and McCreary counties. That goes until 4:45. Folks, if you're having a hard time keeping up, just check out the bottom of your screen. We are scrolling these fast as we can through. Just a lot happening right now on what is turning out to be the biggest severe weather day of the year so far, Brandon Robinson.
That's right. And again, if you're staying with us, we've talked about earlier that Facebook and Twitter should not be the only way you get information. But if you're following us on there, we're posting all of these updates in real time on our Facebook and Twitter pages as well, the Weather Team's pages and the WYMT Facebook and Twitter pages. So keep that right there too. Again, we're trying to get those questions answered as fast as we can. But the biggest thing I can tell you right now is if we're not mentioning you, you're okay for the moment. If we're not mentioning warnings in your area, just kind of watching and waiting at this point.
And folks, I want to piggyback on what Brandon just said. It's not that we don't have something to say for your area. It's not that we're neglecting your area. It's just your area doesn't have anything going on right now if we're not mentioning it. Our focus is where the weather's the worst, and if it gets bad in your area, we're sure going to let you know about it. And right now, it's at its worst in southeastern Jackson County, northern Clay County, that new tornado warning. That's going to go until about 4:45. Also for the tornado warning down in the Clay and Leslie County until 4:45. So Clay County, pretty much north of the Hal Rogers, get back into the tornado shelter. Same story in southeastern Jackson County, western Leslie County, pretty much all of Leslie County needs to be seeking shelter. This thunderstorm, not as impressive as it was. It looks like it's dying down a little bit, but don't let your guard down. These things have a habit of cycling. They'll weaken, then they'll strengthen. And right now, I think this thunderstorm down in south of Hyden is weakening. It may intensify a little bit later. And this thunderstorm to the northwest of Manchester, right on top of Anvil, is definitely strengthening and starting to see a lot more lightning out of this storm too. And anytime you start to see more lightning, that is a very potent sign that we have thunderstorms in development. Those are going to continue to work their way off to the east. Let's talk about the storm down in Leslie County. This expires in 20-some minutes. This is going to go here's some of the towns in the path of this storm. This is going to be around Chapel and Moselle at 4:15, Causey and Cutchin around 4:20, and Big Fork around 4:25. Doppler radar indicating a possible tornado and baseball-size hail moving east at 40 miles per hour. Also, we've got the tornado warning for in the next 20 minutes back up into till 4:30 for Jackson County and Clay County. Tornado and golf ball size hail possible with this storm. Some of the towns in the path of the storm, Egypt and Welchburg as we speak, Shepherdtown and Malden around 4:15, Chesburg and Malcolm 4:20, Laurel Creek and Thomas around 4:25, and Amy and Felty around 4:30. We've said a couple of those before.
Take a look at the southern end of that storm right there in Leslie County. Shane, you see that?
Yeah,
they're starting to
see what you're saying. It's starting to wrap up again. It's folks, once again, these are signatures on the radar we look for. We look for the intensification, we look for the pink starting to show back up, and we look for the hook. That is a textbook supercell structure. This isn't exactly textbook, but it's close. It's a strong storm. It's got a history of producing baseball-sized hail, and it's got a history of causing trouble, and it is moving towards Harlan County. It looks like it's taking a bit of a turn to the east, the turn to the right, to the southeast, and this may take a run down towards Harlan if it continues that little southerly jog. We may end up missing the worst of this one, at least in hazard, but also got that storm back off to the north and the west. So still a lot of thunderstorm action to get through before all is said and done. And Brandon Orr, what have you got for us? Are you ready?
Yes, we actually have a new picture, and we were talking about preparing about 30 minutes ago in Hyden for some hail, and that's exactly what we have here. You can see this photo was sent in by James Williams. This is near Hyden on Bear Branch. You can see he's holding some hail there the size of about golf balls or so. And we've had other reports larger than this, right around baseball size hail. And actually on Pinpoint Doppler, you can see some of the pink there through portions of central Leslie County. That's where we're seeing some of the hail falling right now, to golf ball to baseball size in some locations. And again, that tornado warnings also continue for central Leslie County.
And just a new severe thunderstorm warning issued, tornado possible wording for Harlan, Leslie, and Letcher counties.
We were just talking about
until
that.
5 o'clock, so right there it is.
All right, let's pull up 3D Pinpoint Doppler radar. I want to take a look at it. And these thunderstorms continue to be on the tall side. This storm system near Hyden really starting to spike up. Brandon Orr, can you give me an echo top on that? How tall is this thing getting up to now?
Well, right now it's still getting up to right around 60,000 feet. So what that's actually telling us is that this thunderstorm is not falling apart. It's still maintaining its strength, because we've been watching how tall these thunderstorms actually are. Pinpoint Doppler can tell us that. And now that we're seeing that it's not falling, it's not collapsing on itself, that these storms are actually maintaining strength as they push off to the east.
So this is a long-lived supercell structure type thunderstorm. It's not a textbook one, but what that means is this thunderstorm is pretty much sustaining itself. The updrafts will kick back up, keep the storm going. The downdrafts will generate that hail and pull it down and take it down to the surface. Anytime you get a thunderstorm around here, 50 to 60,000 feet tall, that is an extremely potent thunderstorm. And we don't have one, we don't have two, but it looks like we have three of them. We've got the one in Leslie County, the one working from Jackson into Clay County, which isn't as tall, but still pretty tall. Notice the red showing up almost about the same height. And then this one moving through Campbell County, working its way down towards La Follette. Also, that thunderstorm really starting to spike back up there back to the southwest of Somerset once again. So that storm, which wasn't looking too oppressive not too long ago, all of a sudden showing some new signs of life, maybe moving into a little unstable air, refueling a bit.
And we're getting some more questions in on social media. If we switch back over to our regular pinpoint Doppler, you can actually see up towards the Big Sandy. We're getting some questions out of Pikeville saying they haven't heard us say anything about Pikeville. That's because there's not too much in the way of strong thunderstorms up there. A rumble or two of thunder included with some of the heavy rain that's pushing through Magoffin and then moving towards northern Floyd County, but none of that is actually severe. We saw extensive cloud cover in that area earlier on today. Temperatures there are right around 70 degrees. They didn't get up into the 80s. That's what provided some of these fuel for the thunderstorms. If you were looking on our Facebook page a little bit earlier, we were talking about some of the heating going on down in the Cumberland River Valley, and that's why the storms are a little bit stronger out towards I-75 versus up in the Big Sandy. So Big Sandy's in the clear for right now, but those 2 tornado warnings still continue through portions of Clay County and also into Leslie.
That's right. Both of these storms set to expire within the next little bit. So the tornado warning there into Leslie County, 15 minutes from that expiration time. That storm continues to look pretty impressive on pinpoint Doppler radar. Also, we've got the tornado up in Clay County. That one expires in the next 15 minutes or so, and that new severe thunderstorm warning that extends down into Harlan County and Letcher County. That one's got 45 minutes, so that's going to take us up until 5 o'clock. So folks, not done yet. Remember, tornado watch for the entire area till 8 o'clock tonight. If you're in a tornado warning right now, which is southern Jackson County, although the worst of it's about to pass, give it another 5-10 minutes, you can come out from your safety places. Northern Clay County, this is going to take about another half hour or so. Stay in your shelter until you hear otherwise, until we clear that tornado warning. Southern Leslie County, northeastern Harlan County, southwestern Letcher County, you folks need to go ahead and seek shelter. Even though you have a severe thunderstorm warning, this is the same thunderstorms that has produced baseball-size hail back into Clay County, and it is working its way into the heart of the mountains right now, the heart of coal country up there into the mountains right around Black Mountain, Pine Mountain. 119 is probably going to be a really, really nasty commute here in about the next 30 minutes or so. And you're going to probably have a great view of thunderstorms from the top of Pine Mountain and Black Mountain here in about the next, I'd say 30 minutes to an hour. Not encouraging you to go out because you don't want to get caught out in this. And also don't want to forget our friends down in Campbell County, Tennessee. We've got that tornado warning just a little bit longer, about 30 minutes left on that. That'll expire at 4:45. But the bottom line is this, my friends. Thunderstorms continue. This was a well-advertised event. We've been talking about it for about 2 or 3 days now. Things didn't play out exactly like we thought, and thank goodness. A new tornado warning now.
Tornado warning. Harlan and Leslie until 5 o'clock.
Harlan County, eastern Harlan County. Go ahead and seek shelter. City of Harlan, seek shelter. Everett's, seek shelter. Cumberland, seek shelter. If you live west of Harlan, I'd go ahead and seek shelter, but keep a close eye on it. I think the worst of it's going to pass from Harlan down to the southeast. That would be right along 119. That is going to be a close call for the city of Harlan, especially. We're noticing this rotation showing up again. Notice that little notch, that little hook echo. It's a textbook sign of rotation. Doesn't mean we have a tornado. We've seen several reports of funnel clouds earlier in the day. Haven't seen too many lately, but that doesn't mean these storms can't produce a tornado. And folks, once again, we want to remind you, a tornado warning means either a tornado has been spotted, a funnel cloud has been spotted, or we're seeing very strong rotation on Doppler radar, and that may produce a tornado. Tornadoes in the mountains, they typically don't last too long, and with the mountains obscuring the views, it can be hard to see them. You can see a tornado not even last on the ground 1 to 2 minutes around here, but that doesn't mean it won't do damage. That doesn't mean the hail and the wind won't do damage. Thankfully, the reports haven't been too bad yet. And let's just hope and cross our fingers that they keep going that way. But we still got several strong thunderstorms on the board. I want this to go ahead and get everything caught up and kind of reset. Brandon Orr, why don't you help me do that?
Okay, we'll go over and do an overview of some of the warnings that we have going on right now. we have a couple of tornado warnings. One is the latest one that was just issued. This is for Leslie into portions of Harlan County. This is where we're seeing that little hook echo that we were talking about, right on into there. That's where we're seeing some rotation on pinpoint Doppler. That continues to push on off to the east. So if you're in Harlan, Cumberland, or any areas that are around Harlan and Cumberland, you'll want to seek some shelter. This will be pushing on over to the east-southeast, so Big Stone Gap, or in St. Charles, right along there on the Virginia border over the next little bit. We also have a couple more thunderstorms. This one is just spiking up recently over towards Pulaski County and northern Wayne County, just to the northeast of Monticello. We're seeing a little bit of hail coming out of that as well. The other one in Campbell County, Tennessee, is pushing on off towards the east fairly quickly as well, Shane.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon Orr, for helping us reset the board. And the bottom line is this, folks. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, semantics don't matter at this point. You need to be seeking shelter with these storms. We've not seen too many reports of damage, but the hail is large, the wind is strong at times, and the potential is there. Once again, this is something we were watching for, the potential of severe weather today, and thankfully haven't seen too many damage reports. Let's knock on a little wood and keep that trend going. But here's what we know right now. We know that there is a very strong thunderstorm in the southern end of Leslie County that is heading over to Harlan County that has a tornado warning on it. So, you know, I did a class or a reading at the Everett's Public Library a few weeks ago. One of the kids asked me, can tornadoes happen in the mountains? And I told them yes. Let's not put that to the test. Let's hope that it doesn't do it, but just know that it can. And this storm is showing a lot of rotation on Doppler radar that has the potential to at least do some wind damage, maybe cause a quick tornado. You may see a funnel cloud, and not to mention, this storm has a history of producing baseball-sized hail back into Clay County. Speaking of Clay County, we got this strong storm that has a tornado warning with it in the northern part of Clay County. This thunderstorm is going to continue for about the next 10 minutes for that tornado warning. The rotation not as strong, but it's still got a little bit of a notch up there just to the east of Anvil, north of Manchester. Also still seeing quite a bit of lightning within this thunderstorm. That is going to continue to push off to the east and the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. If you are in northern Clay County, southeastern Jackson County, Leslie County, pretty much anywhere south of the Hal Rogers, and down into Harlan County from Harlan to the east, you need to be seeking shelter right now as we've got severe weather ongoing. And once again, don't want to forget our friends down in Campbell County, Tennessee. You have a tornado warning for the next 25 minutes until 4:45. The worst of this storm, east of La Follette, not looking quite as impressive as it did on pinpoint Doppler earlier in the day. That's going to push off to the east-southeast. Should miss most of Claiborne County. That'll eventually head on over down towards Morristown within the next little bit. But the main concern for us right now, our strongest storm on the board, is south of Hyden in Leslie County, right there along right along 421, heading from Hyden down to Harlan. Got my roads confused there for a second, folks. I apologize. But right there from 421 down from Hyden to Harlan, and you know that's a hard road to drive as is. Imagine trying to drive through heavy driving rain, some very gusty winds, and hail, not to mention the potential of a tornado. You don't want to do it. That rotation still showing up northeast of Harlan, south of Hyden. That is something to keep a very close eye on. Brandon Orr, wow, that's quite the picture you have there.
Yeah, we've been getting some pictures in. You can see this one by Audrey Roberts out in Clay County. This is right around Big Creek, right on the border there, just about into Leslie and Clay counties. You can see baseball size hail. This does some pretty decent damage to some vehicles, and that's exactly what it's been doing out towards portions of Big Creek in Clay County. You can see it's been smashing some windshields out there, putting some big dents in cars as well. So that's another big threat with some of these thunderstorms, is not only the strong wind gusts and the possible funnel clouds and tornadoes, is the damage that some of this hail can do when it gets to around baseball size.
Yeah, it's exceptionally large hail. We don't typically see baseball-sized hail in Kentucky. It just does not happen very often. Let's go back over to pinpoint Doppler. And this thunderstorm can cause that right now in southern Leslie County. In fact, Brandon, let's bring up hail vision if you don't care, if we can. Just take a look at some of the hail potential on these thunderstorms. Thankfully, we're not seeing the reds that we had earlier on this hail vision. Egg size hail, that could still do some damage. $half size hail, that can still be a problem maker. Back off to the west, that's a nickel size hail north of Manchester with that other tornado warning. Some decent hail showing up just to the north of Monticello. That looks like it's about egg size again. or half dollar size, excuse me. That thunderstorm warning continues for Wayne, Pulaski, and McCreary counties until 4:45. So, folks, the hail has been the big issue of the day, and it's certainly causing its fair share of problems as we've reset the board. And we're not done yet. We've got more storms developing off to the north and the west. Now, the good news is a lot of this is going into an area that's already been worked over a bit. So the chances of severe weather, they're diminishing. But areas where we haven't seen any thunderstorm action yet, if we get storms popping there, we could have some problems. So we've got that tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. And we're going to continue to be here and monitor that, not to mention 9 o'clock over into Lawrence County and our West Virginia counties. Brandon Robinson.
Also, just a new flash flood warning coming in for Clay County. Yeah, surprise, right?
Yeah, with all the rain they've seen.
Yeah, it's been raining over there for about 3 days now. But we're going to continue to see the rain roll through those areas. So, again, we're going to continue to see heavy rain be a factor with these cells as well. So you're talking about the wind, you're talking about the tornadic potential, you're talking about the hail, and you're also talking about the heavy rain. So we've not said this in a while, but remember TAD, turn around, don't drown. You don't ever want to go through any kind of flooded roadways. We have not gotten any reports of any major flooding at this point, which is good. We hope it stays that way. But creeks are rising quickly. If you see water over a road, do not go through it. You don't know how deep it is. You don't know how fast it's moving. You don't even know if the road is still there anymore. So that's why we always talk about how we've got TAD there and turn around, don't drown. Brandon, or you got something for us?
Yeah, the tornado warning, they're chipping away at it in southern Jackson County. So if you're in Jackson County, I think you're okay. And I think you may be okay for the night. If you can see here in Pinpoint Doppler, the back edge of some of these showers and thunderstorms from Clay City down almost into Rockcastle County and then almost into Somerset. That's the back edge of these thunderstorms, and as soon as they push on off to the east, then we're going to be done with this. So the end is near. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but still, we have a couple tornado warnings still issued for northern Clay County, including Leslie and down to Harlan as well.
That's right, Brandon Orrin. We're continuing to track those once again for you folks under those tornado warnings into Clay County and Leslie County and Harlan County. You need to seek shelter. Make sure you're in the lowest level of your home. Get away from windows. Get down to the basement. If you got one, that's great. If not, hey, guess what? Ground floor will work too. Just get in a closet or a bathroom in the interior of your home. Don't want any windows in the room you're in. You want to be in the center of the home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you possibly can as these thunderstorms finally starting to lose their punch a little bit. We're not done with them just yet. I want to stress that. And we still got the heavy rain issue to deal with. But it looks like the thunderstorms are losing a little bit of their edge for now. Now, they could be in one of those cycling stages where they'll weaken and then pulse back up. So I don't want to sound the all clear just yet. Just noticing radar trends over the last little bit have shown some decreasing power in these storms. However, what is increasing is the rain here in Hazard. You're probably hearing it on the rooftop right now at the WYMT studio. Rain picking up, maybe a little bit of small hail with that, with the way that's pelting the roof. We'll check on that, but the bottom line is this. Hazard, we've missed the worst of it so far. Hopefully we'll keep it going that way. Big Sandy Valley, you all have had nothing today. And be thankful for that, because our friends down in Clay County, Leslie County, that have dealt with baseball-size hail, golf ball-size hail, some of the ones that we just saw that car damage from, my heart breaks for you, friend, because that's not fun to deal with. And but thankfully, that's about the worst damage we've seen, Brandon Robinson.
I had to interrupt you again. New tornado warning.
Oh, Lord.
For McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties.
It's that storm that's been...
Go away. 5 o'clock.
That's that storm that was not looking too impressive whatsoever. And then
shot up real quick.
It has gotten very... And that's an area that saw a lot more sunshine than most of us today. They cleared out early this morning around 8, 9 o'clock. They had ample sunshine, and now this thunderstorm has just taken off. Somerset, you're in the clear. This is southern Pulaski County. If you're in southern Pulaski County, south of Somerset, down towards Burnside, you folks there need to take shelter. Whitley County, or excuse me, McCreary, Wayne counties, you need to take shelter. Whitley County, don't take shelter yet, but keep an eye on the storm. It's pushing down to the southeast. It may hit that same area that got hit a little bit a while ago back in Williamsburg and to the southwest corner of Whitley County. These storms seem to be training. They're going over the same areas that have already been hit. They are developing on the boundaries between the areas that have seen the rain and the areas that haven't seen the rain and the thunderstorms, and they're just going to hit the same area over and over. That'll exacerbate the flood problems. That'll also cause more severe weather problems. So my friends, we're not done with this yet. Tornado warning till 5 o'clock. Seek shelter into McCreary County, into portions of Wayne County, and back into southern Pulaski County. Brandon Orr, what's these storms looking like from your perspective?
Well, they continue to push off to the south and east, but as you mentioned, this was our latest tornado warning, and this goes out for central McCreary County, also southern Pulaski County, and northeastern Wayne County until 5 o'clock this evening. A severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. That's indicated by Doppler radar. The National Weather Service is seeing a little bit of rotation in that storm, and it's moving east near 45 miles an hour. Right now, it's near Betsy. It's also producing some golf ball size hail. So that's moving off towards the east, towards Tateville around 435, Greenwood and Alpine around 440, Parker's Lake right around 445. So this is just one of several thunderstorms that's producing a little bit of rotation. The other one is out towards northern Manchester and northern Clay County. This is actually the second time northern Clay County will get hit out towards Big Creek. We've been getting a lot of photos in of some hail out towards that way, and we could get a little bit more in the way of some hail as well as some strong wind gusts as this line of showers and thunderstorms continues to push on through.
And Brandon, I want you to, while you're looking at that, also look at the velocity data. The latest scan just came in for this storm just down in the southeast, north of Harlan, and it is really starting to tighten up as it's moving down towards Everett. So let's take another look at that thunderstorm as well. Sorry to interrupt you, but that thunderstorm really starting to show a little bit more life just to the north of Harlan, right through this area right in here, north of Harlan, right there along 119. Definitely seeing a little bit of tight rotation there starting to form. That could definitely cause some problems to the east of Harlan, and that storm may be starting to re-intensify. Also, so that thunderstorm, that tornado warning, continues until 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock seems to be the magic time right now for most of these tornado warning expirations. The thunderstorms continue, folks. They are on the strong side to severe. We're seeing reports of hail, baseball size, golf ball size, stuff we just normally don't deal with here in eastern Kentucky. And unfortunately, it's the same areas getting hit over and over, and that's going to lead to some flooding problems. We just saw some green pop up on the map there, Brandon Robinson, back over towards Laurel County.
Mm-hmm. And let's see here, I'm trying to get some information in. We just got a report from a volunteer firefighter down in Everett in Harlan County, and we basically just confirms what radar's showing, seeing some rotation in the clouds. You know, no funnel cloud at this point or anything like that, but just seeing some of that rotation as the storm passes by there at this point. I'm trying to see if there's any new flood warnings or advice. I don't see anything right now. The good news is the severe thunderstorm warning we had with the tornado possible warning earlier. Well, there we go. New tornado warning just coming out. Clay, Leslie, and Perry counties until 5:15 p.m.
All right, so once again, folks, things are getting very hectic around here again. 5:15 p.m., the new expiration time on that warning. If you're in Clay, Leslie, or Perry counties, you need to seek shelter. And Hazard, does that polygon actually include Hazard, Brandon?
I'm trying to pull it up right now because this tornado warning is actually just coming out as we're speaking now.
I don't have it just yet.
All right, we're still waiting for that to come in, but pretty much as we wait for that data to come in, folks, just know Clay County, Leslie County, Perry County, I know you've been under the gun for a while now. Perry County, we're back under the gun. We had a little bit of a break, but need to go ahead and get you all into your tornado safe places. We are seeing the potential of some strong rotation in that thunderstorm. I'm guessing this is the one that is north of Manchester that the Weather Service is looking at. It's right behind the warning box, I think is the area they're concerned about. It's not super impressive right now, but there is some broad rotation going on there. And that thunderstorm is going to continue to work its way off to the east-southeast over the next hour or so at about 40 miles per hour. We're going to continue to track this. Brandon Orr, what do you got?
And this is including Hazard, but it's mainly to the south of Hazard. So Hazard's like right on the edge of this tornado warning. Hyden is mainly the focus. Central Leslie County getting round 2 of this next thunderstorm that's already pushing on in. It has a little bit of light rotation with it.
Right, so Buckhorn Lake, I would go ahead and seek shelter. Northern Perry County, I would say from around Avawam up to the north, not that bad. Just keep an eye on it. Hazard downtown, go ahead and seek shelter just to be safe. South of Hazard, down the road towards Jeff and Vico, I'd go ahead and take shelter as this thunderstorm is going to work its way off to the east over the next hour or so. Folks, the warnings are coming fast and furious right now. It seems like every time we clear the board off, a whole new slew of them come up. It's just one of those days where the atmosphere is supercharged. And thank goodness we didn't see more sunshine than what we did earlier, because if we had, we'd be having even more problems than what we're having right now, Brandon Robinson.
Oh, absolutely. And we've talked about this all afternoon. A lot of folks still saying, well, we're seeing sunshine. Our area, should we be worried? As we've been saying all afternoon long, if we have not mentioned your area, and that includes a lot of the Big Sandy, you may be seeing a garden variety thunderstorm, but you're not seeing the severe weather. It's basically clustered south of Highway 80 for the most part in the Hal Rogers Parkway. So we're going to continue to track these cells moving into parts of several different counties. But again, it's been a very busy afternoon. It's going to be busy for a while longer because, again, we're seeing some of these storms just continue to cycle, and we're going to continue to see that development off and on again. There's also the flooding threat. The box you'd mentioned a while ago, you saw pop up was the the flash flood warning for Clay County, and that goes until let's see here, 8:30 tonight.
8:30 tonight. So once again, folks, a lot of severe weather information to keep up with. Keep checking the bottom of your screen. We are scrolling it as fast as it comes in. We're bringing it to you on air and on social media as fast as it comes in. We were getting a workout today, my friends. We've got right now the tornado warning for Harlan County. That's going to continue until right at the top of the hour. Still seeing some very strong rotation north of Harlan and east towards Everett. Everett was an area that got impacted by severe weather earlier in the year. Some straight line wind damage took the roof off a convenience store and gas station down there. And that thunderstorm continues to work its way off to the south and the east. The worst of that should go south of 119 as it progresses into the eastern portion of Harlan County and eventually works its way on over towards Pennington Gap, Virginia. You can see here's the area we're talking about right on top of Everett, where those greens and reds are coming together. That is a surefire sign that there is some rotation in the storm, and also a second area of rotation back off to the north and the west. So two areas we're watching, one north of Harlan, but the main concern right now, this area north of Everett. So let's switch back over to a regular pinpoint Doppler, and Brandon Orr, what do you have for us?
Yeah, that's the strongest thunderstorm that we have right now is moving through Harlan. It's right over Everett as we're speaking. There's a little bit of rotation there. So if you're in Everett, you want to be in a safe place, in an interior room or closet. A basement would be even better, away from windows. That's going to push on off towards the east. It's going to cross the Virginia border right near St. Charles and near Sigma, and that's in far northeastern Lee County in Virginia. And that's going to push off to the east fairly quickly. It's moving to the east at around 50 miles per hour. So I think by an hour, hour and a half, that will be off towards northeastern Lee County. But we have more tornado warnings out towards the west. This one also showing some pretty strong rotation here in far northeastern Wayne County to the northeast of Monticello. Also moving just to the north of Whitley City. We're getting some strong rotation here. You can see a little bit of a hook echo. That's going to continue to push to the southeast right along 27 and into Williamsburg. You can also see some green there on the radar, Whitley County, highlighted in green. That's some of the heavy rain that's falling with these thunderstorms. And this is the second round of storms that actually move through this area, Shane. Yeah, that's right, Brandon Orr. These storms, once again, continuing to show some broadsides of rotation. The strongest rotation near Everett right now. Multiple tornado warnings right now. We got the one for southern Pulaski County over there into Wayne and McCreary counties. And we also have the one back up over towards Harlan. Brandon Robinson, what do you have for us?
New severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, wording on it. McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley counties until 5:15.
All right, thank you very much. Let's continue to monitor this severe weather. That was a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible warning.
Yes, sir.
Or tornado possible wording. That means, friends, that the tight rotation is not showing up, but the Weather Service concerned this storm may pulse back up, could potentially spike up enough to cause another tornado. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on as this thunderstorm continues to work off to the south and the east at about 45 miles per hour, Brandon.
And some of the towns that are in the path of that is Whitley City, again, mainly to the north of Whitley City along 27 that runs through there. Also will impact I-75 from Jellicoe on up towards Williamsburg, pretty much the entire I-75 corridor that runs through Whitley County will get impacted by this severe thunderstorm, producing some wind gusts to around 60 miles per hour, some hail reported up to 1.5 inches in diameter as this storm continues to move to the south and east. Also has some slight rotation with it, so we'll be on the lookout for that as well. If we head on over towards Harlan County, this is where we're seeing another strong thunderstorm capable of producing hail to around golf ball size in between Harlan and Cumberland. If you're right along 119 there, that runs from Harlan to Cumberland, that's where we're seeing the hail to around a golf ball or larger size. We're also seeing some radar, some rotation, I should say. Let's switch on over to our second weather computer, our second radar, and you can actually see the rotation on pinpoint Doppler. You know, we don't show this too often until we get storms that produce some rotation. Some of this green that you see here are winds that are going towards the radar, and then you can see some of the reds there near Everett are going away from the radar. So when you get a real tight clustering of those greens and reds, and Shane's pointing it out for you right there, that's where we have the rotation in that storm right over Everett, pushing into northern Lee County.
And once again, this is our area of main concern right now. If you're in Everett in eastern Harlan County, you need to be seeking shelter. This thunderstorm, definitely looking on the strong side on radar. That's a pretty tight couplet on the velocity data. That just means that rotation is tightening up, has the potential to drop a quick spin up tornado. Once again, these are not looking like long track tornadoes, not like what we saw back on March 2nd. These are more the spin up variety tornadoes. If they are going to happen, they're going to be quick hitters. They're not going to be on the ground long. It may be hard to see them on radar. It may be hard to see them by the naked eye because there's so much rain falling with a lot of these storms. There's a good chance if we are seeing anything, it could be rain wrapped, as these storms producing heavy rain and a lot of hail. And as we zoom the radar on out, you can see the core of that storm southwest of Cumberland producing heavy hail, heavy rain. We're seeing some storms north of Hyden. Brandon Robinson, what do you got for us?
Okay, it looks like they have canceled the tornado warning for Leslie County, which is some good news. Still goes for Harlan County.
Although I do want to mention northern Leslie County is still under the second tornado warning.
Exactly.
That's for the storm that's moving
end.
into the southern end of Leslie County.
Right, the southern end is canceled, northern end is still in effect. But new tornado warning for Wise County and Lee County into southwest Virginia, and that's basically the Harlan cell. They're getting preemptive, getting ready for that to cross the border.
And that does include the city of Wise.
Right, exactly.
All right, so that's one thing we'll keep an eye on over the next little bit. We do have the Wise Sky Cam over at UVA Wise's campus. This thunderstorm heading down into Wise County could produce tornado, friends. They've stretched that tornado warning on out into Wise County. So you friends down just across the mountain from Harlan into Wise County, Virginia, go ahead and seek shelter now. Get to the lowest level of your home. Let's bring those tornado safety tips up. Recall those for you. You folks down in the panhandle of Virginia don't have to deal with tornadoes too often. So this is important stuff, what we're going over right here. Take shelter, lowest level of your home, basement. Best option, ground floor, not a bad option. If you don't have a basement, just make sure to get into a bathroom or a closet with no windows in the center of the home. You want to put as much space between you and the outside world as possible. If you got like a bathroom that's an interior bathroom, get in the bathtub, throw some pillows or a mattress over you. That'll help you stay safe. And worst comes to worst, if you're in a car or a mobile home, you need to find somewhere sturdier to go. As we've got that UVA Wise Skycam pulled up on our other computer, we're going to take a quick look at it. And we'll see that radar on the other weather computer as showing those storms moving into Wise, the clouds thickening up. Brandon Robinson, what do you got for us?
New report coming in from the 911 center in Leslie County. This from the National Weather Service in the Thousand Sticks area. One tree down, but power lines are on a house.
Power lines on a house in the Thousand Sticks area. That is over there by the fire department. Just folks
Along the Hal Rogers Parkway.
Along the Hal Rogers Parkway. That is a definite problem. That's something that can cause a fire. That's a safety hazard. Brandon, what do you have for us?
There's actually a new tornado warning out for this storm. We were just talking about it. That's paralleling almost 119 from Cumberland down to Harlan, and it's about to cross over the Virginia border. There's a new tornado warning out. I'm actually going to show pinpoint Doppler, and you can see Harlan, Lee, Scott, and Wise County under that tornado warning. That goes to around 5:30 as this storm is just now crossing the Virginia border into northern Lee County.
Yeah, and that's northern Lee County, eastern Lee County, Big Stone Gap, including that. City of Wise is not quite in that. That's just to the city of Wise, just a little bit north of that polygon, but still definitely something to keep an eye on near Big Stone Gap in St. Charles as this thunderstorm crosses the mountain. Don't want to forget that tornado warning back up into northern Clay County, moving out of Jackson County, north of getting ready actually to move over towards Leslie County. This thunderstorm definitely on the strong side north of Hyden, not showing as impressive signatures as it was earlier. Strongest storm on the board right now, back over right on top of Everett's. Also, don't want to forget that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible back down into portions of Whitley County and McCreary County. Still seeing some broad rotation on this storm as it passes north of Whitley City and Stearns and is getting ready to make its way on into Williamsburg. Should clip the south side of Corbin, but overall it's going to continue to be pretty strong over the next little bit. Let's go ahead and take you over to Brandon.
Yeah, you can see this rotation that's moving to the east, now crossing over the Virginia border. This is the one that we were talking about between Harlan and Cumberland into Lee County, Virginia. There's some rotation included in some of that. And that continues to push on off to the east with very large hail, the ping pong ball size or more, actually, Shane.
All right, thank you very much for that report, Brandon Orr. Brandon Robinson, what are you following over on the social news desk?
Well, we're keeping a very close eye on the National Weather Service channel and on the Twitter and Facebook accounts. At this point, it doesn't look like I'm seeing a whole lot. Now, let me go over here and check the WYMT Facebook page. We've been getting a lot of pictures of hail over the last couple hours, and we definitely appreciate that. But again, remember to not get outside and try to take these pictures until after the storms have passed. It's just a great situation right now. But again, looks like mainly hail pictures on our Facebook pages. But again, there are lots of rumors, and I'm going to say that very clearly, rumors floating around of tornadoes on the ground. We do not have any confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground anywhere, with any of the warnings, any of the states, anywhere. So just keep in mind, if we do get those reports, we will pass those along to you.
And we haven't even really seen much of a report of a funnel cloud since those ones back up in Winchester early this afternoon. So even though we've had a lot of tornado warnings, we're not seeing the reports of funnel clouds like you would typically expect to see.
And people may be wondering, why are there tornado warnings when we haven't seen any tornadoes all afternoon long? That's because there is rotation within a lot of these thunderstorms. And we have seen a couple funnel clouds a little bit earlier, certainly none recently, at least that have been reported. But there's the possibility of a tornado at any time with any of these thunderstorms. And you can see the counties that are underneath those tornado warnings at the bottom of your screen. There's a possibility for a tornado or a funnel cloud at any time. So that's why we continue to provide you coverage here throughout the afternoon.
And one thing I want to stress to folks, this is a different style setup than what we saw March 2nd back in 2012. Those were the type of thunderstorms that would produce tornadoes that would stay on the ground for, in some cases, hours. The type of setup we have today are what we call quick spin-up tornadoes. If we see any, they're not going to be on the ground for too long, maybe a mile or two max. They're going to come between radar sweeps. You can have a hard time finding them, and if you are near one, you may have a hard time seeing it because there's the potential they're wrapped in rain. These thunderstorms, very heavy rain-producing storms. Several counties under flash flood warnings right now. Laurel County, Jackson County, Rockcastle County, Clay County, all under flash flood warnings through various times this evening. The bottom line is this: we are seeing those severe storms, the heavy rain and the hail, and that will continue for the next couple of hours at the very least. And we will continue to monitor these storms, continue to track these storms, and continue to bring the latest on these storms, especially this storm right now that's moving from Harlan County into Wise and Lee County, Virginia. It's right there on the border, just starting to cross the mountain as we speak. The pretty tight hook echo there, Brandon Orr, just to the south of Everett, almost over towards St. Charles.
Yes, so that's one of the impacts that we're seeing. But the other one, as you mentioned, we've been getting a lot of photos in as well of some hail. In fact, there's one report that we got. This is the largest one we've seen so far coming out of Leslie County, the 911 call center, reporting hail of about 4.25 inches. So to put that into perspective, that's larger than grapefruit-sized hail. Grapefruit-sized hail is around 4 inches in diameter. That's about 4.25 inches that they got out there in portions of Leslie County. That's near Bear Branch. And if we switch on over, you can actually see some of the pictures that we've been getting in on our WYMT Facebook page. You can see our general manager, Neil Middleton, relaying this report from Linda Gibbons. That's out in the Big Creek section of Clay County. They got hit very hard with some hail, talking about some damage with some of that hail as well. And then if we scroll through some of our other pictures, you can see some of the clouds. A hailstorm out in Leslie County producing some golf ball size hail in many locations. And that's about what we're seeing across much of the area. That's near Bob Fork. Trace Branch near Leslie County. From Mickey Morgan, you can see some golf ball size hail and even larger in a few locations. So that's one of the biggest threats that we're seeing out of a lot of this is some of the large hail doing some damage.
And here's the thing that's causing the large hail, folks. If we go back over to Pinpoint Doppler, and Brandon, if you can get 3D Pinpoint ready for me, I'll use that when it's ready. But the bottom line is this, folks. These thunderstorms today are very tall. These storms are up around 50, 60,000 feet tall in the atmosphere. Now, up in those upper levels of the atmosphere, there is a lot of cold air coming into the north. This is an unusually strong cold air mass moving in. We're taking a look right now at this thunderstorm that's moving from Everett just across the border into Virginia, heading over towards St. Charles. This thunderstorm up around 50 to 60,000 feet tall. So all that rain getting sucked up into the updraft, being taken back up into the thunderstorm above the freezing level. Those raindrops turn into ice crystals. They drop and then come back up with the updrafts and the downdrafts until finally they get large enough and heavy enough that the updraft can't sustain them, and then those huge hailstones fall. And like Brandon said, larger than softball size hail, larger than grapefruit size hail with some of these thunderstorms today in Leslie County. That is unreal. That is very potent hail, and that same storm that produced that kind of hail is now moving from Harlan County into Lee and Wise County, Virginia.
And Shane, we have a little bit of good news. I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Pulaski and Wayne County, the tornado warning out there has been canceled. It's getting chipped away at as these storms continue to push off to the south.
Oh, that is some very good news, very welcome news. I'm going to be happy to see that red go off the map just as soon as our system ingests that update. But still got 2 active tornado warnings. One goes for about another 25 minutes. That's until 5:15. That is mainly focused over Leslie County and portions of Perry County. And then also we've got the tornado warning that's going to expire in 10 minutes for Harlan County, but that carries on over into Lee County and Wise County down in Virginia. That tornado warning is going to go with us until 5:30. So we're going to be on the air at least long enough to cover that tornado warning as it exits Virginia and heads down towards Tri-Cities, Tennessee. Brandon Robinson, anything you seeing right now from either our partners at the Weather Service or our friends on social media?
No, just continuing to monitor. See, here's the thing with us in our unique situation. We have to monitor 3 different National Weather Service offices. Our folks over at Jackson, of course, covers the bulk of our area, but we also work with the folks at Charleston for our West Virginia counties and Lawrence County, Kentucky, and also Morristown and Charleston covers a couple of our Southwest Virginia counties too, but Morristown covers our East Tennessee counties and a couple of Southwest Virginia counties. But at this point, not seeing anything too new. A lot of folks asking questions, and again, let us stress one more time, if we are not mentioning your area, that's a good thing. A lot of folks asking about the Big Sandy, a lot of folks asking, for good reason, for parts of Bell and Knox counties. Now, at this point, there are a few storms drifting in the general direction of Bell County, but it all determines to be seen if they will remain severe when they get there. So as soon as we get any information about warnings, we are posting those very quickly. They're at the bottom of your screen. They're also on our social media pages on Twitter and Facebook. You can follow Shane, Brandon, and I on both platforms. You can also follow the WYMT page. Also, and Shane talked about it, we've not talked about it in a while, if you want to help keep track of the storms yourself, we have apps, the WYMT Radar app. You can, wait a minute. Okay, sorry, I just got an alert from our radar app, and I thought we had a new warning there for a second. But it looks like, I see what it is. They have canceled the tornado warning for Clay County, and it's continuing for Leslie and parts of Perry County until 5:15.
All right, so there's about another 25 minutes left on that. Let's talk about this storm. The most intense portion of the storm right now, north of Hayden, heading east towards Hazard. The radar signature on it, as far as the rotation goes, not as impressive as it was, but this storm's still capable of producing some damaging winds, still capable of producing some frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Also, maybe even a little bit of, there is some slight rotation in it, so we can't rule that out just yet. but not looking as strong as it was, but that's still a potent thunderstorm that's going to roll into Hazard here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We're hearing the thunder outside the studio, and it sounds like the rain's starting to pick up again too. And then down to the south of Cumberland, down moving from Harlan County into Lee County and Wise County. That is definitely the strongest portion of this storm.
Tightly compacted there too. Look at that. If you can point that out there, Shane. Look at the compaction on that. They're indicating a stronger band. Just got something coming in here. Okay, new tornado warning just issued for McCreary and Whitley counties. That's down the southern parts of the viewing area. That was this thunderstorm
warning that was over there that had the tornado possible.
Right. It's now a tornado warning. Goes
now
to
a tornado
5:30.
warning. Now that's going to include Whitley City, Stearns, down towards Williamsburg.
It's near Whitley City now, and it's moving east at 45 miles per hour.
Does that include the city of Corbin? Do we know that?
Let me see if I can pull that up here. I don't have. The Weather Service didn't specify. Let me see if I can pull it up on the radar.
Right now, I'd say south of Corbin down to Williamsburg, go ahead and get in your tornado safety shelter. Back over towards Whitley City, Stearns, get in your tornado safety shelter, lowest level of your home, away from windows, center of the house. This storm starting to spike back up. It is showing some rotation. It's also showing strong straight line winds. The rear flank of this storm showing wind gusts in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour, and it would be this area just to the north of Whitley City where we'd be seeing the rotation. Notice how the radar on that last sweep just thinned out a little bit. Maybe the beginning of a hook echo trying to form down there to the north of Whitley City. This is another area that was hit earlier in the day by those stronger thunderstorms, and this storm racing off to the south and the east at about 45 miles per hour. Brandon Orr, can we put a storm track on that and see some of the towns that are going to be impacted by this brand new tornado warning, when some folks can expect it to move into their backyards?
That's right. It's moving to the east fairly quickly at around 45 miles per hour. So if we put a storm track on it, which is over Whitley City right now, if you're in Whitley City, you should be in your safe place. It's moving to the east. So let's say near Strunk at around 457, Duck Run at 503, Holly Hill at 504, and we can actually look at some other areas like Duck Run around 5 o'clock, Holly Hill and Bounty around 505, Jellicoe Creek and Ayers right around 510, Mountain Ash, Pleasant View 515, also over Saxton and Red Ash around 520, Wilkerson and Polycamp around 525, and this is where we're seeing the strongest rotation out of any of the storms, at least on radar right now, is moving right over Whitley City and pushing into portions of southern Whitley County.
And this thunderstorm is really just fired up again within the last 15 to 20 minutes. The last few scans showing the purple starting to show back up in the core of the storm. Also, I'm looking at the radar data here behind the scenes, and a lot of lightning starting to move in with this thunderstorm as it works its way down to the east. Williamsburg, this is going to be a close call for you. I'd go ahead and take the tornado safety precautions. Lowest level of your home, get into a basement if you have one. If not, the ground floor will work. Just go to a closet or a bathroom. Now, if you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdier shelter. You probably got about 20 minutes right now in Williamsburg before that moves in, so that is not a lot of time to take action. Remember, lowest level of the home, basement's preferable, but a ground floor will work. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. If you can, a bathtub, great place to take shelter. Throw a mattress or some pillows on you. You're good to go. And then we'll also remember, or if you're in a mobile home, you need to find some sturdier shelter than that. Don't want to forget about this tornado warning. Perry County, this is on our doorstep. And it's right now the worst of the storm is just to the west of Hyden, but it is getting ready to push on in here in the next little bit. And we're hearing the rain right now into Hazard, guys. Anything showing up of notice on our Skycam network, Brandon, if you'll investigate that, we'll continue to look at this strong thunderstorm. The one that has my eye the most right now, though, is definitely down near Pennington Gap, Virginia. This thunderstorm showing some very, very strong signs of rotation near Pennington Gap, St. Charles, Dryden, down just across the border from Everett. This is a very potent thunderstorm for our friends watching down in Lee County and Wise County. You folks need to continue to take shelter. City of Wise, this is going to pass by you. You don't have to worry about it. If you happen to be on UVA Wise's campus, the storm is going to go down to your south, so don't worry about it. But for folks in southern Wise County, down around Lee County, we are going to see some problems out of this storm, Brandon Robinson.
Good news out of this one, and you're exactly right, Shane. The good news out of this one, the tornado warning for Harlan County expired.
It is now over the mountain. Yeah. It's now heading down into Virginia, so Harlan County, you're in the clear for now. We'll have to wait and see what happens with the storm up into Leslie County. That thing's had a habit of making a right turn as it comes into Perry County, and I hear the EAS going off again. Do we have a new warning coming in?
We do have a new one.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, we have a new one for McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne County that goes until 6 o'clock for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as well as some hail to about 1.5 inches in diameter. So
once again, these thunderstorm warnings keep rolling on in. The weather definitely on the severe side today, my friends. This is why we made the WYMT Severe Weather Alert Day. It's like for days like today. Thankfully, the damage reports haven't been too bad so far, but once again, let's hope we can knock on a little wood and keep that trend going. I wanted to take a quick look outside the WYMT studio, and we've got an interesting sight. You can see brightness on the right side of your screen, and on the left side of the screen, the clouds rolling in. The thunderstorm is starting to move into hazard. You can hear it here in town. We've had some heavy rain. And that's going to continue. Going back over to pinpoint Doppler, you're going to see that thunderstorm. The worst of it is just to the west of town. That has that tornado warning for the next little bit. About 15-20 minutes left on that. And that's going to continue to push its way off to the east and continue to cause some problems, Brandon Robinson.
That's exactly right. And I should mention that the new severe thunderstorm warning has the tornado warning or tornado possible wording on that. So keep that in mind as well.
Once again, what counties is that for again?
That is for McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties until 6 o'clock.
So not only do we have that tornado warning down in McCreary and Whitley County, we also have that new severe thunderstorm warning. So a lot going on down near Lake Cumberland right now. Two storm systems. Two separate storms. This is the one with the severe thunderstorm warning back near Lake Cumberland. This is the one with the tornado warning just to the north of Whitley City, heading on down towards Williamsburg. Folks down in Barberville, Middlesboro, keep an eye on this thing. If this holds together and keeps moving south and east, this could be a troublemaker for you here in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. And also, don't forget, folks, the heavy rain. That's something we haven't mentioned in a while, but several flash flood warnings out right now for portions of the region. These storms have been prolific rainmakers. 2 to 3 inches of rain in some locations, especially back over towards Lake Cumberland, where it's been a little bit on the heavier side. Also back up into northern Laurel County, southern Rockcastle and Jackson counties. We got a flash flood warning for those 3 counties until 8:30 this evening. And then the other flash flood warning back over into Clay County. Our friends in Manchester got a flash flood warning. That's also going to go until 8:30 this evening. That is primarily the northern half of the county north of Manchester, the area that's been hit over and over again. So these thunderstorms continue to work their way off to the south and the east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Few areas of concern. One tornado warning right now moving into southern Whitley County. Corbin, you're in the clear from this, but Williamsburg, you need to take shelter. Anywhere else in southern Whitley County, go ahead and take shelter. If you're down near Cumberland Falls, that's where the worst of the storm is right now. That's going to push to the east. Head on over through Shiner over towards Williamsburg, and then we will see those thunderstorms continue to work their way from the east and southeast from there, eventually heading towards Middlesboro in the next hour. Just keep alert of that in Bell County. Over towards Hyden, that's where the strongest of our other tornado warning cell is right now. The worst of that storm is going to go south of Hazard. If you're up near the Walmart or north of that, north of the Hal Rogers, should be a-okay. South of that, may want to go ahead and take shelter as this thunderstorm is going to come on through here in about the next 15-20 minutes. It looks like the worst of that storm is actually going to be heading down closer to Jeff. And that one could definitely cause a few issues. And then once again, our strongest storm, not in Kentucky right now, but over in Virginia with this massive thunderstorm just to the east of Pennington Gap, between Pennington Gap and Dryden. Some very intense lightning. Is still a strong hook echo there, and still the potential of hail, Brandon Orr.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's in northern Lee County, so that's just about to push out of our viewing area within the next 30 minutes or so. But the other one we're watching is moving through portions of Perry County near Vico, all the way down 15, like you're going into Harlan County near Cumberland, near Hyden as well, getting some small hail out of this as this continues to push on off to the south and east. That tornado warning continues. There's a little bit of slight rotation through portions of central Leslie County near Hyden. Again, that rotation is pushing off towards southern Perry County. The other one that we're watching, this has a little bit more stronger rotation with it. Just passed through Whitley City right now in central McCreary County, and that's moving towards Williamsburg in central Whitley County from Jellicoe, I-75 corridor from Jellicoe, including Williamsburg, all the way up through most of Whitley County is where we're seeing this thunderstorm cross over within the next 15 minutes, and then that will move through towards extreme southern Bell County near Middlesboro over the next couple hours.
All right, thank you very much, Brandon Orr. Once again, friends in Williamsburg, we haven't talked much about you today. That's been a good thing, but now we got some problems. That thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado heading through the southern end of Whitley County. That's an area I am very, very familiar with. Got a lot of good friends down in that region. For folks down there, definitely be on the lookout. This storm's going to cross down south of Corbin, right along the Falls Highway here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. You folks down along the Falls Highway, right there, I'd say, south of 5th Street, probably need to go ahead and take shelter as this thunderstorm is going to continue to work its way to the south and the east. That's eventually going to work its way into Knox County. Knox County, no warnings for you just yet. That will likely clip southern Knox County, Barberville, Pineville. You're going to be right on the borderline of that. Middlesboro, same story for you over in Bell County as that thunderstorm rolls on in. And then the big storms right now, at least in the Kentucky River Valley and down into the mountains, the biggest one down into Virginia. We are seeing just a very potent storm system near Pennington Gap over in Lee County. That is going to work its way off to the south and the east, also clipping the northern end or the southern end of Wise County. The northern end of that storm is. And then to the east of Hyden is a very strong thunderstorm. And guys, it just got quiet here. That's a little nerve-wracking. Let's take a quick look outside the WYMT studio. I always get a little paranoid when we go from thunderstorms to silence, but you can see the worst of it south of town. That is some very nasty-looking clouds showing up on our sky cam outside of the WYMT studio. So just be aware, southern Perry County, you folks are definitely going to be on the line of this storm. Viper down towards Similex, Wooten, Stimp. You're going to see the worst of this storm here. What was that again? Smilax. Sorry. Thank you, Brandon Robinson, for that. And that is going to continue to work its way down to the east-southeast. Brandon Orr.
That's exactly right. This is actually the radar just to the south of Hazard. We had that thunderstorm. Our camera actually looks out this way towards Viper and Vico, and you can see that thunderstorm just on the right side of our camera that we showed you a little bit earlier. This storm, it has a little bit of rotation with it. That's why that tornado warning continues, as it's producing some large hail as well, in excess of golf ball size in some locations. So this is just one of several storms that continue to produce some very heavy rain as well, over an inch to maybe 2 inches or more of rainfall in some of these storms. Shane.
Yeah, let's go back to pinpoint Doppler radar, and you can see that area that Brandon has outlined. Once again, that was the view from our camera. So we're looking at pretty much the northern end of that storm, what we call the forward flank of it, and it's producing some heavy rain, a bit of heavy hail in the core of that storm, although it's not as intense as it was. Some very heavy rain, really just coming up out of nowhere over the last few minutes. Southern Breathitt County, northern Knott County, back into portions of Owsley County, over in the Jackson County. Looks like more thunderstorms firing along the boundaries from these other storms, and it's just storms beginning storms here, friends. And until we can get this cold front on through and stabilize the atmosphere, we're going to continue to keep that potential of storms around, I would say, for at least the next 2 to 3 hours. But guys, it's looking like at least the strongest of the severe weather is starting to wrap up, at least for most of us, although we still have a few tornado warnings continuing. Let's go through those really quick. Back on over into Harlan County, this is not Harlan County, this is Lee and Wise County, just across from Harlan County. Tornado warning until 5:30 for southern Wise County and for most of Lee County, Virginia. Back off to the north, we have the tornado warning. That's in effect for most of Leslie County and part of Perry County. This one's going to go until 5:15, so just about 10 minutes left on that. We'll have to wait and see what the Weather Service does with that. And then the storm near Williamsburg is really starting to ramp up again. In McCreary and Whitley County, tornado warning until 5:30. Starting to see a little bit of an inflow notch there northeast of Pine Knot, northeast of Stearns, west of Williamsburg. Once again, friends in southern Whitley County, you need to take shelter. Corbin, you're okay, but you get south of Corbin, down past right around, I'd say, the turnoff to Holly Bay, you need to go ahead and be seeking shelter, as this is a pretty strong storm going through the southern half of Whitley County. Brandon Robinson, what have we got coming in from social media? Has it been a little quiet lately?
So far, I just missed something here just a couple of seconds ago from the Weather Service. New flash flood warning for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley counties. I've been trying to answer a lot of questions, but again, let me just stress, because a lot of folks are asking about specific areas, and we are trying to do our best to get answers to you as quickly as possible. But just remember the old adage, if we are not talking about your area, that's a good thing. There's not much going on for you right now. So just hang tight, and we'll answer those as quickly as we can. But for the most part, where all these warnings are, that's where the bulk of the activity is clustered. And as we just mentioned, there's also... let's see. I just got a report from Morristown, also out of Pennington Gap, the 911 call center there, golf ball sized hail, which is no surprise based on these storms we've been seeing so far
that's
today.
the same storm that produced the it was greater than grapefruit sized hail back up into Leslie County. So this storm, a history of a hail maker working its way on out of the coverage area finally. Goodbye to bad company is all I got to say to that, or good riddance to bad company. That storm going to take about another 20 minutes or so to work its way on out of Lee County. Still got the strong thunderstorm into southern Perry County, eastern Leslie County. That one's causing some problems. And we still have the tornado warning back into Whitley County. And for southern McCreary County, Whitley City, Stearns, you're not out of the worst of it just yet. And it also looks like that storm is intensifying a little bit, and we're seeing the potential of more hail being developed where some of those purples are showing up. But the good news, and this is something I'm just noticing, we're finally cutting off the moisture flow from the northwest. There was some dry air that's pushing all this storm action down our way. It's that collision of the air masses that's caused the thunderstorms. Well, it looks like the leading edge of that drier air, at least if radar is any indication, has pushed into central Kentucky. So as soon as we get that down here into southern and eastern Kentucky, we're going to cut the faucet off and cut the thunderstorm action off. But still, tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight for most of the area, 9 o'clock into our West Virginia counties and Lawrence County, Kentucky. Although, to be honest, for friends up there, we haven't seen a lot yet. I don't think we're going to see much. We'll wait and see if anything develops along those boundaries, but right now, it's not looking too bad, Brandon Robinson.
The folks at National Weather Service Charleston have actually already canceled that big flash flood watch they had out for earlier, so at least some of the guidance trying to show that it looks like that the rain-making part of these systems will not be as bad as originally thought. But I tell you, can you imagine if we had that break we were expecting early this afternoon? This not saying this wasn't a bad enough situation as it is,
but it could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been a whole lot worse, and for the most part, with the exception of some of those hail reports, just a few trees down. There we go. We have not had any real major reports of damage, although we have had some cars damaged, which is not a good thing to hear at all.
That's right. And some of the good news, and Shane was just talking about this a moment ago, the back edge of the rain is showing up and the storms are showing up on pinpoint Doppler. So I think from Somerset up to Science Hill, Rockcastle County, you're in the clear, as well as northern Jackson County up towards Lee, Estill, Powell, Wolf, Morgan, Johnson, Lawrence, Rowan County, much of the Big Sandy, including Martin, Floyd, and Pike County, including Pikeville. I think you're in the clear now. We're not seeing much in the way of showers. We're just seeing some showers and thunderstorms there, not much in the way of severe weather.
Yeah, it seems like the severe weather is being focused. And speaking of, Brandon?
New tornado warning for McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne counties until 5:45.
It's that thunderstorm over by the lake, isn't it?
Yep. It's basically near the Betsy community, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So it's that same thunderstorm that's been kind of right there. Also, let's see here. New reports coming in from Dryden. You talked about that over in Lee County, Virginia, where that tornado warning cell is. Golf ball size hail, which is no surprise there. Also reports of another usage of the word teacup size out of the Marsh Creek area near Strunk in McCreary County. So
wow, that's
yeah. Crazy hail reports coming in today.
It's going to be a hailstorm we're going to remember, folks. I can remember the one we had back in Laurel County back in the 2000s. That was something we talked about for a long time back when I was in high school over there. Once again, stress for folks southern into Pulaski County, Wayne County, McCreary County, and on into Whitley County. You need to stay in those tornado shelters. That new tornado warning, we're going to continue is it all the way up to the top of the hour, Brandon?
No, 5:45, I believe.
5:45. So
yeah.
5:45 for this tornado warning back into McCreary County and Wayne County, McCreary County and Whitley County. This tornado warning. Thunderstorm is continuing to roll towards Williamsburg. You got about another 5 minutes before this thing is rolling through downtown. Once again, no reports of confirmed tornadoes on the ground, and that, thank goodness, has been the case. Let's keep that trend going. But the reason the Weather Service continues to issue these tornado warnings is the fact that these storms continue to show rotation. And like I've said before, this is not a March 2nd style event where the tornadoes will be long-lived on the ground and easily viewable. This is the polar opposite. If we do see a tornado today, it will be short-lived. It'll be on the weaker side of the EF scale, and it'll be a quick hitter. It'll be in and out within a few minutes and probably less than a few miles. And not to mention, it may be rain-wrapped with as much rain as we're seeing. So Brandon, not a typical severe weather setup, or at least not as bad of a severe weather setup as we've seen before.
Okay, wait just a second. Brandon, are you seeing that new report coming in from the Weather Service?
Yes, we have a report from dispatch that an off-duty officer spotted a tornado touching the ground in northern Wayne County. We're going to zoom in on that a little bit. We're working to get that actually confirmed, but we're getting reports in from northern Wayne County of a tornado touching down. I'm not sure exactly the location where that is, but you can estimate it on radar pretty close to Monticello. So that's why we got that tornado warning in just a few minutes ago for that report of a tornado possibly briefly touching the ground. And that would actually be the first report that we've gotten of a tornado actually touching down. We've gotten a few reports of some funnel clouds, but we've seen a lot of rotation on radar, and this storm still continues with that rotation.
And we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible wording on it for Harlan, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry until the top of the hour, 6 o'clock.
And that's probably they're going to let that tornado warning for Leslie, Perry expire here in the next little bit, and that will take its place if I'm following the Weather Service's logic here. But once again, reports of a possible tornado on the ground from local law enforcement near Monticello. Haven't got that confirmed yet, and at least the report was a brief touchdown, and that's just what we were saying, folks. These will be quick hitters if we do see anything. It could have been a funnel cloud that was close to the ground. It may have just been some scud clouds. We don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what kind of reports we get from that, and if the Weather Service has to send a survey team out or not. But once again, very concerned with this storm just to the west of Williamsburg. The hail, not as impressive as some of the other storms we've had earlier in the day, but still, anytime those purples show up, you're talking quarter-size hail. That's enough to do some damage to cars, and that's heading towards Williamsburg. And then that little notch down to the south of that, right there on the Campbell County, Whitley County line, right along the Kentucky-Tennessee border, that may be an area of rotation, and we may have some problems there north of Jellicoe and right near Jellicoe, between Jellicoe and Williamsburg, over the next 15 to 20 minutes, guys.
And Shane, there's a little bit of good news, and that is the tornado warning for Leslie and Perry County has now expired. So we're just seeing a severe thunderstorm warning out for this storm that's just to the south of Hazard, and that's pushing into southern Letcher County near Whitesburg. Brandon Robinson?
New tornado warning for Campbell and Claiborne counties in East Tennessee.
And that's just what I was talking about with that thunderstorm down to the south of Williamsburg, potentially producing a tornado with that rotation. Notice that hook echo right there on the Kentucky-Tennessee border. That's going to continue to work its way off to the east. About the next 45 minutes or so, Jellicoe, you need to seek shelter now, get to the lowest level of your home. Basement, ground floor, that'll work. Closet or bathroom in the interior portion of the home is your best spot. Get as many walls between you and the outside world as you can. Under sturdy furniture or a bathtub is perfect. Cover yourself with a mattress and a bathtub, and that's pretty safe, at least from these weak tornadoes. And if you're in a car or a mobile home, you need to find something a little bit more sturdy. And once again, guys, the bulk of the action now being confined mainly south of the Hal Rogers Parkway and south of Highway 80. So you get up into the upper end of the Big Sandy, West Liberty, Campton, over towards Powell County, Clay City, to the east, Salyersville. Right now it looks like the worst is over for you all, and for some of y'all you didn't even see anything, but for us here down into the Cumberland Valley, definitely some problems going on with this thunderstorm. Two thunderstorms, two tornado warned thunderstorms, one to the west of Williamsburg and one to the southwest of Monticello. Both of these working off to the south and east at about 45 miles per hour. Brandon Orr.
Yes, we're continuing to watch these thunderstorms, and right now the only tornado warnings that we have out are for portions of extreme southern Pulaski County into Whitley County, McCreary County, Wayne County, and then down towards Tennessee near Jellicoe. That's where we're seeing one area of rotation that you can see the hook echo. We always talk about this hook echo, and that's where we have, that's what a radar signature indicates, some rotation going on just to the west of Jellicoe. So that's going to cross I-75 here within the next 5 or 10 minutes, right there on the Tennessee border.
Yeah, and that's going to be right there between Williamsburg and Jellicoe. That's a stretch of interstate I'm very familiar with. Anybody ever heading between Corbin and London and Knoxville knows that right there near the rest area. You've also got just to the south of that, or just around that area south of Williamsburg, you've got Kentucky Splash, Cumberland College, or now University of the Cumberland. So sorry, a little old school there for you. But that thunderstorm is going to pass. The hail core looks like it's going to go over Williamsburg. The rotation is going to go south of Williamsburg. And we also have that second thunderstorm back into McCreary County and Wayne County to the southwest of Monticello. Pulaski County, it's looking like the worst of it's already off to your south and east. So for you folks in southern Pulaski County, I think you're in the clear to go ahead and come up out of those tornado safety spots. And also don't want to forget our friends down in Claiborne County and Campbell County, as those thunderstorms are going to work your way. That storm near Williamsburg is going to head southeast, eventually cross the border, and you have a tornado warning out for you. That goes until the top of the hour.
New flood advisor just coming out here. Just a second. Let me get this latest warning out, the tornado warning, and I will let you know what that one is. But it is, let's see here, Breathitt, Knott, and Perry. Flood advisory for Breathitt, Knott, and Perry until 7:30 tonight.
So once again, the high water problems starting to rear their ugly head once again. This storm system, like we've been talking about pretty much all afternoon, multifaceted. The tornado threat still ongoing. The severe thunderstorm threat beginning to wind down just a little bit, but we're not done yet. Still seeing some pretty strong hail signatures. The heavy rain threat, even though we're hitting the tail end of it, we won't feel the full effects of that for the next couple of hours as all that water drains down into those river basins and we see how high the water levels come up. That is a really nasty signature from that storm. Looks like it is fired up again as it moved out of Lee County. Brandon Orr.
That's exactly right. That's starting to push on out of our viewing area. It's getting pretty close, and we'll travel close to Johnson City, Tennessee, Tri-Cities, Tennessee, if you're headed out that way. But otherwise, the only tornado warnings that we have right now are down towards Wayne, McCreary, and Whitley County. And then, of course, right there along the Tennessee border and near Anderson County, Tennessee, Campbell County, Tennessee. And then we do have this one lone severe thunderstorm warning. This is for far southern Perry County as this storm is just pushing into western Letcher near Cumberland and also towards Whitesburg, producing some hail to around quarter size with that. But otherwise, we're just seeing some heavy rain for the rest of the area. And then, of course, those storms producing some very large hail as well as some damaging wind gusts and the chance for a brief tornado or two down towards Wayne, McCreary, and Whitley County. You should be in your safe place now.
And once again, that's mainly for southern Whitley County. I would say go about 2 or 3 miles south of Corbin, now down near the turnoff to Holly Bay, and go from south of there. And if you live south of there, you need to be seeking shelter in Whitley County. Still wouldn't rule this out from at least sideswiping Middlesboro, at least the hail core portion of this storm, unless it continues to take more of a southerly jog. So even though Bell County doesn't have anything right now, you folks down there and in southern Knox County, be on the lookout. This thing's going to be a close call for you all. No, we may have some friends getting reports relayed for our radio partner WRIL down in Middlesboro, so just be on the lookout down there. This thunderstorm complex continues to work its way down to the south and the east, and that is going to continue to move on through, and heavy rain some very large hail, possibly quarter size, maybe up to $half size, where this dark purple is showing up on the radar. That is going to continue to work its way off to the east and southeast. Brandon, can we put a storm track on this storm south of Williamsburg and take it for about the next 45 minutes to an hour, see where it's heading?
Sure, it's going to pass right over Jellicoe, the I-75 corridor, right where I-75 crosses into Tennessee near Jellicoe down to Elk Valley. So we'll put a storm track on it because it's moving to the east-southeast at around 45, 50 miles per hour. And you can see near Lott at 531, which is in about 10 minutes. Polycamp at 532, 540 near Frakes, and Binghamtown at around 554. So this continues to push on off towards the east and is now crossing the Tennessee border right where I-75 crosses into Tennessee.
And once again, Jellicoe, Williamsburg, you both need to be in your safe shelters as this thunderstorm continues to work on through Valley Creek. I'd go ahead and make sure you're into your safe shelter. La Follette, it looks like the worst of this is going to go north of you, so I think you're in the clear for now. Just let that storm pass on by. Once again, the polygon just to the north. These thunderstorms look like they're topping out about 50, 60,000 feet again, aren't they, Brandon Orr?
That's exactly right. I'm actually looking at that right now. Some of the thunderstorms are still up around 60,000 feet, mainly near the Tennessee border. That's where we're still seeing a lot of that hot and humid air that's fueling some of the thunderstorms. We're much cooler, though, across other parts of the area. Temperatures are a bit lower, and that's where we're seeing things start to calm on down across the rest of the area. The Kentucky River Valley has been busy lately, but even now the thunderstorms have been weakening, so that's some good news. If you're up in the Big Sandy from Pikeville, Martin, Johnson counties, Lawrence, Magoffin, Floyd County, you're in the clear. We're looking okay. We're done with the severe weather up there, at least for tonight. But we're still seeing some of those tornado warnings impacting southern Wayne County, McCreary County, and also southern Whitley County near Jellicoe.
And also, don't forget our friends just across the border into Campbell County and Claiborne County, Tennessee.
Yes, exactly right. Brandon Robinson?
New reports coming in, ping pong ball-sized hail out of Whitley City. Let's see here. That happened about 20 minutes ago. That was, let's see here, what else? Okay, just double checking some information. Some new good information coming in here now. Some good news. The McCreary County part of the tornado warning canceled.
McCreary County trimmed out of the tornado warning.
That's right. Only for Whitley at this point, and that it goes until 5:30. So about 6 more minutes on that.
So about 6 more minutes on that, and I got a feeling they're going to just let that expire. The worst of this almost out of Whitley County. Give it another 10, 15 minutes, folks, and this storm will move on out. Once again, the strongest of the action now back confined to the Cumberland Valley. This is the area where during the late morning and early afternoon, the showers faded away, the sun came out, we supercharged that atmosphere. Yes, other areas saw sunshine, but we had enough cloud cover and rain to negate that. But this is where the most energy is, and that's where Mother Nature is tapping into it in the fiercest manner with several tornado warnings. You can see all the counties highlighted in the red, still under the tornado warning, at least for the next few minutes. Most of these go until 5:30, some of them go till 5:45. And once again, for friends down into the panhandle of Virginia, don't travel between Lee County and Johnson City right now. That is a massive storm. It's that same one earlier that caused the grapefruit-sized hail into Leslie County.
Let me clarify something. Apparently, that we had those 2 tornado warnings from McCreary, different polygons there. So one of those still in effect until 5:45. The other one was allowed to be expired. Brandon Orr, can you show us that one on Doppler so people can kind of see what that one is entailing there, which one is still in effect and which one was allowed to be canceled? I think it was the western half of the area was canceled and the eastern half back over toward Whitley, because we still got the one parts of McCreary, parts of Wayne until 5:45. And then we've also got, I guess it was also for part of Pulaski County too, and that part was allowed to expire. They canceled that one early. Looks like they issued 2 different tornado warnings at one time. I think part of it was allowed to expire and part of it continues.
Right, there are 2 tornado warnings that are issued right now in the Cumberland River Valley, at least in Kentucky. And the first one goes for extreme northeastern Wayne County, also central McCreary County. We can zoom on in and actually show you that one there. That includes Whitley City, and I can actually outline it with our pen here. This is the tornado watch or tornado warning box that goes out for the far northeastern part of Wayne County and central McCreary County. And then there's a second one that has been issued. This one goes for far southern Whitley County. That's the one that's crossing the I-75 corridor near Jellicoe, near the Tennessee border.
All right, thank you very much for that clarification, Brandon Orr and Brandon Robinson. But the bottom line is this, folks, still into McCreary County, Whitley County, and even eastern Wayne County. Still need to let this storm finish passing on by. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning, although it looks like the worst of it now moving out of Perry County, but our friends in Letcher County still under the gun for the next little bit. But the good news is we are finally clearing these warnings on out of here. I'd say within the next hour, we're going to be done with the warnings. And now then we just begin the cleanup to see, well, how much damage did we actually see? The rain, give it another, I'd say 3 or 4 hours. It'll be out of here, at least the bulk of it. We'll see a few lingering showers into tomorrow. But right now, I want to focus down my attention on Whitley County, Campbell County, Claiborne County, McCreary County, and Wayne County. You folks and the southern ends of those counties still need to seek shelter. Still some hail-producing thunderstorms. Still some rotation showing up, especially on this one back over towards Wayne County, the southern end of the county. A little bit of a notch there, not too bad. But once again, these thunderstorms continue to work their way off to the south and the east. It's there south of Monticello, Whitley City. You got another band of showers coming through. Williamsburg, the worst is about through for you, but friends down in Jellicoe, you're just now getting in on the worst. And also notice that little notch back there to the northwest of Jellicoe. That's not a good sign. That means that thing's still trying to rotate a little bit.
New severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible wording on that one for a county we've not heard today. Bell County and Whitley County until 6:30 this evening. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning with rotation in that. So that's why it has the tornado possible wording on that for Bell County and Whitley County until 6:30.
And just for our viewers at home, I know a lot of folks are wondering what's going to be happening with Mountain News Weekend Edition at 6 o'clock. We'll see what happens. It's really dependent on Mother Nature. If we can clear these tornado warnings out, we will try to go on as normal, but if we still have tornado warnings, we'll be at least interrupting part of that. So just keep it here with WYMT. We'll get your news in sometime tonight, but right now we're going to continue to just keep an eye on the weather. But our main focus for our friends down in southern Whitley County, southern McCreary County, southern Wayne County, those are the areas being impacted the most right now, and also down into Claiborne County, Tennessee.
And we've been getting some more questions in on Facebook about what about some of the storms up towards Perry County. We've been talking about them quite often today. Up towards Clay County got hit with quite a bit of hail, some baseball-sized hail doing some damage. The Big Creek area. Leslie County has been getting a lot of action, multiple thunderstorms moving through there. I'm seeing all the thunderstorms in the Kentucky River Valley start to weaken now. So I think that severe thunderstorm warning that's now out for portions of Letcher County near Whitesburg, I think that will end up expiring. And I don't think they'll renew that one. The cloud tops, how tall these thunderstorms are, they're starting to collapse on themselves a little bit. So they're getting weak across portions of Hazard, over towards Knott County, Hyden. They're still producing some dangerous lightning as well as some very heavy rainfall. You can still see up to a half an inch or to an inch of rain out of some of this as it dives onto the south and east. But the big story is down towards portions of the Cumberland River Valley. Now, Brandon Robinson, you are on Facebook over there. Are you getting any more pictures in? What are you seeing on there?
I've got some pictures on one of my pages that I'll have to pull over. It's on the YMT page, so you can see it a little bit later. But just got a report, this is from about 30 minutes ago, about 25 minutes ago, from McCreary County, that a train spotter saw a funnel cloud near Whitley City. Again, from about 30 minutes ago, about 5:05 is when the report came in. But just going to show you there's still a lot of rotation in this storm. So nothing confirmed on the ground, no tornadoes on the ground. But again, about 5:05, about 30 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, a funnel cloud report coming in from a train spotter just outside of Marsh's Siding in McCreary County.
As long as we're having funnel cloud reports and not tornado on the ground reports, I'll take that
fantastic
any day of the week.
Absolutely.
Once again, friends, most of these tornado warnings expire here within the next 15 to 30 minutes. And what we're going to do is just continue to stay with these storms. They are moving out of our area. We want to stay with it and continue to give them the coverage they deserve. Especially for our friends down along the Tennessee border. Got a lot of folks down there near Williamsburg, down through southern Wayne County, southern McCreary County that watch us. So we want to just make sure that they're being served just like everybody else in our audience has been served during other severe weather events in the past. And it's this thunderstorm complex to the south of Williamsburg, right on top of Jellicoe, down in northern Tennessee that's causing us the most problems right now. Some hail still possible with this storm, although it's not as strong as it was. But this one south of Monticello, starting to pulse back up again, up into the southern end of Wayne County, and that's going to continue to drop to the south and to the east over the next several hours. And also notice another little notch starting to form. This thing's not done rotating yet. These storms have continued to pulse up and pulse down, and now you see we get this latest scan back up. The hail intensifies, but the notch disappears. So these thunderstorms beginning to cycle more. As Brandon Orr pointed out, they are collapsing on themselves a little bit. Those updrafts just not able to sustain themselves as they were, although we're continuing to see those strong storms also still have that severe thunderstorm warning over into Letcher County for the next little bit. Starting to see another round of strong storms move into Hazard. We got some pretty ominous clouds outside the WYMT studio right now. You can see not much in the way of rain currently in town here in Hazard, but another strong thunderstorm getting ready to move in. There could be some small hail with this. Sky definitely looking ominous, but right now the good news with that, no warnings as we go back over to Pinpoint Doppler and toss it over to Brandon Orr.
That's right, and there's 3 clusters of thunderstorms here that we're actually watching. This first one is, well, there's one cluster, but 3 individual storms that we're watching. The first one is down towards Jellicoe, right where I-75 crosses the Tennessee border. There's likely some quarter-size hail out of some of that. That's around into the south of Williamsburg along the I-75 corridor. That's pushing into portions of northern Campbell County, Tennessee, over the next 30 minutes or so. There's another one out towards Whitley City. This is about the 3rd or 4th thunderstorm that is pushed through.
Whitley City has just been hammered today.
That's right. They got multiple rounds. This is another one that's pushing through. There is a tornado warning in effect for this one that continues as there's some weak rotation spotted right over the town of Whitley City. That continues to push to the south and east and will impact Jellicoe, which is getting that one storm we were just talking about right now. And then there's one other one that's in southern Wayne County, and that's continuing to push off to the south and east, crossing the Tennessee border right now into northern Scott County, right along 167. This is to the south of Monticello in far southern Wayne County. This also has a little bit of rotation with it, but there's no tornado warning for that one just yet.
And hopefully we'll keep it that way because we'd like to see those tornado warnings go away. But the bottom line is this, friends, still some strong hail producing thunderstorms. These continue to work their way off to the south and to the east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. If you're near Whitley City, you still need to be in your storm shelter. Let this storm pass. Same story over in southern Whitley County, same story in Jellicoe. Williamsburg, the worst has passed for now. Don't let your guard down just yet, though. We got to keep an eye on what this storm over in Whitley City does. Back up the road towards Corbin and London, some thunderstorms in the vicinity, but nothing severe. That's some good news there. And we are just going to continue to keep an eye on these storms. We'll broaden the perspective back out, just kind of give you a recap of where all we're at, go kind of county by county, warning by warning, what we have. And we still got quite a few warnings on the board. Not to mention something we haven't talked about a lot yet is the flood advisories and the flood warnings. And you can see the new one just coming out for Knox County. Brandon Robinson, tell me about that.
Bell, Harlan, Knox, McCreary, and Whitley counties until 9 o'clock. And again, there's flash flood warnings. And let me see if I can go back and try to catch some of these because there's been so many. Flood advisory for Breathitt, Naughton, Perry until 7:30. I'm double check, make sure there's no more there. We also have flash flood warnings for McCreary, Pulaski, Wayne, and Whitley until 11 o'clock. We have I know we have one for Clay County, which I think went out at 5. But there's been just so much rain in a short amount of time that you're going to start to see, especially in those flood-prone areas, you're going to see the water start to pile up quickly. We're going to continue to watch especially these low-lying areas. So, again, continue to remember that the TAD. We talk about TAD all the time when we get into these situations, and you want to make sure that you don't go through any flooded roads. You don't know if the road is still there. You don't know how deep the water is, how fast it's moving. You don't know. So you don't want to go through those flooded roadways. But, again, I would say everywhere that's had these continuing pulse thunderstorms throughout the day, just over and over again, and continues to have these warnings, be on the lookout for that, even if you're not under an advisory or a flash flood warning at this point, because some Doppler radar indicated, there we go, trying to get the words together, showing 2 to 3 inches of rain in a short amount of time, Shane.
That's absolutely right, Brandon. And speaking of rain, we can hear the heavy rain coming into Perry County again. Hazard here on the rooftop of the WYMT studio. Heavy rain moving in. We're part of that new flood advisory that just came out. Bottom line is this, folks. We're transitioning now from one portion of the storm complex to the other. the severe threat is beginning to wrap up. I'd say here in the next 30 minutes to an hour, the severe portion of this storm will be over with. And then we transition into the concerns about flooding. That'll take another 2 to 6 hours to clear that threat on out of here. And then once we get past that, well, then the forecast turns interesting because we have the potential for some record cold, a little taste of fall. You know, that's what's causing this entire storm complex. There is some very cold air off to the north. We had hot and humid air in our backyard. The two came together and we got some storms. And it's a pattern you see more in spring or fall than summertime, but we've been seeing a little taste of fall lately, so that's what happened. So the bottom line is this: for you folks down in southern Whitley County, southern McCreary County, need to seek shelter for about the next 15 to 30 minutes. Let these storms finish passing on through, doing their thing. Still got the hail potential, still got the damaging wind potential, still seeing some rotation. Thankfully, no confirmed reports of tornadoes yet. Only a few reports of funnel clouds. So that's awesome news. You know, these storms have had quick spin-up type funnel clouds. Hopefully none of them have reached the ground. We'll just have to wait and see. And also still want to point out we've got that severe thunderstorm warning over into Letcher County. Some pretty intense thunderstorm action from Cumberland and Harlan County back up towards Whitesburg, Brandon Robinson.
Oh, absolutely, and right over kind of in the hometown area at this point. And looks like, as we've talked about, the worst of these storms starting to die down some. But again, you cannot forget about the flooding threat. So keep that in mind. But if you're in those areas back over toward the city of Cumberland, Benham and Lynch, over that way, literally into the hometown areas, folks over that way watching, or if you're over up toward parts of southwest Virginia, and we're also into parts of Letcher County, you're still seeing the heavy rain in southern Perry County, central Perry County, still seeing that, and I believe Brandon Orr has a good picture for us coming in here from Facebook.
We actually have a video that was sent to us on our Facebook page by Gary Taylor, and you can actually see this one out of Cost Point, Kentucky. This is near Harlan. You can see some of the hail falling, golf ball size and larger, some baseball size in a few locations around eastern Kentucky, and you can see it accumulating on the ground there. This is one of the strongest of the thunderstorms that actually pushed off into northern Lee County and is now moving in towards Johnson County. There's actually a tornado warning on that out towards Johnson County, so that storm is still going pretty strong out towards Tennessee. But otherwise, everything is looking quiet now in Harlan County. We had that one lone severe thunderstorm warning left right around Cumberland up towards Whitesburg, but that storm is now weakening, and I think that warning will be allowed to expire here shortly. But mainly on Pinpoint Doppler, you can see some of the tornado warnings. These counties highlighted in red for southern Wayne County, McCreary County, on over towards Whitley County as well, seeing those tornado warnings. But there's a little bit of good news out there. Let's focus on that for a quick moment. Up towards the Big Sandy, most of us are nice and dry from Pikeville, Martin, Johnson counties, Morgan, Magoffin, Menifee seeing nice and dry. And I think Jackson is now out of the severe weather threat, as well as Clay County. London, you're looking okay in terms of severe weather now. I think you'll be okay for the rest of the overnight hours, as well as over towards Somerset, which had several severe thunderstorm warnings earlier on today, Shane.
Yeah, that's right, Brandon. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to get on here on the radar computer, and we're going to actually just take the radar data off temporarily to take a look at what's going on with some of these thunderstorm watches and warnings. Still several of them we need to mention and talk about, just kind of recapping what all is going on. First off, we want to talk about the severe thunderstorm warning for Harlan, Leslie, Letcher, and Perry County. That's going to go until 6 o'clock this evening. We still have flood advisories for Breathitt County, Knott County, Perry County, Leslie County, and Owsley County. Now, most of those go to 7:30, but the Owsley County one goes until 6 o'clock. We still have the flash flood warning for Clay County. That's until 8:30. Laurel County until 6:30. 11 o'clock for Pulaski County. 6:30 for Rockcastle and Jackson counties. A flood advisory in Knox County for 9 o'clock. We work down towards the Kentucky-Tennessee border. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for Bell and Whitley County. This does include the city of Middlesboro, and this is one of those enhanced wording ones that has the tornado possible with it. So even though it's not a tornado warning, you folks in Middlesboro want to go ahead and seek shelter, as this thunderstorm may be on the strong to severe side and also could potentially produce a quick spin-up tornado. Flash flood warning for McCreary, Pulaski, and Wayne and Whitley counties until 11 o'clock. Tornado warning for Wayne County until 5:45, and also the tornado warning for Bell County and Campbell County and Claiborne County until 6 o'clock. So once again, a lot of warnings going on. We're tracking a lot of different aspects of this storm. across southern and eastern Kentucky down into northern Tennessee, our panhandle of Virginia counties, our southwest Virginia counties, and our southern West Virginia counties. The bottom line is this: we're almost done. Give this thing another 2-3 hours and we're done with the bulk of it. The severe aspect should be done within the next hour or so. As long as we have tornado warnings, we're going to continue wall-to-wall weather coverage, but we may take, where most of these tornado warnings are expiring right at the top of the hour, we will likely start Mountain News at 6, either at the top of the hour or close to it once we clear off the last of these warnings. And we will continue to keep an eye on these thunderstorms. Once again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue into Letcher County, Perry County, portions of Leslie County for the next little bit. Same story down into portions of Bell County and into Whitley County and Knox County. So Brandon Robinson, still some warnings to talk about, still some warnings that are going. That one for Bell County goes all the way up until 6:30.
Absolutely, and the good news is, like we've talked about for the last couple of minutes, you just mentioned too, is that this threat is starting to wind down. But again, don't forget about the flooding threat, because the heavy rain still a very distinct possibility. We're going to continue to watch that. But also, again, send us your reports. Like I always say, you guys are our eyes and ears. So once these storms start to pass, if you get out into your areas and you're starting to see some of that damage, we've got some pictures, may try to show you here in just a few minutes, from over in Leslie County, some trees down very, very close to a house. It looks like the homeowner very lucky there. It caused a little bit of damage, but it could have caused a lot more. But still, this system could have been a whole lot worse overall, especially if the sun had been out earlier today, Shane.
That's certainly right, Brandon. We continue to track those severe thunderstorms as they work their way. We continue to track those severe thunderstorms, and thankfully, what happened today, folks, we had the rain earlier in the day. We thought most of us were going to see a break from it between, say, 11 o'clock and about 1 o'clock. Some of us did, down in the Cumberland Valley, and that's where the worst of the storms had been. Had the rest of us seen that break, we would have had even more severe weather to talk about. And trust me, we've had our fair share today. But the good news is the reports, for the most part, have been pretty small. Now, I mean, for somebody that lost a car, lost some trees, had some damage to the home, that's nothing small. But just in the grand scale of things, in the grand scheme of things, the storm system not been awful, but it's definitely been one we'll be talking about for a while, especially with some of the hail. I mean, getting grapefruit-sized hail in Clay County is just not something we talk about very often. That's some of the largest hail I can ever remember being reported here in southern and eastern Kentucky, Brandon Robinson.
Oh, in a long time, especially as long as I can remember. I mean, we've had our fair share of severe weather. Some good news: tornado warning for McCreary and Wayne has been allowed to expire.
That is some very welcome news. So that takes us down to just, as far as tornado warnings goes, the only one left.
It's Claiborne and Campbell.
Claiborne and Campbell County, which is set to expire at the top of the hour, I believe.
I think that's right. Let me double check it here. 6 o'clock, top of the hour.
So we're wrapping it up, folks. Just hang with us a little bit longer. Once again, for most of us, the worst of this mess is about on through. Still got some strong thunderstorms to deal with, especially in northern Tennessee. Still got the flash flooding threat there. But for most of us, we're almost done. Still seeing that severe thunderstorm warning for another 15 minutes into portions of Harlan County and Letcher County. And then we're going to see back off to the west that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for Bell County, Knox County, and south central southern Whitley County. Or excuse me, just Whitley and Bell County until 6:30. Thought that covered Knox County, but that does not get into Knox County. The bottom line with that storm, wind gusts possible 60 miles per hour and $half size hail. Some of the wording the Weather Service has been using today is stuff we just are not used to seeing. $half size hail, golf ball size hail. Gigantic hail in the tweet they sent out earlier. This has definitely been a storm I know we're going to talk about for a long time around here, and just be very, very thankful that the damage has not been very bad, at least so far. I got a really interesting picture on the WYMT Facebook page I want to show you real quick. And, well, this is not the kind of ice you want to use to cool down your beverage. This is a pic of a hailstone our general manager, news director, or former news director, Neil Middleton sent in. This is from Asher and Leslie County, from Leanne Wooten and Mandy Hoskins. Thank you guys for sharing those to Neil, and for Neil for sending those on up to us. Yes, that is what looks like almost baseball-sized hail on top of a mug root beer can. You know, baseball and root beer go hand in hand, but that's not what I want to use to cool down my root beer, Brandon.
Exactly. And again, the good news is after several hours of coverage, and we don't do this because we want to hear ourselves talk. We're not in love with the sound of our own voices. Trust me on that one. We do this to keep you safe, and that's why we do this long-form coverage. And it's our policy here at WYMT. Every time there's a tornado warning, we stay with you throughout it. And that's one of the things that I really love about working here, because we're here to keep people safe. And again, it's just one of those situations where this system, as bad as it was, it could have been so much worse. And we may still get reports. There's a report, I just saw a tweet from one of the reporters at our sister station, WKYT, that there might have been a brief tornado touchdown this morning in Lexington, in one of the neighborhoods there, because they had some heavy damage. So as potent as these storms were at one point, and we may still get some reports of damage later once the dust kind of settles, so to speak, and folks get out there and kind of survey a little bit. But to me, this has been one of those storms that has been a major hail player, because we've seen hail reports we have not seen in years, and names that you rarely ever see outside of thunderstorms that tornadoes are not included in. So that was good news and saving grace that we did not have the tornadoes to go along with these hail reports.
And that's very true, because usually those two go hand in hand. And I want to also just piggyback on what Brandon said. Folks, your safety is our top priority. We had the ingredients here today for a major severe weather outbreak. Now, they didn't come together exactly right to get something as bad as March 2nd, but we're happy that didn't come together. We don't want another March 2nd. We want just to, have our weather and go about our business and just have a, good end of the summer here in southern and eastern Kentucky. School's going to be starting back for kids pretty soon, and we just want to be able to enjoy that peacefully instead of dealing with thunderstorms like we'd see in the springtime or in the fall in the middle of the summer. But we still got a little bit to go with these. Tornado warning continues until 6 o'clock. Down into Claiborne and Campbell County. That's going to take us up to the top of the hour, and that's when we'll send it over to Mountain News Weekend Edition at 6. We'll go ahead and get that rolling, get you your day's news. And even though weather has been a large chunk of that news, that's not been the only thing going on here in southern and eastern Kentucky today. And we're also just going to continue to monitor the flood threat, as several of us still under flash flood warnings for the next couple of hours. Pulaski County, one of that warning goes until 11 o'clock tonight. So not completely out of the woods yet. I want to remind folks, you come across a flooded roadway, you may have driven that road 100 times, but you don't know what it's like with that water on top of it. It takes less than 2 feet of water to pick up a full-size SUV and carry that downstream. So we use the saying, turn around, don't drown. Whenever we do the weather class, I make the kids shout it at me and tell them to shout it at you when you come across that flooded roadway. So remember, turn around, don't drown. We've got several counties still, pretty much almost every county in the coverage area that's in the that's in the Kentucky or Cumberland River valleys, everywhere but the Big Sandy, has some kind of flood advisory or a flood warning right now.
Oh, absolutely. And if you don't, again, that doesn't mean you're not seeing some kind of potential flooding. It means that you may just be below the criteria for issuing that in some cases. So again, keep an eye on those low-lying areas. You know where you live. You know the areas that flood quickly, and we've had a lot of rain. Some radar estimates showing anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain today in spots, and probably more than that. And that came down in a very short amount of time, so that can saturate the ground really quickly. And it's like a sponge. When that water has nowhere else to go, when you're pouring into that sponge, it's going to overflow. It's going to come right back out. So when the ground is filled up, it's going to come right back out and spill wherever it can go, and which is basically everywhere at this point. So again, you can see, even if you're just joining us getting ready for the 6 o'clock news and you're just looking at radar, you can tell in the last few hours that when the colors start to get more green and yellow than orange and red and purple, that's good news, and we're getting into the time of the day where we're getting closer to dark. And dark, of course, most of the time at least, takes away most of our fuel for these storms.
That's right. And I just want to continue to mention that we have that severe thunderstorm warning out for northeastern Harlan County and southern Letcher County until 6 o'clock. The good news is we're getting some more normal style text from the Weather Service about this. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is more just kind of typical low-end severe weather, not that just ridiculously large hail that we were seeing earlier in the day. Don't want to forget this flood warning, partially new flash flood warning out. This one goes through for the next 5 hours or so. This goes all the way up till 11 o'clock tonight. That's from McCreary County, Wayne County, Pulaski County, and Whitley County. Doppler estimates 2 to 3 inches of rain. Some locations that will experience flooding: Monticello, Whitley City, Alpine, Ayers, Barrier, Beulah Heights, Blue Heron, Bounty, Coopersville, Cumberland Falls State Park. Some areas we talked about several times today because they got hit by tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning, and all that rain just piled up, Brendan Robinson.
New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for our neighbors in southwest Virginia. It's for Wise County, and the city of Norton goes until 6:45.
And that is for the thunderstorm that is currently working its way from Harlan County on in. And I'm guessing also for that one that's for just south of Wheelwright, getting ready to cross the border, Brandon Orr.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's moving over Big Stone Gap, Pound, Virginia, into over downtown Wise through central Wise, Virginia as well, as this storm continues to push on off towards the east. Now, it's not as strong as what we saw before. Before, we were seeing some hail to around baseball size. Here, we're seeing it maybe a quarter at the most with some strong wind gusts to around 60 miles per hour. But the good news is that the storm is not producing as strong of rotation as we've seen in the past, and that's why there's not a tornado warning continuing for that storm that's pushing across the Virginia border into Wise.
Yeah, and once we get the tornadoes out of here, folks, we're going to just go ahead and go back to regular programming, although by that point we'll be going into Mountain News Weekend Edition at 6. That's coming up here in about 7 minutes, so we're going to be getting set up for that, getting ready for that. Looks like we're having some problems getting our images from the Wise Skycam right now. That's okay. That camera definitely got a workout today, as many storms as it saw go through the mountains of Virginia. But our big concern right now, once again, the tornado warning remaining until the top of the hour down into Claiborne County, Tennessee. That's going to continue for about the next 7 minutes. But the good news is that storm not looking nearly as impressive on radar as it was just a few hours ago. A lot of the rotation not nearly as well defined. The storm not producing as much lightning, not as much hail, not as much heavy rain. Although there is still a pretty tight couplet between La Follette and Middlesboro, just to the northeast of La Follette. You can see that little inflow notch there. Brandon's highlighting that for us right now. And it's this area right in here where we're seeing the most intense portion of that storm. South of Middlesboro, you're going to be traveling down 25 from Middlesboro on into Harrogate, working your way on down towards Morristown, Klitsch Mountain. Just be on the lookout. That is going to be a very strong thunderstorm rolling through there over the next 15, 20 minutes or so, as that tornado warned thunderstorm continues to work through the northern mountains of Tennessee. National Weather Service in Morristown will continue to monitor that storm and issue warnings as necessary. But for us, that's where the WYMT coverage area comes to an end, just to the east there of Harrogate. So once we get this storm on out of here, we will go ahead and send things back to normal here at WYMT. So Brandon Robinson, some kind of closing thoughts from you on the day.
Well, basically at this point, as we've mentioned all day long, it could have been so much worse. We had all the ingredients. This is the way I describe it to kids when I do school visits. It's like baking a cake. If you've got all of the right ingredients in place, then you have a severe weather outbreak. You could have these ingredients. It's just like if you're baking the cake. If you've got 2 eggs and it calls for 4 eggs, the cake's not going to come out right. And that's exactly what happened today. We had some instability. We had the dew points way up there. We had all of that going into play for us, but we didn't have the sunshine. We didn't have the break that we were expecting right there at midday. And again, you will not hear anybody on this weather team complain about that, because that was good news so far. The damage reports have not been bad, at least that we've heard. Again, I'm not downgrading the fact that people who had their cars damaged by massive hail, but we didn't have any tornado on the ground reports, none officially at least, not really any severe tree damage that we've seen so far, and no severe flooding. So 3 out of 4, not too bad with that one. But again, the hail is definitely going to be what this one's remembered for. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I've been watching the weather in Eastern Kentucky most of my life. I can never remember grapefruit-sized hail reports coming out of Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I remember a few times when my dad used to live in Indiana, hearing that up that way, but it's definitely not down here. And I've lived in Eastern Kentucky most of my life as well, all my life actually. And it's just it's one of those situations where that part of the system worked out, but the very, very severe aspect didn't.
And that's like Brandon said, that's not something we're not going to complain about. That's something we're happy that happened. We do not want any kind of major severe weather. We just want to get through our day and get things back to normal so you can enjoy your day. And once again, your safety is our top priority here at WYMT. We want to make sure you, your friends, your family, your property are all protected and looked after during severe weather, and that's why we do the severe weather alert days, and that's why we do the long form coverage. Brandon, what do you got?
New report just coming in from National Weather Service, Morristown out of Pennington Gap. Now, this was about an hour ago. Tennis ball sized hail. So
when was the last time you heard of that large of hail out of the mountains of Virginia?
About 2 hours ago. Well, before that, no. I mean, it's been a long time because, again, you always hear the old myth, oh, we can't have tornadoes, we can't have severe weather in the mountains. Absolutely, we can. We can have them anywhere, but the mountains does help in some ways shape the climate of how storms work and how they travel and how they fire. So again, it's just. All right. New tornado warning just issued for Campbell and Claiborne counties until 6:45. So they're going to continue that warning for our counties there across the border, Campbell and Claiborne counties, until 6:45.
And it's for this part of the storm right here south of Middlesboro. Worst part of that storm just now near New Tazewell, to the west of New Tazewell, and this little notch showing up on the radar. What is that town there? I can't see it there, Brandon, where you drew right over.
Close to La Follette, then over.
Braden. Yes, Braden. That is just in the northwestern portion of Claiborne County, and that storm is continuing to work its way off to the east at what, about 45 miles per hour?
That is 40
miles per hour. Let's put a storm track on that. Show some of the towns that are in the path of this thunderstorm. We are continuing to see, once again, this storm is just refusing to go down without a fight, folks. Still moving into some unstable air down into Claiborne County. You folks in Claiborne County. Campbell County, I'm not saying you're in the clear just yet. Give it this 5 minutes and it's going to be on out of your backyard. So you folks just continue to hunker down for the next little bit. Claiborne County, New Tazewell, Harrogate, any community in that county needs to go ahead and seek shelter, especially the southern end of those counties, as this thunderstorm looks like it's going to shoot the gap between Harrogate and Tazewell and work its way off to the east, eventually heading over towards Bristol here a few hours down the road. But this thunderstorm been one we've been tracking for several hours, been tracking it back up towards Lake Cumberland. It keeps showing signs of rotation, keeps showing signs of hail. You can see the darker red showing up there, indicating at least quarter-size hail to us. But it's weakened some, but not enough for our friends down at the National Weather Service in Morristown to go ahead and let that warning go or go to a severe thunderstorm warning. Brandon Orr.
Yeah, some closing thoughts right before we send it over
to Mountain News Weekend Edition, because we are coming up right at 6 o'clock. But across the rest of eastern Kentucky, because we've been talking a lot about these storms starting to push off the fringe of our viewing area down along the Tennessee border. We haven't said much recently about what's going on through the Kentucky River Valley up towards the Big Sandy. The Big Sandy's dry right now. In fact, they're seeing a little bit of sunshine up there. So the severe weather threat has mainly come to an end across a good chunk of our area, from Pikeville down to Hazard, Hyden, who saw quite a bit of hail during the day today, over towards London, Corbin, Somerset. We're all okay. And those last final showers and thunderstorms, again, producing still the chance for a possible tornado in some of our Tennessee counties to the south of Bell County, still continues for the next several 30, 45 minutes.
All right, and what we're going to do now is we're going to take just a brief break, get reset, get into Mountain News Weekend Edition at 6, and we will continue our weather coverage then. So keep it with us. You're watching WYMT out of Hazard, Kentucky.
This is a WYMT Severe Weather Alert Day. Dedicated to eastern and southern Kentucky, this is WYMT Mountain News Weekend Edition.
Good evening, I'm Matthew Rand. First on Mountain News Weekend Edition, we have been following multiple severe storms as they pass through eastern Kentucky, bringing with them heavy rain, damaging winds, and even some large hail. As our Severe Weather Alert Day coverage continues, Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith joins us with our first look at the forecast. Shane?
Matt, it's definitely been a busy afternoon here in the Sky Alert Weather Center. Brandon Robinson and Brandon Orr both joining me as we continue to track more severe weather, not in eastern Kentucky, but down in our neighbors in northern Tennessee, Claiborne County, under a tornado warning until 6:30. Let's not waste any time. Get on over to Pinpoint Doppler Radar as we continue to track those thunderstorms. Brandon Orr joining me now. Brandon, these thunderstorms definitely on the strong side, but not as strong as they were earlier in the day.
Certainly not as strong as they were earlier in the day. We saw some hail upwards of grapefruit
size and reports in a lot of baseball size hail as well, especially in the Big Creek area of Clay County. But the good news, and there's some good news now, is that a lot of these showers and thunderstorms are pushing off into Virginia and Tennessee, and Kentucky's looking mainly quiet. We just have these storms right along the Tennessee border that are producing some severe weather.
And that's right, Brandon. Let's go ahead and take the radar data off and go ahead and look at some of the active warnings we have right now. Our main concern, obviously, the tornado warning down in the Claiborne County and Campbell County. That goes until 6:30 and actually 6:45 there. But that thunderstorm continues to produce some large hail, damaging winds, and also the potential of that tornado. But let's also not count out the severe thunderstorms over in Wise County. Also back over that Wise County warning goes until 6:45. That includes the city of Norton. And then we go back to Bell County, Whitley County until 6:30. Also flash flood warnings all across the region. So guys, busy night, Matt, and we are going to have much more on this coming up here in a few minutes, and if we have to break in with any more warnings, we will certainly do that.
Shane, you, Brandon, and Brandon Orr and Robinson doing a fine job this afternoon keeping us all informed. Thanks. Well, well, I think a lot of folks out there breathing a sigh of relief as some of these storms move out of the area. Shane, I'm sure you guys are breathing a sigh of relief too, because you guys have been going hard at it all afternoon.
We've been pretty much on the air nonstop since right around 1 o'clock, so a little bit tired, but hey, we're going to keep on trucking.
You still have some voice left.
You and me both, but in all seriousness, still have one tornado warning left. Let's not make light of it. Let's get this cleared on out. Claiborne County, Tennessee. 6:45 p.m. that tornado goes. We'll take a look at that in a second, but first off, a picture sent to the WYMT Facebook page. Folks, you've been sending us so many, I don't have time to show them all. Keep sending them in. We'll try to get some in tonight on Mountain News at 11. Herschel Smith sent us this one, a lightning striking a cell phone tower down in Sassafras. That is a very potent lightning bolt. Let's go now to Pinpoint Doppler and take a look at that tornado warning down in Claiborne County, Tennessee. And once again, friends, this is for our friends down in Tennessee. This goes until 6:45. If you are in Claiborne County, you need to go ahead and seek shelter as those thunderstorms are continuing to produce large hail, even a little bit of rotation just to the south and west of New Tazewell. This is going to continue to work its way off to the east. Once this last storm gets moved on out of our region, we're going to see improving conditions. And up into Kentucky, as we pan the radar back off to the north, you can see we're done with the worst of the action. Just some lingering rain, although we've still got flash flood warnings out for several counties. Those go through various times at the evening. Brandon, let's queue up some of those and take a look at those. You can see Pulaski County, Laurel County, all under the flash flood warning. Pulaski County goes till 11, 6:30. Laurel County, a flood advisory down in Knox County. That goes until 9. Back up towards Jackson and Rockcastle County's flash flood warnings go until later on this evening, 8:30 p.m. for those. 6:30 Jackson County, Clay County, Perry County flood advisories. Once again, folks, just a lot of heavy rain, a lot of high water potential. Turn around, don't drown. Let's go forward now and see what else we've got to talk about. The rain has been very prolific. It's been thanks to these tall thunderstorms. You can see the thunderstorms earlier in the day, 50, 60,000 feet tall into the atmosphere, now about 40,000 feet. And the rain that they have produced has been quite heavy. 3 inches Doppler estimated. Anywhere there's yellow, some of the oranges 3.5. That's why we have all the flash flood advisories. But Big Sandy, you're saying, what's going on today? We have had nothing, and you really have. Consider yourselves fortunate. The bulk of the action just stayed out of your backyard, mainly confined to the Kentucky and Cumberland River valleys. Let's go forward now and talk about those temperatures. And it is definitely, that was one of the contributing factors today to the thunderstorms, all the heat and humidity. You can see still 90 in Louisville. We're dealing with the 70s. Had we got to the 90s, we would have had some serious problems today, my friends. But that cool air is punching into eastern Kentucky, and this kind of cool air is record-setting cool air. This is a fall-like cold front that we typically see in more of October, not the end of July. What is going on here? Potential for record cold the next couple of days. That frontal system will continue to dip on down to the south. That's going to keep at least a slight chance of rain in the forecast for tonight and tomorrow. But once we dry up heading into midweek, we're going to see conditions improve quite a bit. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast, where the weekend is always in view at a fall feel in the air. How about lows in the 50s, highs in the 70s? End of the week, low 80s as we get ready to head into August. That's not what textbook August weather is around here, Matt. Once again, that tornado warning for Claiborne County until 6:45. Folks down there need to remain in their shelters until then. But once that's over, that should be the last of the severe weather, but still have some high water issues to deal with tonight.
Yeah, well, I said it once, I'll say it again. A fantastic job, all three of you, keeping track of this all afternoon. Thank you for keeping everyone safe.
Definite team effort, and we got a great team here, a great bunch of guys really passionate about the weather and keeping people safe.
All right, Shane, thanks. Well, straight ahead in sports, NASCAR in Indy. All right, Shane, how about one last look as that weather moves out of our region?
Not done with it just yet. Still got a lingering tornado warning down into portions of Campbell and Claiborne County. Brandon popped that warning up for us. We can see that goes until at least 6:45, although that new part of the warning now extended out till 7:15 for Campbell County, Tennessee. Folks down there in the southern end, south of La Follette, need to be on the lookout. That's going to be mainly southern Campbell County. Folks in Jellicoe are going to be okay.
Definitely something to take seriously. Thanks, Shane. Well, that's going to do it for Mountain News Weekend Edition, where you can always find the latest headlines on WYMT.com. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.